What if Bella was immortal? May 2004, Chicago, Illinois. I rested my head on a pillow as I stared at the ceiling, feeling exhausted, but I knew I wasn't about to sleep anytime soon. My mind was working too much for rest to come, and until I settled it, I would just lay here awake. I had 2 tests tomorrow, and I thought over one subject and then the other before I was satisfied that I had a handle on the information that I needed to know. The final track meet of the season was in 2 days, and I was a little nervous that I would lose to Eric Summers. We have been rivals ever since freshman year, and in the 10 races we had against each other we were tied at 5 apiece. I wanted to be the state champion in the 3,200 meters race, and I knew I would have to press myself to the limit if I wanted that to happen. I was really going to have to train hard tomorrow to prepare. I sighed, and turned to my side. I wish I could go downstairs and play the piano to calm my nerves, but even leaving my room would cause too much noise. I would hate to wake my parents. My father would not be pleased if I caused a disturbance. Of course, my father hardly ever showed his pleasure with anything I did, but he was quick to berate me whenever I did anything to displease him. I sighed again. The last thing I wanted to do was think about my father, as it just reminded me of all his hopes and dreams he forced upon me. Rolling my eyes, I looked over to my desk and thought about the newest letter that was in my locked drawer. It was the latest one that Esme, my older sister, wrote to me, informing me that she was doing so well in all of her classes that even if she flunked her finals that she'll be taking in a few weeks, she would still graduate in mid-June with her bachelor's degree in interior design. I was incredibly proud of her and wished that I could be there for her graduation to support her, but I knew that would never happen. My parents hadn't spoken to her in 6 years, not since she had left home a few months before she finished high school, running off with her boyfriend, Charles Evanson, and eloping with him. The scandal had brought shame to my father, and he immediately disowned my sister, and had no communication with her since. Of course, my parents knew that I exchanged letters with Esme, but we have never discussed them. Remembering the turmoil that her departure had caused in our family, and the strain it had placed on my shoulders, I had to push down my resentment. I had worked through those feelings years ago, after the many letters between Esme and myself, and our back and forth communication let me vent my frustration with all the pressure my father put on me to be the perfect child. I had blamed her for a long time for our father's colder attitude towards me, and I realized that she blamed herself too, but the truth was it was my father who chose to close himself off. Besides, it's not like Esme's life had been easy since she left, though she never mentioned it directly. I knew she regretted the way she had left. At first, I thought she was just ashamed of the way she had ran away because things were difficult between her and our parents, but eventually I realized she wasn't happy, and I had a feeling a big part of the reason was because of her disappointing marriage. That was why I was so happy when she informed me that she was divorcing Charles after 2 years of marriage, and I had tried to get her to come home, but she was too stubborn to prove that she could make it on her own. Though I was disappointed that I didn't get to see her, I was very proud that she proved that she was right, and that she sounded much happier with her life. That didn't make dealing with the pressure my father put on me any easier to handle, though luckily, my mother was able to temper some of his restrictions. This was most noticeable when I was 14 and my father had just learned of my aspiration to become a musician. I was thinking about trying my hand at composing, but I knew I wasn't ready for that. Instead, I was using all my free time studying the masters and reading their biographies so that I can get inspiration. Once my father discovered this, he put his foot down, saying that he didn't want me to waste my time in such a fruitless endeavor. There was no way a son of his was going to become a worthless musician. No, according to him, I was going to follow in his footsteps and become a lawyer. My father had even forbidden me from playing the piano, stating that I should give up my childish fantasy, but my mother wouldn't stand for that. She got up immediately and walked to my father, making him focus on her alone. She told him that playing the piano was the only time I was able to relax, and that was very important to keeping me healthy. Especially with all the pressure I was under with my studies and competitions, I needed a place where I could relieve my stress, and the piano has always been that place for me. My father wasn't pleased, but he did relent after looking at my mother for several minutes. He turned his cold eyes on me and told me that if my grades slipped at all, I would no longer be allowed to have my piano lessons. I knew it was no idle threat, so I worked hard to keep up my grades, but it was worth it so I got to continue to play. However, I did have to give up the idea of composing for the time being, as I found that I no longer had any free time since my father got me a job working at his office. The sound of my alarm woke me and I realized that I had fallen asleep sometime during my reflection of my past, leading to a fitful sleep and dreams of boring legalese. I quickly got up and prepared myself for the day, going through my routine without much thought. Actually, the whole day passed without thought, as I went through my classes, aced my test and went through practice mechanically. I don't know why I was so stressed last night, this was just another day in my life. The next day I had some jittery nerves, but they were the good type. It was the feeling that competition brought out of me, and though music was my passion, when I was running in the zone, I always felt the thrill of exhilaration. That was how I felt today as I ran my last race of the year. I had hit a zone that was in a faster pace than normal, and even though Eric had been just a few steps behind me for most of the race, I was able to pull away on the final half lap. I had surprised myself that I still had the energy to increase my speed, and not only did I finish first, but I had beat my personal record by 10 seconds. Looking up at the stands and hearing my mother cheer for me, I couldn't help but be proud of myself. However, remembering that my father wasn't there, that he had chosen to work today for his big case instead of showing his support for me, made me a little bitter, especially since he wasn't even in court today, he was just prepping. It made me wonder why I tried so hard to get his approval. Oh, July 16, 2004, Chicago, Illinois. I stared at my hands, my ears ringing, and I couldn't make sense of what happened today. 4 hours ago, I had been informed that my parents had been killed in a car accident, and I was now sitting in a police station. I couldn't make sense of my world, or what was going on around me. All I know is that yesterday my father had finished his latest case and my mother had talked him into starting their weekend getaway a day early, since it was their 30th anniversary tomorrow. Only, they will never have their 30th anniversary, they will never have anything again, because they were dead. I can't believe I had been happy this morning when my mother told me of their plans. I was looking forward to having some time to myself, where I didn't have to worry about my father getting on my case for one thing or another. I remembered the smile on my mother's face as she hugged me goodbye and suggested that I try to do something outside and not spend the whole time working on my piano. She knew me so well, no, she had known me so well. My shoulders shuddered as I felt the tears come back to my eyes. I couldn't believe I was never going to see my mother again. She would never be able to hear me play the piano again, as I had often chosen to practice in the late afternoon, knowing my mother loved to hear me play after she finished her work for the day. I would never get to have her cheer me on after I finished a cross-country or track meets. She always seemed to find the time to be there for me when I had to compete. She won't be there for me when I graduate from high school in a few years. Or college, or be at my wedding, if that ever happened. She won't be there for anything. Belatedly, I remembered that my father wouldn't be there for any of that either, but I couldn't have been sure he would have cared to be there anyways. However, I regretted that I would never get to stand up to my father. I had been thinking about my life a lot lately, and I was starting to realize that I needed to take control over what I wanted. I needed my father to understand that he was not in charge of all my decisions and that I needed to make some of them on my own, or it could never be my life. I was working up my courage to talk to him, and now I would never get that chance. It was some time after I made that realization that a social worker came to talk to me, informing me that my legal guardian, Richard Martin, my father's partner in their law firm, was currently in Italy. I knew that information, both that Richard would be my guardian and that he was currently on vacation with his family and wasn't supposed to be back for a few weeks. That was why my parents would only be gone for the weekend, and why my mother wanted to leave early. Pain shot through me as I couldn't help but think, why couldn't they have just waited? Unfortunately, we have been informed that there is no one in the area to look after you, and we'll need to put you into foster care, the social worker continued to talk. What? I gasped in fear. Foster care? I would be in foster care. Edward, it will only be for a few days, the social worker said. Her voice was soft and understanding, as she tried to soothe me, but it meant little to me. Richard has already informed us that he will try to fly back as soon as he can, as well as try to look into other means to get someone to help, but unfortunately for today, there is no other option. Unless there is someone you can think of that you would like to stay with. There might be a possibility for us to arrange that. I stared at her for a few minutes until I could even comprehend what she was asking, and then a few more to think of how to reply. I had friends from school, but no one that I would be comfortable staying with, especially now that I was so emotional. I shook my head as a response to her question. She gave me a sad smile and tried to reassure me that the foster parents that will be taking care of me were very nice. I just nodded numbly as I tried to keep up with what I had to do. Oh, July 18, 2004, Chicago, Illinois. It was 30 hours after I had learned of my parents' death and I was still numb. I was still in foster care. The Petersons were very nice, though I only talked to them 3 times since I had arrived. The first time was when I arrived and Jill had encouraged me to eat the hearty stew she had made for dinner. The second was for breakfast in the morning, where she gave me a plate of eggs, bacon and toast. The last time was an hour ago for dinner, where Steve had made burgers. They had tried to get me to have a lunch but did not force me when I had said I wasn't hungry, unlike they had for the other meals. I couldn't really tell you what happened during the times we had our meals, other than I chewed the food in front of me and it didn't make me gag. I know that Jill and Steve had chatted during the meal, and I know that the conversation was pleasant enough and open to me to join in if I wanted, but I never wanted to. I just wanted to be left alone, and they gave me the space I needed. Now I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep even though it was only 7 o'clock. There was a knock on the door and I groaned as I turned away from it. "Edward," a familiar voice said, and I quickly got out of bed and rushed to the door and opened it. "Esme," I gasped and then pulled my sister into a hug as she wrapped her arms around me, holding me tightly to her. It was a little awkward. I hadn't seen her in 6 years, and the last time we hugged she had been the taller one, and now she was a head shorter than me. And yet, it felt right too, like being held by her was allowing me to be able to breathe again. "You're here," I said sometime later, still holding her. "Of course I'm here," Esme said, her voice strained with the tears she had shed. "I wish I could have been here sooner, but I didn't hear the news until this morning. Then I had to go to court so that I could get temporary guardianship of you." "Guardianship," I repeated the word and then I pulled her into another hug. "Yes," Esme said, pulling back so she could look into my face, and she wiped the tears off my cheeks. "I'm here for you." January 17, 2005, Forks, WA. I stared at the ceiling as I listened to the rain hitting my window, wondering what tomorrow was going to be like. It was going to be the first day at a new school, and I had no idea what to expect. The only schools I have ever gone to were prestigious private schools my father had enrolled me in, and I always had to fight to be the top student in my classes. Even the last 4 months, I continued to go to the same high school, and I still felt the pressure to exceed like my father always wanted. However, this time that pressure was my own doing. Apparently, there was a lot about my father that I had never understood. Things that I started learning after the meeting I had with Richard, a few days after my parents' death. That meeting had started with the reading of my parents' will, that I hadn't paid too much attention to at the time, but since realized that practically everything was left to me. The one thing I do remember is being angry that my sister had truly been completely written out of any kind of inheritance, because even though Esme tried to hide it, I could tell it hurt her that she wasn't even mentioned. However, after the formality was over with, I could still remember what Richard said as he folded up the will, and he handed Esme an envelope. "Your father was a very difficult man," Richard sighed, and I could see that he had dropped his professionalism. "He has been my best friend since we were children, and even I have trouble understanding some of the things that he did." Richard shook his head and then looked at me in the eyes, "But I know he was proud of you." He then looked at Esme and added, "Both of you." Esme gasped, looking at Richard in confusion and then back at the envelope. "He gave me that letter weeks ago to keep safe," Richard went on. "I believe it was the day you graduated from Ohio Street." He paused as we were both shocked to hear that our father had known about that. However, as the silence went on, Richard continued, "This is not the first letter that he wrote, though it is the only one I have since he always replaces them. I believe he keeps the rest of them in the safe in his home office, along with his journals. I imagine you'll find them both very illuminating." After reading the letter, Esme was very emotional, and Richard had chosen that time to inform us that, though he was my appointed guardian, and that he would always be there to support us, he had hoped that Esme would want to take me on as her responsibility. He made it clear that my well-being would always come first, which was why Esme was only receiving temporary guardianship for the time being. However, it was his hopes that we could work together to make that more permanent, though he predicted that it would probably take months for the courts to make the final decision. During the summer I had spent most of my time reading my father's journals, making me realize that I had not known the man at all. My father had only shown me the outer shell of who he was, keeping all of his emotions locked away. Of course, even in his journals, the first year after Esme had run away there was nothing but the hard shell. However, his words had gradually softened and then were filled with his doubts about his actions. However, it was his last few journal entries that really confused me. Apparently, my father had deduced that I did not want to be a lawyer, and instead of being upset, he was waiting for me to stand up for myself. It was his hopes that I would find the strength to tell him what I wanted. He wasn't sure what I was waiting for, because he could see my need for change in my eyes. Well, I knew what I was waiting for. Inspiration on what I wanted to be, since I had no clue what I wanted to do with my life. How could I tell my father that the only thing I knew for sure was that I didn't want to be a lawyer? That was why, when I had gone back to my old school in Chicago, that I felt so lost. I wasn't sure what my path was supposed to be anymore. Though I was no longer held to my father's plans, I didn't have any of my own. I got frustrated. Though I still tried my hardest in my lessons and kept my grades up, I could no longer tolerate the people around me. I had already realized that I had no close friends over the summer, but I started to wonder if I had any friends at all. Their snide remarks since school started seemed to be harsher than I could remember. Then again, maybe the guys were just trying to put me down, sensing my weakness and hoping they could get one up on me. If that was their intention, it backfired, because I had made it my mission to excel even more in my classwork. It wasn't until Thanksgiving break that I realized how bitter I had become. "Edward, it is time you tell me what is bothering you," Esme sighed. The frown on her face showed her concern. We were in the middle of eating the Thanksgiving feast that she had prepared for us, though I had only eaten a few bites and was now staring at my plate, playing with my food as she looked at me sadly. "I don't want to talk about it," I mumbled. "I wasn't planning on bringing this up until tomorrow. I didn't want to ruin the holiday," Esme said, and I flinched. "I think this day would have been ruined no matter what," I sighed. Looking at the table with all the food Esme had prepared made me feel bad for what I said. "I'm sorry, I know you worked hard." "No, it's okay, Edward, I know what you mean," Esme said as she too looked at the table. "I wanted to make everything I remember having on Thanksgiving, but looking at it just makes me so sad now. There's too much food and this room is wrong. We should have just eaten in the kitchen like we always do." "No," I sighed, "it wasn't my intention to make her feel bad, even if I agreed with everything she just said. I knew she hated eating in the dining room, especially when it was just the two of us, but today was a holiday and it had made sense. And of course she would want to have the full meal. Everything she did was right and wrong, at the same time." "But the meal is not what is really bothering you," Esme said, deciding that talking about the meal was useless, and cutting to the point. "Edward, you have been miserable for months now." I frowned as I glared at my plate. I hated that she was calling me out like this, especially since I have been trying so hard to make her believe that I was doing okay. I heard her get up and then sit in the chair that was next to me, before she put her hands on my face to make me look at her. Her hazel brown eyes and caramel hair were the same as our father's, but her face reminded me so much of our mother's that sometimes it hurt to look at her. "Please, talk to me, Edward," Esme said. "Don't close me out." "I don't know what to say," I said honestly. "How about starting with the arguments you have been having more frequently in school?" Esme said, moving so she now had her arms crossed, her eyes narrowing at me. "I never started any of those arguments," I huffed. "I know, Edward," Esme said, and I felt myself relax that she believed me. "But we both know that the guys at your school have always bothered you, but you have never had arguments like this before." That was true. I had vented in some of the letters to her about how annoying the guys could be at times, but I have never lost my temper with them before. "I find my tolerance for idiots has run thin." Esme's mouth thinned, and I wondered that if this was how she reacted to my attitude towards the guys at school, what would she think of what was happening with the girls? Not that I was ever going to bring that up with her. "Fine, I'll try to do better in the future," I gave in, mostly to change the subject. I don't think I want to see you try any harder than you are now, Esme said sadly. Then what do you want from me? I huffed in frustration. I want you to be happy, Esme said, and as I opened my mouth to comment she held her hand up to stop me. I know you're grieving, of course you're still grieving, but I think it's more than that. I know overcoming a loss isn't a straight line, but I don't think it's supposed to be like this. You were doing so well over the summer, but ever since you've gone back to school, it's like you're slowly drowning. My shoulders dropped at her words, because that was exactly how I felt. What am I supposed to do? I don't know, Edward, Esme said softly, reaching for my face to make me look at her again, but I'm here to help you figure out what you want. That's the thing, I don't know what I want. I was becoming angry again. I have no effing clue what I want. I'm trying so hard to think of something, but I've got nothing. Edward, I know that you've had to deal with Dad's pressure for a long time, and how it had freaked you out when you learned that pressure was no longer there, Esme said empathically, but you're 17, you don't have to have your whole life planned out for yourself right now. I just stared at her blankly as I took in her words. It wasn't something that I was used to hearing. As you know, I was a little apprehensive of you going back to that school at the start of the year, Esme went on, but I agreed with Richard that uprooting you at that time wasn't what was best for you. However, I have wondered lately if maybe a change in scenery might be what we need now. I said as conflicting emotions filled me. The idea of never going back to my school was a welcomed one. However, it also felt wrong. I don't want to run away. And we won't, Esme said, making sure she caught my eyes and smiled sadly at me. As long as you feel that way, I promise we won't move. Or even change schools. But Edward, I want you to give some serious thought about what you think is best for you. She paused and then placed her hands on my chest. Don't worry about what anyone else thinks, and listen to your heart. It took me 2 weeks to get back to Esme and tell her that I thought she was right and a change in scenery would be good for me. It was like after that conversation a burden had been lifted off my shoulders, and I was able to think straight again. I took my time to really think about what I wanted, because I did not want to feel like a failure by leaving. However, I was still doing well in my classes, and the more I thought about it, I realized I didn't have anything to prove to the people here. Esme was right, I needed to put myself first. Though Esme had become my full guardian in October, we had thought it was best to go to Richard with our decision. I had worried that he would be against the idea of us leaving, but he was not only supportive but also very helpful. He was able to use his connections to get Esme an interview for a job that was much more suitable for her than her current job she had gotten a week after moving to Chicago, and after the successful interview she had accepted the job. I was a little surprised about the small town that Richard had suggested, figuring that he would have wanted me to go to another prestigious school, or at least to a big city. However, he just told me that the small town would prove that I was able to persevere in the face of diversity, and that the curriculum of the school was acceptable. He added that this move could look very favorable on college applications. Whatever his reasoning was, I didn't really care. I was just glad that I had the opportunity to start over. Now, we were in Forks, Washington, having arrived a few days ago on Saturday. We had decided to drive from Chicago so that I would have my car, a silver Volvo that I had received as a 17th birthday present from my parents. It was the last gift I would ever get from my parents, and I loved it. Esme's car and all of our stuff arrived on Sunday, and we had spent most of that day trying to organize the house as best we could. I had loved the house as soon as we got here. It was nothing like our house in Chicago, which had always felt too big and fancy to get comfortable in. The new house felt welcoming and homey. It had a nice kitchen and eating area, a comfy living room, and my favorite, a music room, that was soundproof to a certain extent, that had a baby grand piano already in it when we had arrived. When I tried to question Esme about the piano, she just smiled at me and shrugged. It has only been a little over a month since I started playing the piano again, as it was shortly after my talk with Esme on Thanksgiving. It had been too painful at play over the summer, and I had thought it was too frivolous to play while I was in school. On the second floor of the house was Esme's master bedroom and small office for her on one side and my room on the other. I had spent all day today getting my room in order. Though my room was much smaller than the one in Chicago, I found that I liked it more. There was a window nook where I could sit and look out to the forest that was our backyard. A desk and a bed, and the rest of the walls were filled with shelves. Half of the shelves were filled with books, and the other half held my vast music collection, along with a decent sound system. Since it was Martin Luther King Day, the first didn't have to go to school today, but Esme had gone to the office of her new job, which was located in Port Angles. I wondered why she had chosen to live in Forks when her office was at least an hour drive away, but she insisted that most of her work would be done in Forks. That was true enough, as most of her work could be done in her home office, and the other portion of her job dealt with going to clients' homes, so I let it go. All I know was that Esme was extremely happy when she got home, so I knew we made the right decision. It really didn't matter if everyone in school were the biggest jerks ever, or if they gave me a hard time, because with the open space that filled this area, I felt free. January 17, 2005 Forks, WA. I stared at the ceiling as I listened to the rain hitting my window, wondering what tomorrow was going to be like. It was going to be the first day at a new school, and I had no idea what to expect. The only schools I have ever gone to were prestigious private schools my father had enrolled me in, and I always had to fight to be the top student in my classes. Even the last 4 months, I continued to go to the same high school, and I still felt the pressure to exceed like my father always wanted. However, this time that pressure was my own doing. Apparently, there was a lot about my father that I had never understood. Things that I started learning after the meeting I had with Richard, a few days after my parents' death. That meeting had started with the reading of my parents' will, that I hadn't paid too much attention to at the time, but since realized that practically everything was left to me. The one thing I do remember is being angry that my sister had truly been completely written out of any kind of inheritance, because even though Esme tried to hide it, I could tell it hurt her that she wasn't even mentioned. However, after the formality was over with, I could still remember what Richard said as he folded up the will, and he handed Esme an envelope. "Your father was a very difficult man," Richard sighed, and I could see that he had dropped his professionalism. "He has been my best friend since we were children, and even I have trouble understanding some of the things that he did." Richard shook his head and then looked at me in the eyes, "But I know he was proud of you." He then looked at Esme and added, "Both of you." Esme gasped, looking at Richard in confusion and then back at the envelope. "He gave me that letter weeks ago to keep safe," Richard went on. "I believe it was the day you graduated from Ohio Street." He paused as we were both shocked to hear that our father had known about that. However, as the silence went on, Richard continued, "This is not the first letter that he wrote, though it is the only one I have, since he always replaces them. I believe he keeps the rest of them in the safe in his home office, along with his journals. I imagine you'll find them both very illuminating." After reading the letter, Esme was very emotional, and Richard had chosen that time to inform us that, though he was my appointed guardian, and that he would always be there to support us, he had hoped that Esme would want to take me on as her responsibility. He made it clear that my well-being would always come first, which was why Esme was only receiving temporary guardianship for the time being. However, it was his hopes that we could work together to make that more permanent, though he predicted that it would probably take months for the courts to make the final decision. During the summer, I had spent most of my time reading my father's journals, making me realize that I had not known the man at all. My father had only shown me the outer shell of who he was, keeping all of his emotions locked away. Of course, even in his journals, the first year after Esme had run away, there was nothing but the hard shell. However, his words had gradually softened and then were filled with his doubts about his actions. However, it was his last few journal entries that really confused me. Apparently, my father had deduced that I did not want to be a lawyer, and instead of being upset, he was waiting for me to stand up for myself. It was his hopes that I would find the strength to tell him what I wanted. He wasn't sure what I was waiting for, because he could see my need for change in my eyes. Well, I knew what I was waiting for. Inspiration on what I wanted to be, since I had no clue what I wanted to do with my life. How could I tell my father that the only thing I knew for sure was that I didn't want to be a lawyer? That was why, when I had gone back to my old school in Chicago, that I felt so lost. I wasn't sure what my path was supposed to be anymore. Though I was no longer held to my father's plans, I didn't have any of my own. I got frustrated. Though I still tried my hardest in my lessons and kept my grades up, I could no longer tolerate the people around me. I had already realized that I had no close friends over the summer, but I started to wonder if I had any friends at all. Their snide remarks since school started seemed to be harsher than I could remember. Then again, maybe the guys were just trying to put me down, sensing my weakness and hoping they could get one up on me. If that was their intention, it backfired, because I had made it my mission to excel even more in my classwork. It wasn't until Thanksgiving break that I realized how bitter I had become. "Edward, it is time you tell me what is bothering you," Esme sighed. The frown on her face showed her concern. We were in the middle of eating the Thanksgiving feast that she had prepared for us, though I had only eaten a few bites and was now staring at my plate, playing with my food as she looked at me sadly. "I don't want to talk about it," I mumbled. "I wasn't planning on bringing this up until tomorrow. I didn't want to ruin the holiday," Esme said, and I flinched. "I think this day would have been ruined no matter what," I sighed. Looking at the table with all the food Esme had prepared made me feel bad for what I said. "I'm sorry, I know you worked hard." "No, it's okay, Edward, I know what you mean," Esme said as she too looked at the table. "I wanted to make everything I remember having on Thanksgiving, but looking at it just makes me so sad now. There's too much food and this room is wrong. We should have just eaten in the kitchen like we always do." "No," I sighed, "it wasn't my intention to make her feel bad, even if I agreed with everything she just said. I knew she hated eating in the dining room, especially when it was just the two of us, but today was a holiday and it had made sense. And of course she would want to have the full meal. Everything she did was right and wrong, at the same time." "But the meal is not what is really bothering you," Esme said, deciding that talking about the meal was useless, and cutting to the point. "Edward, you have been miserable for months now." I frowned as I glared at my plate. I hated that she was calling me out like this, especially since I have been trying so hard to make her believe that I was doing okay. I heard her get up and then sit in the chair that was next to me, before she put her hands on my face to make me look at her. Her hazel brown eyes and caramel hair were the same as our father's, but her face reminded me so much of our mother's that sometimes it hurt to look at her. "Please, talk to me, Edward," Esme said. "Don't close me out." "I don't know what to say," I said honestly. "How about starting with the arguments you have been having more frequently in school?" Esme said, moving so she now had her arms crossed, her eyes narrowing at me. "I never started any of those arguments," I huffed. "I know, Edward," Esme said, and I felt myself relax that she believed me. "But we both know that the guys at your school have always bothered you, but you have never had arguments like this before." That was true. I had vented in some of the letters to her about how annoying the guys could be at times, but I have never lost my temper with them before. "I find my tolerance for idiots has run thin." Esme's mouth thinned, and I wondered that if this was how she reacted to my attitude towards the guys at school, what would she think of what was happening with the girls? Not that I was ever going to bring that up with her. "Fine, I'll try to do better in the future," I gave in, mostly to change the subject. "I don't think I want to see you try any harder than you are now," Esme said sadly. "Then what do you want from me?" I huffed in frustration. "I want you to be happy," Esme said, and as I opened my mouth to comment she held her hand up to stop me. "I know you're grieving, of course you're still grieving, but I think it's more than that. I know overcoming a loss isn't a straight line, but I don't think it's supposed to be like this. You were doing so well over the summer, but ever since you've gone back to school, it's like you're slowly drowning." My shoulders dropped at her words, because that was exactly how I felt. "What am I supposed to do?" "I don't know, Edward," Esme said softly, reaching for my face to make me look at her again, "but I'm here to help you figure out what you want." "That's the thing, I don't know what I want." I was becoming angry again. "I have no effing clue what I want. I'm trying so hard to think of something, but I've got nothing. Edward, I know that you've had to deal with Dad's pressure for a long time, and how it had freaked you out when you learned that pressure was no longer there," Esme said empathically, "but you're 17, you don't have to have your whole life planned out for yourself right now." I just stared at her blankly as I took in her words. It wasn't something that I was used to hearing. "As you know, I was a little apprehensive of you going back to that school at the start of the year," Esme went on, "but I agreed with Richard that uprooting you at that time wasn't what was best for you. However, I have wondered lately if maybe a change in scenery might be what we need now." I said as conflicting emotions filled me. The idea of never going back to my school was a welcomed one. However, it also felt wrong. I don't want to run away. And we won't, Esme said, making sure she caught my eyes and smiled sadly at me. As long as you feel that way, I promise we won't move. Or even change schools. But Edward, I want you to give some serious thought about what you think is best for you. She paused and then placed her hands on my chest. Don't worry about what anyone else thinks, and listen to your heart. It took me 2 weeks to get back to Esme and tell her that I thought she was right and a change in scenery would be good for me. It was like after that conversation a burden had been lifted off my shoulders, and I was able to think straight again. I took my time to really think about what I wanted, because I did not want to feel like a failure by leaving. However, I was still doing well in my classes, and the more I thought about it, I realized I didn't have anything to prove to the people here. Esme was right, I needed to put myself first. Though Esme had become my full guardian in October, we had thought it was best to go to Richard with our decision. I had worried that he would be against the idea of us leaving, but he was not only supportive but also very helpful. He was able to use his connections to get Esme an interview for a job that was much more suitable for her than her current job she had gotten a week after moving to Chicago, and after the successful interview she had accepted the job. I was a little surprised about the small town that Richard had suggested, figuring that he would have wanted me to go to another prestigious school, or at least to a big city. However, he just told me that the small town would prove that I was able to persevere in the face of diversity, and that the curriculum of the school was acceptable. He added that this move could look very favorable on college applications. Whatever his reasoning was, I didn't really care. I was just glad that I had the opportunity to start over. Now, we were in Forks, Washington, having arrived a few days ago on Saturday. We had decided to drive from Chicago so that I would have my car, a silver Volvo that I had received as a 17th birthday present from my parents. It was the last gift I would ever get from my parents, and I loved it. Esme's car and all of our stuff arrived on Sunday, and we had spent most of that day trying to organize the house as best we could. I had loved the house as soon as we got here. It was nothing like our house in Chicago, which had always felt too big and fancy to get comfortable in. The new house felt welcoming and homey. It had a nice kitchen and eating area, a comfy living room, and my favorite, a music room, that was soundproof to a certain extent, that had a baby grand piano already in it when we had arrived. When I tried to question Esme about the piano, she just smiled at me and shrugged. It has only been a little over a month since I started playing the piano again, as it was shortly after my talk with Esme on Thanksgiving. It had been too painful at play over the summer, and I had thought it was too frivolous to play while I was in school. On the second floor of the house was Esme's master bedroom and small office for her on one side and my room on the other. I had spent all day today getting my room in order. Though my room was much smaller than the one in Chicago, I found that I liked it more. There was a window nook where I could sit and look out to the forest that was our backyard. A desk and a bed, and the rest of the walls were filled with shelves. Half of the shelves were filled with books, and the other half held my vast music collection, along with a decent sound system. Since it was Martin Luther King Day, the first didn't have to go to school today, but Esme had gone to the office of her new job, which was located in Port Angles. I wondered why she had chosen to live in Forks when her office was at least an hour drive away, but she insisted that most of her work would be done in Forks. That was true enough, as most of her work could be done in her home office, and the other portion of her job dealt with going to clients' homes, so I let it go. All I know was that Esme was extremely happy when she got home, so I knew we made the right decision. It really didn't matter if everyone in school were the biggest jerks ever, or if they gave me a hard time, because with the open space that filled this area, I felt free. January 18, 2005 Forks, WA. I was glad that I decided to wake up early, as the nerves I convinced myself I wasn't feeling last night's showed their ugly head. I quickly went through my morning routine, showering in the downstairs bathroom, as the house only had two and the other was located in Esme's bedroom, which she was happy about, seeing as she didn't want to share with me. I looked at myself in the mirror, inspecting my chin after I had finished shaving, making sure I hadn't missed anything. Then I checked my hair, wondering what I should do with it. My mother always liked my hair tamed, and I know that it was longer than she preferred. She always hated when my hair was long because my bronze locks fell into my face and hid my beautiful green eyes, as she would always say. I decided to brush my hair back, making it as tame as possible for the time being, but knowing that I was likely to run my hand through my hair at some point. It was something I tended to do when I was nervous or frustrated, two emotions I expected I would feel today. This was why I had refused to get my hair cut. Whenever it was short, my nervous habit made my hair look messed up, but with the longer style it made my hair look intentionally messy. "Edward, are you almost ready?" Esme called, and I realized that I had been in the bathroom longer than I had expected. "I'm coming," I said as I picked up the button-up gray shirt I had decided to wear today and left the room. I took a seat at the kitchen table, or was it a dining table? I wasn't sure, as I could see into the kitchen and the room wasn't technically separate, but it did feel like its own room at the same time. I'm sure Esme could tell me what to call it, but I don't really want to ask her now. "You look nice," Esme started to say enthusiastically, but seemed to try to tamper it down. I wondered what she was going to say, but was distracted when she placed a plate with strawberry crepes in front of me. "You didn't have to do this," I said, but I was touched by her effort, as I had learned, over the last 6 months, that cooking was one way she liked to show she cared. "Today is special. Don't expect this every morning," Esme answered with a smile and took the seat next to me with her own plate of food. I rolled my eyes. I knew that already. Usually I had cereal before school. I decided it was best just to eat, instead of making any further comments. "These are incredible, thank you." "You're welcome," Esme said, watching me closely. "Are you nervous?" "A little," I admitted, before taking another bite of my food, though this is a very good distraction. "Good, that was my hope," Esme admitted. The rest of the meal passed in comfortable silence, and before I knew it was time to go. I quickly picked up our plates, and brought them to the sink, rinsing them off, and then placed them into the dishwasher. I then rinsed off the bowls in the sink, also putting them in the dishwasher, and cleaned the pan on the stove. Though I had limited time, I knew if I left them Esme would have washed the dishes, and I didn't feel that was fair. I thought the least I could do after she prepared a meal was to clean up afterwards. "Thanks," Esme said with a bemused smile after I finished, and then hugged me. "Have a nice day at school." "Thanks," I smiled at her too, before leaving. The drive to my school was straightforward and traffic-free. Of course, the locals might view the 5 cars wait at the stop sign to be heavy traffic, but I was used to driving in downtown Chicago, so this was a breeze. Pulling into the parking lot, I noticed that my car stood out compared to the others in the lot, which was mostly filled with older sedans, trucks, and SUVs. I took a deep breath before getting out of the car and headed to the office so that I could get my schedule. The person in the office was a little flustered as she handed me the schedule and explained that I would have to get my teachers to sign it and then return here at the end of the day. I thanked her and quickly made my way to my first class. I knew I only had a few minutes to get there before it was supposed to start. As I walked into my first class, I noticed that everyone was openly staring at me as I dealt with the teacher, Mr. Mason. Luckily, he didn't make a spectacle of me and I was able to find a seat in the back of the class to settle in. I looked over the syllabus and had mixed feelings. The good news was I had not read most of the books that we will read this semester. The bad, I didn't expect much challenge with the material. As Mr. Mason started the lesson, I took notes and it seemed that he was knowledgeable enough. "Hi, I'm Eric Yorkie," an Asian boy said to me as soon as the class finished. His greasy hair was slicked back, and he was holding out a hand towards me in greeting. "Edward Masson," I responded, taking his offered hand a little hesitantly. The mixture of geeky confidence reminded me a lot of the guys at my other school. The kind of guys that were helpful because it looked good and then would stab you in the back if they found the opportunity. "I just wanted to welcome you here," Eric said. "What's your next class?" "Government with Mr. Jefferson," I answered, looking at my schedule. "I can show you where it is, if you need help," Eric offered. "No, I noticed all the buildings are numbered. I should be able to find it," I answered, and I was starting to feel a little bad about my previous thoughts. Though Eric's words were similar to what I had expected, his tone was friendly and his actions seemed genuine. "Thanks for the offer." "No problem," Eric shrugged, and then walked away. As I got up, I noticed that all the other students were lagging and looking at me still, and they had listened to our conversation as if it had actually been interesting. I rolled my eyes but otherwise ignored them as I made my way to my next class. The rest of the morning went similarly. I would get to my class, get slightly disappointed with the class syllabus, and then noticed my classmates staring at me. I could see what Richard had meant by the curriculum being acceptable, as all the classes were at the appropriate level for my age, though slightly lower than what I had been taking. However, I knew that the level of the class didn't matter as much as continuing to receive the top grades that I always achieved at my other school. "Hi, Edward," someone came up to me as I was thinking about my classes, and I looked up to see a girl with a vast amount of curly brown hair. "I'm Jessica Stanley." "Hello," I said awkwardly, not sure what else to say, as she had already used my name. "I just thought I could show you where the cafeteria is," Jessica said breathlessly. I didn't have an answer. I wanted to tell her that I could figure out where it was, but that seemed rude. "And you can sit with us, if you want," Jessica added quickly, her hopeful blue eyes never left my face. I couldn't help but repeat, finding myself in the same predicament only worse. I wasn't sure I wanted to sit next to this girl, not with the way she was looking at me, but it would be rude to refuse her request. Not to mention, I didn't like the idea of trying to find a seat in the cafeteria all on my own. Where was overhelpful Eric when I needed him? I'd much rather he offered me a seat at his lunch table. However, I had no choice but to accept Jessica's offer now, so I stood up and nodded my head towards her and said, "That would be nice, thanks." I watched as Jessica's cheeks turned red and she smiled a little too widely at me, before she turned and started leading me to the cafeteria. That was when she started her chatter, informing me about the students we passed as we walked. Informing me about the classes and teachers that worked at the school. Telling about all the activities that could be done in Forks, and then quickly adding on the better options at Port Angeles while complaining about the hour drive it took to get there. By the time we got to our seats with our lunch, I was exhausted, even though I hadn't said a word. When I took my seat, I noticed that 2 girls were already sitting down, and there were 2 other seats available. "Edward, this is Lauren Mallory," Jessica introduced, gesturing towards the girl with cornsilk hair and then to the other girl, with light brown hair and eyes, "and this is Angela Weber." "It's nice to meet you both," I said, forcing myself to keep my manners, even though I did not like the way that Lauren was eyeing me. I decided to take the seat closer to Angela, since after smiling at me friendly as we were introduced, she went back to paying attention to her meal. Unfortunately, Jessica sat on the other side of me, and continued to chatter at me as I started to eat. The 2 remaining seats at the table didn't stay empty long, as they were filled by a blonde boy, his hair in spikes, and, ironically enough, Eric. Apparently, there was no escape from this table today. "Hey man, how's your day going so far?" Eric asked after he got settled. Once again his tone seemed genuinely friendly. I noticed that the disgusted glare that Lauren was giving him disappeared as she rolled her eyes and turned to look at me, seeming to be interested in how I was going to answer this. "It's gone pretty good," I said, realizing that even though this lunch was slightly uncomfortable, so far school has been 10 times better than my last semester in Chicago. "I feel like this will be a good change for me." "Yeah, I heard you're from New York," the blonde boy, Mike Newton as he had introduced himself, said. His tone was flat, and his pale blue eyes were looking over me as if sizing me up. "I'm from California originally, so I know what it's like to move here." "I'm from Chicago, actually," I responded, and then feeling like I was being rude, added, "But yeah, I think it will take some time to get used to the different atmosphere here." "So, Edward, what are you planning on doing after school today?" Lauren asked, drawing everyone's attention to her, and then they looked at me waiting for my answer. "Oh," I responded, my hand moving to my hair, as I tried to think how to answer her. I wasn't sure why she was asking, but I feared it was because she wanted to spend time with me. The look she was giving me now only increased that fear, and proved that her desires should be avoided at all costs. "I'm planning on going home and doing my homework. I want to make sure I keep up with my studies right now, until I get acclimated." Lauren started to say something. The way she was twirling her finger through her hair and smiling at me filled me with dread. "I'm the same way. I always like to take time at the beginning of the semester to make sure all my bases are covered," Angela said, giving me a timid smile before she focused on her food again. I got the feeling I owed her a thanks for her intervention as I saw Lauren glare at her. I started eating again as silence came over the table and I took some time to look around the cafeteria. I noticed that the room was filled with likely the whole school's student population and was still less crowded to the staggered lunch period of my old school. It was as I was looking around that I first saw them. I'm not really sure what drew my attention, other than the fact that there was something distinctly different about them than the rest of the students. "Those are the Cullens and Hales," Jessica said, noticing where I was looking and supplying me with information, or I should say gossip. "The big guy is Emmett and the little girl is his sister Alice. The blondes are twins, Rosalie and Jasper Hale." The big guy actually seemed like an understatement when it came to Emmett's size. He had to be at least 6'5" and built like a linebacker in college if not pros. However, little girl seemed like an accurate description of Alice, as judging by her size she could have been passed off as a middle, or even elementary, schooler. Of course, once you took in her facial features, you would never confuse her with a child. The two Cullens seemed friendly enough, judging by the occasional smirk, or even laughter, as they were clearly teasing each other. The blonde Hales seemed to be the polar opposite to the Cullens. Rosalie Hale was tall, with a statuesque beauty, which included the vacant stare of her eyes. She hardly seemed to pay any attention to her companions. At first, I would have described Jasper as the least noticeable of the lot, as he seemed to shrink into the background, and compared to Emmett, he seemed more gangly, though still rather tall. However, when he gave a shy smile in Alice's direction, his whole demeanor seemed to change, and I realized that he wasn't gangly at all and was just as noticeable as the rest of them. For there were definitely similarities between the four that none other in the room had shared, though I couldn't put my finger on what those similarities were exactly. "Emmett and Alice were adopted by Dr. Cullen years ago," Jessica went on as I continued to stare at the other table. "Then he got the Hales just before last fall because he's their godfather or something. I don't understand why he wanted to get bogged down with so many kids. Dr. Cullen isn't even 30 yet," Lauren commented sourly. "I heard he was working at a homeless shelter as a doctor and started fostering kids or something," Jessica said. "And it's not like he could say no if he was the Hales' godfather." I did not like this subject, as it ran too close to my own situation, but I know for a fact that Dr. Cullen could have said no, or the courts could have, if he wasn't suitable to be a guardian. Looking at the Hale twins, I couldn't help but feel how similar our situations were, though they were able to stay with their sibling because their godfather took charge of them, whereas I got to stay with Esme because mine had not. The result was the same. We all got to stay with the only family we had left. Of course, that was just a hypothesis since I didn't know if the Hales had other siblings or family members left. "I don't think it's right to have a single guy looking after so many teenagers," Lauren said, her voice nasally and grated on my ears. "You know they're all dating each other." "I'm not sure Alice and Jasper are dating," Eric said. I thought I heard a touch of hope in his voice. "No, they're definitely dating," Mike said with a shiver. There was a booming laughter from across the room, and I looked to see that Emmett was smiling at a new girl that had just joined the others at their table. Though I could only see her profile, as she was looking at Emmett, I found that I was transfixed by her presence. It was like she had all of the attributes of the others that drew me in, but there was something more about her. No, it was more like there was something missing. It was like the sense of wariness that the others exuded was not present with her. "That's Isabella Swan," Jessica said, again noticing my staring and filling in the information I needed. Isabella turned her head then, and when her eyes locked onto mine, I felt my breath catch as I averted my gaze. I felt my cheeks heat up in embarrassment that she had caught me staring at her. Though that wasn't the only reason for my reaction. In that second that I looked at her full on, I was amazed by what I had seen. Her brown hair, that framed her heart-shaped face perfectly, seemed to become wavy once it passed her shoulders. Her lips had been curled upward in laughter, as her eyes danced with amusement. I wondered what Emmett had said to her that made her so cheerful. "She's the only one that ever dares to approach the Cullens and Hales," Jessica continued. I couldn't help but look at the other table again, as I was confused by what Jessica had just said. It sounded like Isabella was a new and odd addition to the table, but watching them interact with each other it was clear that she belonged with the others. "She's Chief Swan's daughter, well, adopted daughter or cousin or something," Jessica explained. "She came here when her father was arrested and imprisoned. I heard the chief was involved with that." Jessica, Angela said softly, but her tone was firm. What? Jessica looked at her in shock. Really, but it's all true. I doubt the chief had anything to do with the arrest, since it was in Phoenix, Eric supplied, though Jessica and Angela ignored him as they shared a look. Is it because it sounds judgmental? Jessica asked and Angela nodded her head. This is why all your gossip has sucked lately, Lauren grumbled, glaring at Angela again, who seemed unfazed by the look. Everyone knows her dad was some big-time drug dealer loser, and her mom died of an overdose. I glared at Lauren and her vile words, clearly mean, spiteful girls were everywhere, spreading rumors or making them up just to be cruel. Because even if that was the truth, it was not something that should be just thrown out there in such a manner. In fact, information like this should never be shared by people whispering behind the person's back. It should only be shared by the person, and only if they wanted to talk about such a personal matter. I don't think that's any of your business, I said harshly through gritted teeth, and definitely not something you should talk about. Lauren looked at me taken aback, but I just turned away from her. I didn't have anything else to say to her. The rest of the meal was spent in awkward silence before the bell rang, and it was time to go to the next class. Edward, I'm sorry for what I said, Jessica said before I could leave. I'm a recovering gossipaholic. Well, not really, because I still gossip a lot. But I'm trying not to be mean about it. I still get carried away sometimes. I nodded at her. She really didn't owe me an apology. After all, what she had said hadn't been too bad, especially if the information was true. However, this did make me wonder what kind of gossip she and the others was spreading about me. As I made my way to my next class, which was biology 2, I felt my feet drag a little. The ups and downs of the day were starting to get to me, especially after what just happened at lunch. However, my thoughts about lunch left my mind as I was directed, by Mr. Banner, to sit next to Miss Swan, my new lab partner. I couldn't help but search the class for the only empty seat, and then to look at the person next to it. As I approached, I realized that my earlier thoughts of the girl were entirely inaccurate. My early assessment had been too simple, as her hair wasn't brown, it was a lovely shade of mahogany, with a red tinge that came out as her hair moved in the slight breeze of the fan. I noticed that her lips were full and seemed to naturally curve upward, and there was a gold tint to her dark eyes. Or at least I thought there was at my first glance, but as I got closer everything about her seemed to change. Her posture stiffened, becoming more rigid, which made her similarities to the Cullens and Hales more noticeable. Her lips suddenly turned downwards, and her eyes were completely dark, no black. Once I actually got to the table, her frown turned into a glower, as her eyes narrowed at me. I felt a chill at the back of my neck, as if everything in me was screaming danger. A part of me wanted to hide from the glare she was giving me, but I forced myself to sit next to her, taking out my notebook and pencil. Thoughts of talking to Isabella left my mind as I felt her glare on me as the class started. It wasn't until halfway through the class that I wondered if she had guessed I had heard the gossip about her and expected that I would judge her as harshly as Lauren had. I took a chance, and I tilted my head slightly so I could peek at her through my bronze hair that had fallen across my face. Her eyes were still in my direction, but they were no longer focused on me, and she was taking shallow breaths that seemed to be causing her pain. Or perhaps it was the reverse, she was breathing shallowly because she was in pain. Are you okay? I found myself asking with concern. Isabella's eyes shifted towards mine again and she gave me a weak smile and nodded her head. I'll be fine, thank you. Her voice was soft and was almost musical, and her eyes seemed to have regained their gold tinge at the edge, as if the light was seeping into the darkness, bringing out their warmth. The smile quirked the corner of her lips and I couldn't help but stare at them as my heart started to pick up its pace. Suddenly, Isabella turned away from me, her arms going across her waist, and I couldn't help but fear she was in pain again. Are you sure you don't need help? I asked, wondering if I should try to take her to the nurse's office. I'm sure. Isabella's reassuring smile grew, though her eyes were sad. Thank you, Edward. I have no idea why my heart decided that moment it would bang against my chest, though I was in awe of her voice stating my name. I feared my reaction to her would cause her to cringe away from me again, but instead she continued to stare into my eyes, and I was captivated by the glow of life I found in them. Any time, Isabella, I found myself saying, as if I wanted an excuse to say her name too. Bella, Isabella said, as her teeth worried her bottom lip. I frowned at her, not sure what she meant when the bell rang, signaling the end of class, and before I could ask her anything she was leaving the room. Bella, huh, was that what she preferred to be called? I wondered. Hey man, seems like Isabella has stunned you, Mike said with a laugh, bringing me out of the stupor I was in. She has that effect on all of us. Right. I wasn't sure how to respond, so I collected my stuff and started walking towards the gym. I wasn't pleased when Mike started following me. Apparently, we would have the next class together too. But you shouldn't get too attached. She's friendly enough most of the time, but she doesn't hang around normal people too much, Mike went on, in what seemed to be a friendly warning, but his eyes were tight, and they didn't seem very friendly at all. I'll keep that in mind, I shrugged indifferently. I didn't have to dress for gym, as I had to get my uniform in the right size, and that took time. The rest of the class was supposed to be playing volleyball, though I used that term lightly as it was more like they were just whacking the ball around aimlessly. After class was finished and most of the students left to get changed, I went to Coach Clapp and asked if I could head to the office, since I had to drop off the signed sheet. Luckily, he allowed me to go, and I was able to get there just as the final bell rang, signaling the end of my first day of school. I was relieved that this day was over. January 18, 2005 Forks, Wah. Would you like some tea? Esme asked as soon as I walked into the house. She was in the kitchen trying to look like she was busy, but we both know she was waiting for me. I rolled my eyes at her for hovering but then shrugged. Tea would be nice, thank you. Esme quickly turned and took care of the tea, before bringing it to the dining table where we had breakfast. I could see her fidgeting, and I knew she was trying her hardest not to ask how my day went. Did you like working from home today? I decided to ask instead of giving her the information she desired. Most of my day was spent setting everything up and making sure my connection with the main office will work properly, Esme said after giving me a withering look, but she was cheerful as she described her day. I'm looking forward to tomorrow when I start working on my first real project. I'm glad to hear things are working well, I said and then took a slow sip of tea. This is good. Edward, stop teasing me, and tell me how your day was. Esme shook her head at my stalling antics. Though she had looked slightly worried when I arrived, she could tell by my mood that it must not have been so bad. It was kind of a mixed day, I answered honestly, and I started to wonder why my mood was so upbeat, considering some of the things that had happened. Really? Esme said, seeming to notice the change in my emotions as I thought more of my day. Did something happen? Everything was fine for most of the day, I shrugged. Everyone stared at me, and my classes seem a little easy. I'm a little worried I might have too much free time on my hands. Oh no, the horror. Every teenager's nightmare, free time. Esme gasped dramatically. It's just not something I'm used to. I couldn't help but chuckle along with her. Unfortunately, my amusement died quickly. That's not all that happened, Esme said knowingly. It was just at lunch there was a lot of gossip. I frowned, remembering the rumors that were stated. About you? Esme asked with a grimace. I didn't think about that. I didn't think about that either, I muttered, wondering what stories were going around about me already. I also wondered what kind of gossip Lauren would spew about me after I snapped at her. No, the gossip was about a doctor, who had already adopted 2 children, and is now taking on the care of his twin godchildren. It was already hitting home, some of the things that was said, but this one girl was particularly mean. Esme placed her hand on top of mine and squeezed it in support. I'm sorry that happened. I never understand how people could be so cruel, especially about someone that was being so generous, but sadly there always seems to be people who think being mean and putting others down is their right. I hope the others at the table weren't as bad. I frowned, thinking about what she said. That conversation had soured my mood, but I could see what Esme was saying. I shouldn't let Lauren's attitude make me judge the rest of Forks' population poorly. There was one girl that admitted she was a recovering gossipaholic, or at least she was trying not to be mean-spirited about her gossip anymore. Is gossipaholic even a word? Esme said, her eyes twinkling in amusement. She could tell I wanted to change the subject, so she brought up a pet peeve of mine. Not sure, but with the way the OED allows new words, I wouldn't be surprised, I grumbled, mostly for effect. Speaking of which, I probably should start my homework. Okay, Esme said, realizing I didn't want to talk anymore and then giving me the space I needed. Oh, January 19, 2005 Forks, WA. I made it to school earlier today, so I had time to look around the parking lot again, and I noticed that my car was not actually the best at the school. As there was a BMW M3 red convertible, and you could tell the owner took good care of it. I might have stared, more like drooled, at the car for a few minutes before I forced myself to turn away and head for my class. However, I didn't make it more than a few steps before another car caught my eye. It was not a new car like my Volvo or the BMW, but it wasn't like all the other old cars in the lot. For one thing, it was a 70s car, instead of a late 80s early 90s as the others were, and it had the look of a classic muscle car. As I stepped around it to admire the side, I realized that it had a truck bed, which meant it had to be in El Camino. As I continued to walk around the car to the back, I realized that someone was leaning against the tailgate. My eyes traveled up the tightly jean-clad legs, and then the firmly fitted jacket, and lastly the mahogany hair, noticing how the red in it highlighted its waviness. Isabella's head turned slightly, so she was facing me more fully, and, as her lip curled into a smirk, she asked, "Like what you see?" "Yeah," I said articulately, and I could feel my ears start to burn as I realized that I wasn't talking about her car. I then made the mistake of looking into her eyes as the warm butterscotch color drew me in, and I had to force myself to stop moving towards her, so I didn't get into her personal space. It was surprising to see how light her eyes were, since yesterday they had been mostly black, with only a hint of this warmer color. Not sure what to say or do, I brought my hand through my hair and asked, "Are you feeling better today?" "I am." Isabella's eyes saddened at the question, but I felt her smile was genuine as she said, "I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable yesterday." "Oh no," I said, stumbling over my words as I tried to deny her apology. "I was just worried about you." Isabella's lips thinned as if she didn't believe me, but before she could say anything, the bell rang, signaling that there were only a few minutes before the start of school. "It looks like it's time to go," she said, leaning off the car, and as she moved towards me, I turned to walk next to her. "What's your first class?" "English," I said. "You?" "Trigonometry," she answered just as simply as I had. As we neared the different class buildings, she turned to raise an eyebrow at me when we passed my classroom, and I continued to walk next to her. I shrugged my shoulders in response, and her only reaction to that was to smile at me. Once we got to the door to her classroom, she turned to me and said, "Thank you, Edward." "You're welcome, Bella," I said, ending on a question as I hadn't been sure that was what she wanted me to call her. Her smile was breathtaking, and I felt my heart skip a beat. Then I thought I saw her eyes darken as she turned away from me, and my heart started racing, as I worried that she might have been in pain again. I didn't have time to think about it, as I had to get to my class. I quickly made my way out of my fourth period Spanish class, not wanting to be stopped by Jessica today. I agreed with Esme that I shouldn't judge Jessica too harshly, as her gossip had been tamed and informative, but I still felt like I would rather avoid being subjected to more of it. However, after I got my food, I wasn't sure where I was going to sit. "You can join us," Eric said from behind me, and I started to shake my head. "Nah, not that table. I promise, there will be no gossip today." I was confused until I realized that Eric wasn't heading to the table with Angela, Lauren, and another girl I didn't know. Instead, he was heading for a table where two other guys sat, and they seemed to be talking adamantly about something. "Edward, this is Ben Cheney and Austin Marks," Eric introduced us. They both greeted me with hellos, and then went back to their conversation. This table was perfect. "So, Edward, what do you think? Who would win in a fight between Ant-Man and the Atom?" Ben asked, turning the lively debate to me. "Sorry, unfortunately I don't get enough free time to read comic books, so I can't make an informed guess," I said. I was actually surprised that had even heard of those characters and knew one was from DC Comic and the other from Marvel. "Well, that's a better answer than Lee's, stating that Ant-Man would win because his name is alphabetically first," Ben snorted. Lee Stevens, who joined us a few minutes ago, just shrugged. "Pick better characters and I might have more of an opinion." I listened to the conversation with amusement, as the other guys made witty comments and educated about comic books arguments. At the end of lunch, I was starting to feel a little bad by the preconception I had the other day. "Hey, Eric," I said, and waited until he looked at me. "I need to apologize to you." Huh, Eric cocked his head to the side in confusion. When we first met, you reminded me of some of the guys I knew at my other school, I admitted. Oh, Eric's confusion cleared at my last comment and he actually chuckled. Don't worry about that man. I heard some horror stories from my cousin in New York, how the guys could be two-faced. Though I must admit introducing myself to you wasn't completely altruistic. Yeah, he was using you to bump up his popularity for a day or two, Austin said. He even snagged himself a seat at the Queen Bee's table. I looked at Eric and raised an eyebrow at him. I wouldn't call it a bump in popularity. Sure, I talked to more people yesterday than I had all of last month, but Eric shrugged as if that's all he had to say. Besides, I'm not sure that sitting at Lauren's table is a benefit. I was just lucky she was on her best behavior. That was her best behavior, I said, though I wasn't completely surprised that was the case. I thought she was going to chew me out when I first sat down. I think she was trying to impress you, Eric said and then smirked, not that that happened. Did you really call Lauren a stupid bitch? Lee asked with a snicker. What? I was alarmed that anyone thought I would say something so vulgar to a girl I had just met. No, I told you that didn't happen, Eric said. I know, but your version was boring, Lee chuckled. Yesterday, all you did, Edward, was give her a cold shoulder, but this morning Katie was convinced you had cuss out Lauren in the middle of the cafeteria. Ridiculous, we were all in the cafeteria yesterday. Ben rolled his eyes at the absurd comment. I think we would have noticed a spectacle like that. I know, right, Lee was actually laughing, seemingly he didn't really believe the rumors. Though, this morning I did see you walk Isabella to her first class with my own eyes, so I know that's real. I thought you said there would be no gossip. I chose to ignore Lee's comment, though my ears were burning, and turned to glare at Eric. Sorry, I had not anticipated this, Eric sighed. Usually, it's just geek debates on Wednesday. Okay man, just answer me one question, and I'll drop it, Lee said, and I just stared at him blankly. How did that happen? How did you even start talking to her? I was just admiring her car, and she noticed me, I decided to answer. Man, that is a sweet car, Austin exclaimed. I can't believe Chief Swan just gave it to her. I know, there is no way my dad would have given me that car, Lee agreed. He barely lets me drive Mom's minivan. Not to mention how much the chief loved that car. I think I saw him cruising once, Ben chuckled. Interesting, so the car had belonged to Bella's father, and he had given it to her, presumably, so she could have transportation. From the limited information I had on him, it would seem that the chief was a generous person that clearly cared about Bella. I was glad that the bell rang then and I was able to leave this table. Today's lunch was a vast improvement from yesterday, but it still had a shaky ending. Sorry about Lee, Ben said as I was about to leave. He thinks it's funny to rile people up, but he didn't mean any harm. Don't worry about it, I shrugged. I was a little annoyed but honestly, I have thicker skin than that. As I headed to the biology classroom, I found that I was a little nervous. Talking about Bella just now had put her in the front of my mind and I started to worry about how she would react around me this time. I hope that things will go as they had this morning. She seemed much better and was happy enough that I had walked with her to class, but I had seen her expression change just before she went in. I feared that she had been putting up a pretense when we were walking and really wanted me to leave her alone. I tried to keep my mind off my nerves, as I walked into the class, and my eyes immediately searched for our desk, noticing that Bella was already there with her head turned towards the window. When I got to my seat, I scraped the chair across the floor, making sure it made a noise, so it wouldn't surprise her that I had joined her at our desk. Bella turned towards me, and I was pleased to see that she had a small smile, the one where just the corner of her lips were curved upward. Hello again, Edward. Hello, Bella, I had to say, and realized that I had been thinking of her as Bella, instead of Isabella, since this morning. I don't know why that had changed, but I knew it was more than the fact that it was what she preferred to be called. Perhaps it was because none of the other students here seemed to call her Bella, and it made me feel special. How are you liking Forks so far? Bella asked since we had a few minutes before class started. It's been interesting, I answered, surprised by the truth in my words, and knowing that she was the sole reason for that. I have found things here that I hadn't expected. Oh, Bella's mouth quirked up more, as if she knew what I was thinking. And what would that be? I said, feeling my ears burn again, and my hand nervously ran through my hair. Luckily for me, Mr. Banner called the class to order, and I didn't have to try to think of something interesting in forks that didn't involve Bella. I quickly turned my focus to the teacher, taking notes on what was being described. Keeping my focus on Mr. Banner was a much harder task than I had thought it would be, as I had to fight off the desire to look at Bella. I compromised with myself by hunching slightly so I could peek at her through my hair whenever I got a chance. That is how I watched her, as she took her own notes, her hand producing an elegant script. I could tell she was sitting up straight, because if she was leaning forward at all her thick hair would have easily hidden her face, but fortunately for me, I was able to see her profile. The second time I peeked, I noticed that Bella's mouth quirked upwards slightly. The third time I looked, her smile spread and I knew I was caught. I turned to face her more fully, giving her a sheepish smile. "Mr. Cullen," Mr. Banner said, and I looked blankly at him, not sure what he wanted. Bella's notebook moved slightly in my direction, and I read the highlighted words. "The Krebs cycle," I stated, trying to sound convincing. Mr. Banner didn't seem to be fooled, but he moved on in his lecture. "Thanks," I mouthed to Bella, and she smiled. I paid more attention to the rest of the class, not wanting to get into trouble. That turned out to be a good move, as at the end of class Mr. Banner informed us that we would be taking a quiz on Friday and told us it was important to understand this material. "Do you need any help understanding the material? You seemed a little distracted for a moment there." Bella's eyes glittered as she teased me. "I'll be fine," I said sharply in my embarrassment. "I'm sorry." Bella's amusement left and I felt like a jerk for snapping at her. "Science is one of my best subjects," I tried to explain. "Okay," Bella said, and I was displeased to see she was still not smiling. That displeasure became worse as she got up to leave the class. Feeling like it would be a bad idea to leave things this way, I gathered my bag and quickly followed her. Of course, I don't really know what Mr. Banner's tests are like. Maybe a little help wouldn't be such a bad idea, I tried to explain, but felt like an idiot. She was probably teasing me and not really offering me help. Bella turned to look at me, seeming to be studying me for something, and I was relieved when she smiled again. "I was just teasing you before, but my offer to help you was genuine. If you think it would be beneficial, I would love to study with you." "Yeah, I do," I answered. I can see studying with her as being very beneficial to me. "When do you think a good time to study would be? Considering we'll probably get more new material, maybe we should wait until after school tomorrow," Bella suggested. "That's reasonable," I said, trying not to be disappointed that she didn't suggest meeting earlier than that. "Where do you think is the best place to study?" "One of our houses would be easiest," Bella shrugged. I stared at her blankly at the suggestion. "Or we could stay here if that would make you more comfortable," Bella said unsurely, as she worried her bottom lip. "No," I said, "your home would work." She raised an eyebrow. She had said one of our houses, so I hope I wasn't making her uncomfortable by suggesting her house. It wasn't like my house would have been too bad, but I wasn't sure how Esme would react to me studying with a girl. "Okay, I'll see you tomorrow, I guess," Bella said, and I realized that we were standing in front of her class and I really had to get a move on to the gym, since I was participating today. "Yeah, see you tomorrow," I couldn't help but return the smile she gave me. January 19th, 2005 Forks, WA. I'm not sure how I had gotten through the rest of the day, as I had been filled with nerves once I left Bella at her classroom and made my way to the gym. Luckily for me, I was athletic enough so I should be able to get through the volleyball game without too much difficulty, even if my attentions kept wandering to Bella. I couldn't believe she had agreed to study with me at her house. I wondered if the chief was going to be there or were we going to be alone. Oh crap, were we going to be alone? A ball came flying at my head then and I was just able to get my hands up in time before it hit me. The ball had deflected off of me and flew over the net, and the other team boggled it so it landed on the ground. I noticed Mike Newton's smirk turn to a frown, and I felt sure that he had been aiming for me. I scowled at him as he returned to his spot on the court and I did the same. I paid more attention after that, and our team easily won the game. I was even able to block Mike a few times, much to his chagrin. He glared at me after the last time, but Coach Clapp had blown the whistle to end the game, and we headed to the locker room to get changed. As we were leaving the locker room, Mike bumped into my shoulder forcefully. "Sorry," Mike muttered insincerely as he glared at me and left the room. I just stared after him, not believing that had just happened. I didn't even know the guy and had no idea what his problem was. "I don't think Mike likes that you've been talking to Isabella," Austin Marks snickered as he shook his head. "He's always telling everyone how she likes him. Are they dating?" I asked, feeling my stomach clench in revulsion at just the idea of that jerk being anywhere near Bella. "No way," Austin snorted, "but that doesn't stop him from running off any guy that tries to get to know her." "That's appalling." I scowled as we walked to the parking lot and I watched Mike's retreating back. He had no right to try to interfere in Bella's life. "Maybe," Austin shrugged, not seeming to care, but he did smirk at me. Then he turned to his car and said, "See you tomorrow." "Yeah, see you." I felt my ears burn as I continued walking to my own car, and it was only then that I remembered to look around the lot to see if I could spot Bella, but the El Camino was already gone. When I got home, Esme wasn't in the kitchen this time, so I headed upstairs to her office, which was the door straight ahead of the stairs landing. "It seems like you're enjoying your new project," I said as she was staring thoughtfully at her computer screen. "Oh," Esme startled and then glanced at the clock on her desk and turned to smile at me. I didn't even realize it was so late. "But yes, this project is challenging and everything I was hoping for." "I'm glad to hear it," I said and then turned to go to my room. "I think I'll go do my homework. Then I'll start dinner at around 6, I added, remembering that it was Wednesday, which was the day of the week I offered to cook since normally Esme was supposed to work out of the office on that day. Since she was at work on Monday this week, they had decided she could stay home today. "You don't have to do that today, I didn't go to work." Esme's attention was on me again. "It's my turn, and you seem to be in the zone," I said, smirking, and Esme rolled her eyes at me but didn't argue any further. I made my way to the left side hallway to get to my room and started working on my homework. However, I wasn't able to finish it before 6, even though I had nothing challenging to do. It was just every few minutes my mind would wander to Bella. How she had looked leaning against her tailgate, the smirk on her lips and a twinkle in her eyes. The similar, though more mischievous, look she gave me when she caught me peeking at her during biology class. Her beautiful, breathtaking smile she had as she agreed to study with me. When my mind wasn't focusing on Bella's appearance, it tried to figure out the mystery of the girl instead. How did her eyes keep dramatically changing colors, ranging from honey yellow to pitch black? Why did she look like she was in pain sometimes? Why was she so unique? Why did she hold my interest like no one ever has before? Whenever my mind came to that question, I quickly tried to bury the thought. I wasn't ready to explore why Bella had captivated my mind so much. It's not like she was the first girl that I had noticed before, but she was the first that didn't annoy me almost immediately after we've talked. I always felt that the girls at my other school were only interested in how I look or were trying to use me for grades or worse. When I talked to Bella, I felt like she was just being herself. Or maybe it was more like she was a complete mystery to me. I put those thoughts out of my mind as I made dinner, which was spaghetti. Esme teased me when she saw the dish. This was only the third time I had cooked since we've been living together, and I had always done the same dish. She was right. I was going to have to learn to cook something else soon, because spaghetti every Wednesday will get old fast. At least the other 2 meals had been months apart. Oh, January 20th, 2005 Forks, WA. When I got to school, I was disappointed when I saw the El Camino, but Bella wasn't around. I was hoping I could talk to her again this morning, but I pushed down my disappointment as I went through my morning routine. My classes seemed to drag, and it felt like it took forever before it was lunchtime. Again, I left the room before Jessica could come up to me, but I was confident that I could find a suitable table to eat today, so I didn't worry about getting to the cafeteria in a hurry. I realized after I got my lunch that my assumption might have been a little hasty. When I had looked for Eric, I first noticed that he was at a completely different table than yesterday, and there was only one seat left. I made my way quickly to the table and sat in the open seat and got a few "heys" from the other guys. I wasn't used to lunch tables that had a fixed number of seats, and it didn't make much sense to me. What if you had 6 friends you wanted to eat with? There would always be an odd man out. That was when I realized that there were two guys that I didn't know at the table and Ben was missing. I looked around the cafeteria to try to find Ben, fearing I had taken his seat, but I found that he was already sitting at the table with Angela, Jessica, Mike and two guys I didn't know. Looks like Ben snagged his seat next to Angela today, Austin said, noticing that I was looking in that direction. Looking at the mentioned pair talking made me wonder why Ben wasn't always sitting with Angela. Did I take his seat on Tuesday? I mused and realized I actually said it out loud. Nah, Lauren was already sitting there, Lee said. He usually avoids the table when she's there. Lauren is such a bitch to him. She's a bitch to all of us, Austin corrected. But luckily she spreads her bitchiness around by joining different tables as she pleases. It seems lunch here is like playing a giant game of musical chairs, I reasoned. Yeah, and this time we got stuck with a couple of freshmen, Lee chuckled, nodding his head towards the other two guys at the table, who ignored him. That's true, the only table that's always the same is the Cullens, Eric observed at the same time. I couldn't help looking for the table he mentioned, knowing where it would be seeing as he said it didn't change. I didn't have the chance to look at the table yesterday, because the one I sat in was in the corner and my back was to the rest of the room. I hadn't thought about that during that lunch, but last night I realized that I had missed my chance to see Bella sooner when I had chosen my seat yesterday, and I was glad that hadn't happened today. I was just in time to see that Bella was taking her seat between Emmett and Alice. I frowned as I noticed she didn't seem as happy as she had been on Tuesday, and she kept looking towards Rosalie, who was glaring daggers at her. Emmett, sitting between them, seemed to be trying to defuse the situation. The carefree laugh he had the other day was long gone. I looked back at Bella, and saw that she didn't look angry at all, even though Rosalie was clearly furious. Instead, she looked somber but resolved. When her head started to turn in my direction, I looked down, focusing on my food and ignoring the other guys snickering. I decided that it would probably be best not to look at the Cullen table again, though of course I had peeked a few times. The rest of lunch was spent with idle chit-chat and the others thinking about going to Port Angeles on Friday or Saturday to see a movie. Oh, I don't know why I was nervous as I knocked on the door to Bella's house. I had spoken to her just a few minutes ago. After our biology class, Bella suggested that she meet me outside of the gym so we could wait for the parking lot to clear up a bit before I followed her home. Come on in, Bella said once she opened the door wide so that I could enter. I thought we would study at the kitchen table. As I walked into her house I looked around curiously. Or I could give you the tour, Bella suggested when I hadn't gone farther into the house. This is the living room, Bella said, moving to the room, and I followed her, seeing an average space with a recliner and sofa set facing a TV. Then she moved to the fireplace, and its mantel was filled with pictures, and this is the family room. I walked over to the fireplace, interested in seeing the pictures, and was a little surprised by them. The first picture looked like it belonged in a museum, as it looked like one of those photographs that were first taken in America. It depicted a man with his arms around a woman that was holding a baby. The picture next to it was similar, especially of how the family were standing, but you could tell that it was taken a little later in time. The same could be said about the next. The fourth frame was actually a trifold. The first picture was of a man in a World War II uniform, next one featured the same man in uniform holding a woman in a wedding dress, and lastly, there was a picture of the woman holding a baby. This miniseries of photos made me sad, as it painted a picture of a young man fighting in the war and never coming home. I turned to ask Bella about the picture, but the look in her eyes as she also stared at them made me hesitate, as she had a remorseful smile on her face, her eyes traveling over each of the photos. This is the Swan Family Historical Gallery, Bella said when she realized I was looking at her. Instead of saying anything, I decided to look at the last few pictures on the mantel, all three of which featured the El Camino in the background. The first was of a couple beaming at the camera leaning against the driver's side door, and there were cans and a sign that you could see, "Just Married," in black marker tied to the back of the car. The next was a teenager, with the man from the first picture standing next to him whose arm was wrapped around his shoulder. The last picture was of Bella, with a man standing next to her. Both of them had a big smile for the camera. "And what's this part, the history of your El Camino?" I asked, thinking that might be a safer topic to broach. "I suppose so," Bella chuckled. "So, I'm guessing these two are of your dad," I said, looking at the last two pictures. "That's Charlie," Bella corrected. The first was his 16th birthday when his dad gave him the car. And the other is when he gave me the car this August. Sorry, I grimaced as I realized my mistake. Jessica had said Bella was the chief's daughter first but then corrected it to adopted daughter or cousin. Then mentioned that Bella's real dad was imprisoned. It's okay, Edward, Bella said, but her expression was pensive, before she turned to me with a sad smile and said, we should probably get to studying. Yeah, I sighed, still feeling like I had stuffed my foot in my mouth with my last comment. There was an awkwardness as we took our seats at the table that hadn't been there between us since I had arrived, and I wish I knew how to alleviate it, but I couldn't think of a thing to say. It really is okay, Edward, Bella tried to say, but it did nothing to make me feel better. It's just I knew and I didn't. I rambled on, unable to form a proper sentence, probably because I didn't know what to say. I realized that this was upsetting me more than my simple blender should have, but I was at a loss to why. You heard the rumors about me, Bella supplied, her face filled with concern, about how Charlie saved me from a crack den. What? I gasped. Bella giggled, her eyes twinkling, and it lightened my heart. So, you hadn't heard that one. Good. That wasn't funny, I grumbled, though of course I was glad that she could laugh at the subject. You just looked so stressed, I thought I needed to give you a shock, Bella shrugged. Though I believe you did hear the one where my father was a drug dealer and my mother died of an overdose. That's the preferred story, I find. I nodded my head to indicate I heard that rumor. That one's not true either, Bella said sadly, her eyes became pensive again as she worried her bottom lip. Bella, I said, reaching my hand towards the one she had resting on the desk and placing it on top of it. I felt a shock as I touched her hand, which sent a tingling sensation through my fingers and up my arm. However, I also noticed how cold her hand had felt to the touch, as if she had just placed it in a bag of ice. I felt her hand twitch, as if she was going to remove it from my grasp, but instead she took a breath and turned her eyes to focus on me. You don't need to tell me what happened, I said sincerely, hoping she could tell that I truly understood how difficult this was to talk about. I know it's personal. I want to tell you, Bella said, her shy smile warming my heart, even though she was still worrying her bottom lip. I could tell she was nervous, and when she spoke again it was clear she was selecting her words carefully. I worried I was still putting too much pressure on her. However, she said she wanted to tell me, and I wasn't about to stop her from opening up. I knew how difficult that was to do. My father was not a nice man, particularly to me. You see, my mother died giving birth to me, and he always blamed me for that. I squeezed her hand to show support, and she looked down at our entwined hands with a small smile on her face. The smile vanished as she continued. What my father was guilty of, was being greedy, Bella continued in a monotone, distant voice. You mean embezzlement, I said, and Bella shrugged. Bella didn't seem to want to supply any more information about that, and I didn't blame her, but I was a little worried. I knew there were various degrees of embezzlement charges and sentencing, and I knew it was possible that he might not be in prison long. Do you know when he gets out? I'm never going to see my father again, Bella said harshly, and I felt bad about my comment and started sliding my hand away from hers, but she stopped me, grabbing a hold of my hand this time. Somehow that made the tingling feeling stronger, as if electricity was humming where our hands were connected. Sorry, I never liked talking about that man. I nodded my head in empathy, as I had always found it hard to talk about my own father. However, compared to Bella's, it seems my father was a saint. And now you get to live with the chief. The chief, Bella repeated, the twinkle in her eyes returning, and I realized that I had used the town's term for the man. Yes, I know I'm very lucky to have Charlie in my life. Living here makes me feel like I'm finally home. Charlie is truly a wonderful man, kind and generous. I'm glad you have him, I said heartfeltly. Bella smiled back at me before she removed her hand from mine and turned her attention to the textbook on the table. I have to say that I didn't like the loss of holding her hand, but I did come here to study, so it was best we get to that. We spent 30 minutes going over the material we had learned in the last few biology lessons. Then Bella stated that it was clear I didn't need further studying and started to list all the quirks that Mr. Banner liked to use to trip up his students. What? Bella said when I had questioned her about her new approach. You told me you were good in science, but wasn't sure about Mr. Banner. I'm just giving you the information you requested. Thanks. I chuckled at her reasoning, and we spent another 15 minutes working on this. I think that's about as much information as I can give you, Bella finished with a sigh. Well, this has been very helpful, thanks, I said, though I made no move to get up. I knew we were done studying, but I didn't want to leave. Don't mention it, Bella smiled, especially since we both know you would have aced the quiz regardless of my help. Maybe, I shrugged, but it's still nice to study with someone else to make sure. Is something wrong? Bella asked with concern. I'm just remembering my last time studying with someone else, I admitted with a grimace as the memory of the last few times I had studied with my friends, and how Travis had asked 100 softball questions to fill my head with pointless facts. Then Mark had purposely tried to line up misleading facts so that I would come up with a weak conclusion to a history essay I was writing. Sometimes it's better studying alone. So, is there some truth to the stories about backstabbing boys that chased you out of your prep school in New York? Bella asked. I turned my grimace in her direction until I realized her eyes were twinkling with amusement again and knew she was teasing me. I found that difficult to believe since you're from Chicago, but who am I to argue with the popular gossip of the town, Bella added, and I rolled my eyes. Do they have nothing better to do than spread baseless rumors? I sighed dramatically. Actually, they don't, Bella chuckled. Gossip is a highly lucrative form of entertainment in this town. Usually it's harmless though, even the ones about you. I asked her, though we already discussed this, and she hadn't seemed to mind. I wanted to make sure. It's not so bad, seeing as they mostly make Charlie into a hero and point out, I had a terrible father, Bella shrugged. Both of which are true, even if other facts aren't. I wonder what they said about my family. I found myself musing out loud, something I had been thinking about the last few days. Though I had spoken a few times about my school to the guys, no one had mentioned my home life, but I was sure there had to be rumors about that too. Bella didn't answer right away, as if she wasn't sure if I really wanted an answer. I wasn't sure either, but when I gave her a nod of encouragement she responded. The rumor is that you moved here with your single mother because you couldn't handle living in the big city. I shook my head at what was said. Other than the fact that it was impossible that Esme could be my mother with our age difference, the rumor wasn't far from what I feared it would be. In fact, if we had moved here before Thanksgiving, I would have said the rumor was true. Thankfully, after my talk with Esme, I knew I could handle living in Chicago and getting through my studies, but there was really no point in torturing myself just to prove a point to people I didn't care about. I'm sorry, I should have known better than to bring up the whole gossip subject, Bella groaned miserably. I don't believe it. It's okay, Bella. I was curious, I responded to her, and then wondered what to say next as the tension in the room built. Bella had been so open to me about her past that I wanted to return the favor, but I wasn't sure I was ready for that. Did I want to share what happened to me over the summer, how I had struggled the last 6 months trying to discover who I'm supposed to be now? I wasn't sure, but I did know that as I looked at Bella, the concern and supportive look she was giving me made the tension ease just a little. I realized I didn't have to tell her everything today, but I could be honest with her about a few facts. Esme isn't my mother, she's my older sister, I stated, and we didn't leave Chicago because we couldn't handle it. It was more like neither one of us were happy there and we wanted to make a new start. Esme was working for a big company, and I guess it was an okay job, but she didn't have any creative freedom. Now she's working for a small company based in Port Angeles, though she mostly works at home. It's only been a few days, but I can tell she's happier with the situation. And I didn't run away because my friends were backstabbing jerks, though they were. If it was just that, I would have stayed miserable in Chicago just to prove to those idiots that I was better than them. I shook my head, remembering how I had felt at that time. Made me see that what they thought didn't really matter. And I didn't have to worry so much about what anyone else had planned for me. That I shouldn't just worry about school and my future, but I should also take the time to enjoy my life. Esme sounds like a wise woman, Bella said. She's the best, I agreed, but I felt a ping in my heart as I thought of my mother and how much I missed her. I felt Bella's hand cover my own and I just stared at it as I was caught up in emotions. The electric hum from her touch was comforting now, and when I looked at her understanding eyes, I knew I was safe to open up more. I lost my mother. Both my parents this summer, I explained, trying to fight back the tears that were coming with my emotions. I couldn't look into Bella's eyes, but I still felt the warmth of her support as she squeezed my hand again. "It's okay, Edward. Two contradictory things can be true," Bella said, breaking the long silence with encouraging words. "Esme can be the best and you could wish your mother was still here." I gave her a watery smile as I took in what she was saying and knew she was right. I can be happy living my life with Esme and enjoy all the freedom I have, and I can wish my mother was still here, so she could witness the change in me. I could wonder how my mother would react to the decisions I've made and hope she would be proud of me and still be happy that Esme was the one supporting me now. "Thanks," I said. Things were awkward again after that as Bella removed her hand and I had no idea what to say. Bella also seemed to be at a loss of what to do or say, so the silence stretched for several minutes. That was when Bella's alarm went off, startling me. "Sorry about that," Bella said and then explained, "That's just the alarm reminding me to start dinner." "Oh," I said, looking at the clock and saw that it was past 5. "I didn't realize it was that late." "Time flies when you're studying and revealing heartfelt secrets," Bella supplied, teasing again. I suppose. I couldn't help but smile at her attempt to make our serious talk seem lighter again. "I probably should be going. Esme will be worried if I don't get home soon." "Okay," Bella agreed, standing up as I started gathering my things and then walked with me to the front door. I turned to her, worried that the awkward ending of our conversation will make it more difficult to talk to her tomorrow or ever again. "We should do this again sometime. Share emotional stories," Bella asked, again with the twinkle in her eyes. I meant studying. I rolled my eyes at her and her adorable smile. Bella's expression became more serious as she worried her lips. "Honestly, Edward, I'm not sure either one of us need help studying." I frowned at her but realized she was probably right. I really didn't need the help, and after listening to her today, it was clear she was highly intelligent. "However, I won't mind having you around while we do homework together," Bella offered instead. "It might even make the assignments somewhat entertaining." "That sounds perfect to me," I beamed at her as I answered, and we made plans to do our homework together tomorrow. I couldn't keep the smile off my face as I drove home. February 3, 2005 Forks, WA. It was impossible to describe how my life had changed in the first few weeks of living in Forks. I had realized the moment we had made the decision to leave Chicago that I felt relieved, but it was so much more now, and the sole reason for that was Bella. When I moved here, I had just wanted to have the space to really think about what I wanted to do, and to try to enjoy life a little along the way. Now, those thoughts never entered my mind as I spent my time with Bella, but I didn't feel like I was slacking off as I continued to work hard in my studies. Luckily, Bella's suggestion to do homework together was for every day of the school week, though that did seem to make the weekends to drag a little. After all, the best part of my day was the 2 hours I spent at Bella's house as we worked together. Even though there was a slight hiccup on that first Friday, January 21, 2005, Bella had just finished her explanation about why Romeo and Juliet had such a resonating theme even today. This wasn't something for class, it was just something we had stumbled onto, and I might have egged her on by claiming all the characters in it were a bunch of idiots. It was obvious she had realized what I said was just to get to her, as her eyes glimmered with amusement, but she continued her lecture anyways. When she leaned forward, some of her hair fell in front of her face and I reached for her without thinking. Before my hand could get halfway there, she backed away before she stiffened, her eyes darkening. "I'm sorry," I said, dropping my hand. "It's okay," Bella tried to say, but I shook my head. "I made you feel uncomfortable," I insisted. "I didn't mean to, but I did and I'm sorry." "Okay," Bella sighed, not arguing anymore. I could tell she was still upset, but, as she looked at me sadly, I felt I wasn't the one she was upset with. "Can I ask what I did wrong?" I wondered, as she had seemed to be comfortable with me yesterday when I had touched her hand. At least I hadn't seen her react negatively. "I'm sorry, I just have some issues with people being in my personal space," Bella sighed, with a remorseful smile. "Especially when I'm caught off guard." "I'm sorry," I sighed again, feeling worse, wondering if yesterday I had gone too far, until I felt her hand grasping mine. I stared at our hands for a few seconds before looking at her confused. "I'm not caught off guard now," Bella smiled at me shyly. "I know I'm being confusing, but please, just give me some time." Okay. I agreed, even if I didn't know what she meant by time. I knew I would do just about anything she asked me to. I had spent the rest of that Saturday morning wondering what Bella had meant about needing time. How she had said it, looking at me shyly as she held my hand. I hoped it meant that she was feeling at least some of the attraction that I had for her, though I couldn't see how that was possible. However, I decided over the weekend the best policy was to continue what I had been doing, treating her with respect and building our friendship. I spent the rest of the weekend in the music room, first getting lost in my favorite classical pieces. Esme joined me for a time, enjoying the music while I practiced. However, once I started working on my own composition, something I had been doing the last month and a half, Esme left me alone. January 22, 2005. I can see that you need your space, Esme said, patting me on the back, and I turned to smile at her. That was when I noticed she had a preoccupied look on her face. I questioned, "What's wrong?" Esme said distractingly before she turned her focus on me and smiled. "Nothing's the matter. I was just thinking that this room needs to be remodeled." "What?" I questioned, looking around the room not understanding what needed to be changed. There was a comfortable couch that Esme had been sitting on while listening, but I could imagine myself laying whenever I needed a break. There was a small desk where I could work on composing, if need be, though I mostly planned on working in front of the piano for now. The walls were padded and soundproof, so I could play to my heart's content without causing a disturbance. I was happy about this, because I really didn't want anyone to hear me while I was working on my own music. I wasn't talking about the room itself, Esme clarified, as she held onto the door, swinging it back and forth with a frown. I was thinking about making this a sliding glass door, so that you can keep it open whenever you feel like practicing and close it whenever else you wanted to. That way I wouldn't have to be in the room and crowd your space every time you play. I enjoy it so much, but I don't want to hover over you all the time. That does sound like an interesting idea, I agreed. Though I don't mind you coming in here. Today you don't, and maybe not ever, but I still think it would be nice to make the change, Esme shrugged. I think I'm going to go work on the idea now. I wonder if I could be my own client. Okay, see you later, I chuckled as she continued to mutter at herself, excited to work on the home project she had now assigned to herself. I was pleased when I got to school on that next Monday and Bella was still in the parking lot, leaning against the tailgate of her car like she had on my second day here. When I approached her, she smiled at me and tapped the tailgate, and I took that to mean she wanted me to join her. I was pleased to see she didn't mind when I walked with her to her classroom again. I could tell that this was going to be a morning tradition. Later that day in fourth period, Jessica had asked if I was still mad at her, seeing as I had basically ignored her other than saying, "Hi," in class. I honestly told her that I wasn't upset with her, but I had been leaving quickly since I had no desire to sit at her table during lunch again. Jessica accepted the news with a sigh, though she seemed to think that meant she should spend her time chatting with me during fourth period and walking with me to the cafeteria. Once I got my food we would separate, and I would join the guys at whatever table they were at that day. I wasn't sure I liked this new development, but I went with it as it seemed harmless enough. Lunch was now an interesting affair as I divided my time between talking with the guys and peeking at Bella as she sat with the Cullens and Hales. Starting on that Monday I had been watching the entrances to the cafeteria, so I noticed when she entered, and then walked to the line for food. I watched as she interacted with the other students, just simple greetings, but it seemed pleasant enough. Then I watched as she joined the Cullen table, and the ease she had talking to them. I could tell whatever tension I observed last Thursday was still there between her and Rosalie, and it never seemed to ease as the days went by, but everyone else at the table were comfortable with her. After I finished my second week here and it was again the weekend, I felt a little listless since I knew that I wouldn't be able to see Bella for 2 days. Even when I had tried to distract myself with music I found I was too anxious to keep the proper pace, and my rhythm was off. When I tried to work on my own song, I was too tense to continue for long. So instead, I decided to lay down on the couch in the music room and think. Of course, Bella had filled my mind. Bella was such a mystery to me. Unlike everyone else I've met, it was not easy for me to predict how she would react to things. I always felt off balance when she was around, but in a good way. I learned that I could understand her better by watching her smiles or frowns whenever they were around, and her eyes. I quickly realized that her smiles were enticing. No, that word didn't do them justice. Her smiles were enchanting. It was like every time she casted a smile my mind would be captivated by it until I could work out what it meant. Now I was pleased to note I could recognize some of them, placing them in their different categories. Her mischievous smiles, her shy smiles, her surprise smiles, her breathtaking smiles, all of her smiles were locked in my mind, and I tried my hardest to make sure she would release them. Especially the smiles that she only gave to me. However, it was her eyes that really gave the insight to her feelings. Not only by the way they would change colors, but by how expressive they were. I concentrated on the emotions I saw in her eyes, as I couldn't really understand the change in her eye color, though I did monitor the effect constantly. I don't know how to explain how she always feels so closed off to me, causing me to feel off balance, but when I look into her eyes, I could see how honestly they portrayed her emotions. It was at the end of our study session on Monday that I had been reminded of something I had been meaning to ask, and thought this was the perfect setting. January 31st, 2005. Bella, I said after she had stood up as she prepared to walk with me to the door like she normally would do. Yes. Bella paused as she looked at me with a raised eyebrow. I was wondering well I started, fumbling over my words in my nerves, but that disappeared when her eyes softened and her lips pressed thin in her attempt not to laugh at me. You cook for Charlie, right? Yes, Bella said, her eyebrows burrowing in confusion, as we both knew that every day after I left, she would cook dinner, since she had mentioned that the first time we met. I've been cooking on Wednesday for Ease and myself, but so far, it's just been spaghetti, I said. I was just wondering maybe I could watch you cook. Okay, Bella said, her eyes sparkling, but I think it might be better if you help me. That way you can really learn something. Yeah, I agreed, knowing that probably would be better. Do you want to start today? Bella asked hopefully, but I shook my head. I should have thought of this earlier, but it's getting too late, I sighed. That's okay, Bella shrugged. I'll think of something good to make and we'll start a little earlier tomorrow. Thanks, I grinned at her. Bella had decided to make a stew on Tuesday, stating that she wanted to see my knife skills, and then she would show me a few basic cooking techniques. She also had us start right away, saying that if we finish quickly then the stew would have longer to cook, making it richer in flavor. It was a good thing that we started early, because Bella deemed my knife skills subpar. February 1st, 2005. Sorry, I sighed as I looked at the unevenly chopped celery. It's okay, Edward, I think I can whip you in shape with a few suggestions. Bella smiled at me and I felt my ears warm. For starters, I think it would be best if you slowed down a little. I pressed my lips together, because I didn't want to argue with her about this, but I knew whenever I cut slowly, things got sloppier, not better. But before you start, watch this, Bella said, showing me how she held the vegetable, a carrot this time, and then the knife, before she slowly started chopping. I was mesmerized by her, but I wouldn't say I picked up anything she showed me. Edward, Bella shook her head as she caught me, and I smiled at her sheepishly. Your turn. I grabbed a new carrot and tried to hold it how she showed me, but she moved my hand slightly before nodding. Then I grabbed the knife and placed it over the carrot. Bella corrected my grip and positioning, and since she was standing behind me, I couldn't help but feel my ears heat up again. Pay attention, Bella said sharply. Instead of doing what she requested, I relaxed my stance and faced her with a raised eyebrow. Though her request had been commonplace, her tone had been a lot harsher than the moment warranted. Sorry, Bella sighed, but you're holding a sharp object. I don't want any accidents. Okay. Okay, I agreed, though I was still worried by the stress she was still showing. I went back to concentrating on cutting, making sure I was positioned how Bella showed me. Then I sort of rocked the knife back and forth as Bella had done and was surprised I had produced a similar result with my cuts. There, that's much better, Bella smiled at me, but her eyes were still a little sad from her outburst. I made a promise to myself that I would be very careful, so she won't have to worry. How about we try the onion next? Do we have to? I don't want to start crying in front of you, I complained overdramatically. Bella gave me a real smile this time as she handed me the onion. Then she took her own onion, so she could demonstrate what I should do. After we were finished with that, and thankfully there weren't any tears, she took out a giant pot and poured some oil in it. She told me that the carrot, celery, and onion mixture is called a mirepoix, and it is a very common French technique, used for soups, stews, and various sauces. I just nodded my head, mesmerized again. Now we are going to brown the chicken, Bella explained. We had already prepared that, just having to salt and pepper it on both sides. Since we're going to shred the chicken this time, we're going to cook it whole. Okay, I said, watching as she cooked the chicken, and when it was ready she removed it. While it was resting she browned the mirepoix together. Can you shred the chicken for me? Bella requested, and I nodded, but gave her a blank look. Just get 2 forks, use one to hold the chicken and the other to pull it apart. Like this, I said as I did as she said, and she nodded her head. After I was finished, Bella added the chicken to the pot, along with some beans, a mixture of seasoning, chicken broth and a bay leaf. And that's it. Now it just needs to cook. Wow, I said, because it really did seem easy, and though she did the actual cooking I felt like I helped. I might actually be able to do something like that myself. Cooking doesn't have to be difficult, Bella agreed. There are plenty of simple recipes that also taste good. Still, I'm a little worried about what I'm going to do tomorrow. I frowned as we made our way to the kitchen table so we could get a little work done. Bella said, but hesitated before she worried her bottom lip. I could help tomorrow, if you want. I stared at her for a moment, not understanding what she was offering. We could meet at your house, Bella clarified. Oh, I said, I hadn't even thought about that, but she had a good point. If we were at my house, she could help me make a meal. I had been avoiding going to my house because I liked the privacy we had here. Not to mention I hadn't told Esme that the person I was studying with was a girl. Though I was starting to suspect that my sister had guessed. That sounds like a plan. Oh, February 2, 2005. Bella had made a good game plan for the dinner I would cook, deciding that we could make tacos. That way all I had to do was cut onions and tomatoes, sauté some meat and spice some ground pork, and then once Esme gets here assemble the tacos. Which Bella told me animatedly in the morning when we met at her car. Though it was decided then that we should probably start cooking first, when she came to my house, I thought it was only right that I gave her the tour of the downstairs area like she had with her home. We quickly moved through the living room, as it just had a TV and couches. I thought it was a little odd this room was so spare until I realized that S and I haven't spent much time in here. If we were together, it was either in the kitchen or my music room. I was nervous as I led Bella to my music room, opening the door so she could go in first. Oh, Bella gasped as she looked around the room, taking in the baby grand piano and the rest of the stuff in the room. You told me you enjoyed playing, but I wasn't expecting this. I wasn't expecting this either, I admitted. S surprised me when I got here. I knew she would make sure I had at least a good upright piano, but this I trailed off as I touched the lid on my piano. I was also picturing the piano being in a family room, or a nook, not in its own room like this. Your sister really is incredible, Bella beamed. I know, and she's planning on making this room better, I went on excitedly, gesturing to the desk in the room so I could show Bella the draft Esme had drawn of the changes she wanted to make. Of course, the improvements are mostly for her benefit. This way I can open the doors up so she could listen to me while I practice, but I can have privacy when I need it. Esme is very impressive too, Bella said, studying the drawing, which was a sketch of the finished project and also a technical blueprint. She is, I agreed proudly. I watched as Bella turned from the drawing and looked at the piano, biting her bottom lip. Do you want me to play something? I offered, and her eyes turned to twinkle at me as she nodded her head. I moved to the piano, opened the lid and sat on the bench. Before I could touch the keys, I felt Bella move towards me and then she sat down next to me. Do you mind? She asked nervously. I shook my head, because I really didn't want her to move, even if it made it 100 times harder to concentrate with her so close to me. I turned back to my piano, checking to make sure that it was tuned properly, and then took a breath. Do you have any request? I asked, and she shook her head. I took a moment to think before I started to play one of my favorites, and as the dreamlike and tranquil notes flowed, I felt myself ease into the melody as I imagined the ethereal creature next to me sleeping peacefully in a bed of flowers. After finishing the song, I turned to Bella, surprised to see her eyes were teary, though none had fallen, and her mouth was trembling. I opened my mouth to say something but she shook her head. That was moving. She shook her head again. I'm sorry, I don't know how to describe how beautiful that was. I've never heard Claire de Lune played so exquisitely before. Thank you, I said, my ears burning, as I took in her heartfelt words and I knew what she meant. I don't think I had ever played the song quite like I just had before. With her sitting next to me, the music just seemed to flow through me seamlessly. Neither one of us moved as I stared into her eyes and I felt a desire to lean forward. We should get going, or we won't be able to finish dinner and our homework, I sighed, moving away from her. It was getting harder for me to give her the space she wanted, but I was trying to be respectful. All right, Bella said, and we made our way to the kitchen. Bella was impressed with the kitchen, looking at all the fancy appliances that Esme insisted on getting. However, it didn't take her long to get her demeanor back and quickly had me working on the prep work. Today, she told me I had to do all the work, and she was just there in an advisory capacity. That was fine by me, as all I had to do was cut things for now and make the seasoning mix she suggested. After 30 minutes everything was ready and we went to the dining room table to study. We only had about an hour to work, but there wasn't anything too difficult today and we were able to finish. I better be going, Bella said after we finished. You could stay if you want, I offered, though I have been hesitant to introduce her to Esme, and introducing her as a surprised guest would probably get embarrassing for me. I really didn't want her to go. I think it's better if we wait until next time, Bella said, unless you need me to be here while you actually cook. I'll be fine, I rolled my eyes. Then I'll see you tomorrow. Bella smiled and there was nothing I could do but to walk with her to her car and say goodbye. However, when I got to her car, I didn't want to leave things like they were. We had been moving slowly together these last few weeks, and I thought maybe we could take another step. Bella, do you think, maybe, we can go to Port Angeles on Friday? I asked awkwardly, forcing the words to come before I could chicken out. I think that would be nice, Bella agreed with one of her shy smiles, and I felt myself floating as I watched her pull away. Once back into the house, I decided to start cooking, knowing Esme would be home in 10-15 minutes. I took out all of the ingredients, and started browning half the onions. It was as I was starting to cook the ground pork that Esme came home, and I told her dinner would be ready in 10 minutes. I then added the seasoning that Bella had informed me how to make, using a small amount of chili powder, cumin, garlic powder, onion powder and salt and pepper of course. I added some of it to the meat and then stirred. After a minute I tasted the meat and thought it could use just a little more flavor and I added a touch more of the seasoning. That smells delicious, Esme said as she entered the kitchen, getting the plates out of the cabinet. Thanks, I said, we're having tacos so you might want to leave the plates on the counter, we're going to have to assemble them in here. I turned off the burner, moved to heat up the tortillas in the microwave before returning to the counter. We assembled the tacos in silence and then sat at the table. Wow, I'm impressed, Esme said after she'd taken her first bite. These are really good. You don't have to sound so surprised, I grumbled, but I agreed they were very good. You have to admit this show's more skilled than your spaghetti, Esme pointed out, looking at me with sharp eyes. They're just tacos, I muttered. Esme said. I noticed your book bag is downstairs. I was confused by the change in subject. Did you study here today? Esme asked knowingly. Yes, I sighed, realizing I was caught. Are you finally going to tell me who you're studying with? Esme asked. You never asked before. I deferred her question, but she just raised an eyebrow at me. Okay, fine. I've been studying with Bella Swan. Esme beamed at my words, though I wasn't sure if she even knew who Bella was. It was clear she was expecting a girl's name. She sounds lovely. I just gaped at her since I hadn't said a word about Bella yet. You should have invited her over, Esme said next. I did, but she thought it would be better to wait a week, I shrugged. Okay, but make sure she knows she's always welcome here, Esme said. Maybe you two could study here more often. Yeah, maybe, I said sullenly and Esme laughed, knowing I wasn't likely to listen to that advice. This morning, I walked until I was at my now normal spot, next to Bella as we leaned against her tailgate. I was about to ask her what we should do on Friday. Last night, After dinner and I had time to think, I got to worrying about if Bella thought I had asked her out on a date, or if I was just asking if we could hang out together. Of course, I wasn't sure what I was asking for at the time either, so that only made me more confused. However, I knew once I spoke to her, she would soothe my worries and alleviate my stress. However, I would never get to ask her, because just as I was opening my mouth, I heard the shrieking of tire wheels. Not knowing what was going on, I moved to get Bella out of the way, but as my arms wrapped around her and I tried to push, I found that I couldn't budge her. I tried again, using all my strength to move her, but instead I lost my balance and started falling towards the ground as the sounds of an approaching vehicle got louder. The next thing I knew I was moving at incredible speeds, everything around me blurring, except for Bella, who was cradling me in her arms. Then the van came crashing towards us, smashing into the back end of Bella's El Camino, where we had just been standing. But it didn't stop there, it kept coming until it hit Bella. My eyes widened as I watched the van wrap around Bella, its front end smashing around as it hit her back, glass falling everywhere and causing my skin to sting. I looked into Bella's eyes, and as time started to move in regular speed again, I watched as Bella's eyes blackened to total darkness and I felt a thrill of fear I had not felt since the day I met her, and then she was gone and I was laying on the asphalt. February 3, 2005 Forks, WA. I'm laying impatiently on a hospital stretcher in the emergency room trying to relax. Luckily, I didn't have to wear the oxygen mask anymore, like I had while I rode in the ambulance, and my vitals were slowly turning back to normal. I had gone into shock, or at least close enough that they needed to keep me monitored, and I was going to be here for several more hours. Relaxing was key, as the EMT, nurses and the doctor had all told me as they checked me out. They told me that I hadn't been seriously injured, that I had just sustained a few cuts and scrapes from the glass and landing on asphalt. They had cleaned me up and wrapped my arms. It was half an hour ago that Renesmee had come to the emergency room in a panic. She hovered over me frantically and I worried that she might go into shock too, or at the very least that she was suffering a panic attack. "I'm okay, I repeated over and over again, until she was looking at me, brushing the hair out of my eyes as she hugged me the best she could while I was on a stretcher, and she was standing. "I'm okay. I'm sorry, Edward," Renesmee said tearfully as she squeezed me closer. "When I heard you were here I just panicked. They said car accident." I winced as I realized that she was probably remembering last summer, when she had received the call that our parents had died. It was no wonder she was reacting like this, reliving the trauma she had been through. Sometimes I forget how profoundly our parents' death had affected her since she had been estranged with them for so many years. "It wasn't an accident like that," I tried to explain. "We were standing at the back of her car, when the van came. All we had to do was get out of the way." Renesmee pressed her lips together as she looked at my bandaged arms. They were wrapped in gauze right now, but the doctor had told me that it could be removed in the morning. "We fell, but I'm okay. Seriously," I continued to say. Renesmee nodded, seeming to regain her calm as she could see I was doing better. Then she turned to me with a raised eyebrow. Bella was there too," I said, and was annoyed as the monitor started beeping faster, making it obvious that my heart rate picked up. "Okay. I'm glad you're both okay," Renesmee said, clearly trying to soothe me, as we both knew that I needed to relax. Now Renesmee was sitting in the chair next to me, not trying to chat with me because I was supposed to be resting. I was relieved she was giving me space, but I wasn't sure that being left to my thoughts would really be conducive to calming me. After all, what I had just witnessed was impossible to comprehend. My memory was perfectly clear, as it was fueled by the adrenaline that had been coursing through my veins as the danger approached. Bella had looked over my shoulder as soon as the sound was made. I realized now she had been watching the van. I had reacted to the noise, wanting to get to a safer location, and of course I was going to make sure Bella was with me. I had tried to grab her, but she wouldn't move. I tried again and the force I had used caused me to lose my balance since I was still unable to move her. As I started to fall, I kept my eyes locked on Bella, so I saw her shocked expression as she watched me fall, and then I could feel her arms around my body, catching me before I could hit the ground. Then she cradled me towards her, and I only realized that we moved, that she had effortlessly carried me, because suddenly we were between Bella's El Camino and another car. The impact of the van hit next, the scraping sound of metal roared in my ears and then another noise that was harder to define. I watched as the van impacted Bella's back and then seemed to crumble around her as I landed on the ground before glass started falling from the windshield. All of that was crazy in itself. I did not know how to process what had happened. I have always known that Bella was different than everyone else. There was just something about her that screamed that she wasn't normal. However, I didn't think it was moving at lightning speeds, smashing cars kind of different. The things that I had witnessed should not have been possible, none of it should exist in reality. My rational mind was trying to tell me that I must have imagined what had happened, but I refused to listen. Because I knew for a fact that it happened, and I knew that I had to fully come to terms with this before I saw Bella again. I cringed at that thought, thinking about what had happened after the van had been stopped. It started with the bone-chilling look in Bella's eyes as they darkened to pitch black, and I felt instinctual fear fill my veins. But that wasn't the look that was haunting me now. It was the look I caught a glimpse of a split second before Bella had disappeared. Even though I couldn't describe what the expression was, every time I thought of it, my heart pounded painfully in my chest. Add to the fact that Bella had ignored me, as she had kept her distance from me when we were rescued from the cars, and then kept her back to me as the EMT had checked me out. I was now filled with dread. The EMT had quickly wrapped my arms in gauze, doing so loosely as there were glass and asphalt debris in the wounds, but not able to remove them in the unsterile area. As he worked, I kept my eyes on Bella's back as she talked to Mr. Jefferson, telling him that I had carried her out of the way, and that she was okay. I was puzzled by her explanation, but now I realized that it was more believable that I would carry her out of the way, like I had intended, than what really happened. I took my eyes off her for a second, looking at the van, wondering how she would explain the person-shaped dent in the front, and was shocked to see the dent was completely reshaped so that it looked like it had merely impacted the other cars. I looked back at Bella. She was still turned away from me, and that made my heart pound in my chest, which was probably the reason why the EMT believed that I was going into shock. There was something so distressing about the way she was ignoring me that was unsettling me. The image of her last look flashed in my mind, and I was filled with the desire to get to her. I knew something was wrong, and if I didn't get to her soon something terrible would happen. That was when she looked at me, our eyes meeting as my heart trembled with the fear her look was giving me. It seemed so heartbreakingly painful. And then she turned away from me again, and I desperately wanted to get to her, but the EMT wouldn't let me move, as he hurried to put an oxygen mask on me after realizing my vitals were too high. I was mad at myself now. Why couldn't I have kept my composure then? I might still had been taken to the hospital for my wounds, but now I was stuck here and all I wanted to do was get to Bella. Suddenly the curtain pulled back, and I was pleased to see that Dr. Cullen had returned, since I was sure this meant I was going to be released soon. I hadn't, however, been so pleased the first time I saw the doctor, as he had cleaned my wounds. His presence, with his two attractive features, pale skin and honey yellow eyes, and the fact that he seemed so young, had reminded me of something I had not thought of until that point. The Cullens and Hales. I had always thought they were different, and that was how Bella had belonged with them. After everything I just seen, I was alarmed to realize the crazy feats that Bella had done might be shared by the man in front of me. "It's okay, Edward, you can relax," Dr. Cullen had said, and when he realized that had no effect on me, he sat next to me and said in a soothing voice, "I know you have experienced a harrowing event today, and you might be scared right now, but I promise I will not harm you." I stared at him as his words slowly made their way to my brain, and I felt my body relax. "I know that." Dr. Cullen smiled serenely and then started working on my arms, unwrapping the gauze and then working to clean out the wounds. As he worked, I had so many questions. Did he know everything I saw today? Does that mean Bella was here? If she was here, why hadn't she come to talk to me? Then lastly, I wondered why he promised he wouldn't harm me. I never thought he would, but he seemed to think I was afraid of him. My stomach turned as I feared that Bella might believe that I was afraid of her too. I held my questions though, because Dr. Cullen wasn't the one I wanted to get answers from. "There, that should be better," Dr. Cullen smiled after inspecting both my arms after he finished working. Then he started wrapping my arms again. "All of the cuts were superficial. You should be able to take off the bandages tomorrow morning, and I don't anticipate any scarring. As for the shock you have suffered, I would like to keep you monitored for another few hours, but as long as your numbers continued to look good, you should be able to be discharged later today. Do you have any questions for me? I could tell the last question had more than one meaning, but I shook my head. I don't have anything I want to ask you. Dr. Cullen's eyes lightened and he smiled at me softly. Be patient, Edward. I know things are confusing and difficult right now, but I know everything will work out. Thanks, was all I could say. Now, as I looked at Dr. Cullen hopefully, I realized that he wasn't looking at me, as his full attention was on Esme. When I looked at my sister, I saw that her eyes were wide as she stared back at Dr. Cullen in wonder. Esme mumbled something and I watched as her cheeks started to turn red and then she said, Dr. Cullen. Esme, Dr. Cullen said softly and I turned my shocked look towards him as he continued to stare at my sister in awe. It's nice to see you again. It's nice to see you too, Dr. Cullen, Esme said shyly, something I wasn't used to seeing in my sister. Carlyle, Dr. Cullen corrected and Esme blushed again. I couldn't help but clear my throat as I was not comfortable about what I was seeing. Yes, Edward, Dr. Cullen said, his mask of professionalism back on, I'm here to inform you that you will be discharged soon. Remember, if you should feel lightheaded, a quickened heartbeat, or nauseous, you should return immediately. He then turned back to Esme and said, you should keep a close eye on him tonight. I will, Esme said breathlessly. It was nice to see you again. Dr. Cullen smiled at her before turning to me and added, and you, Edward. What the hell was that? I turned on Esme after Dr. Cullen left. How do you know him? He was my doctor in Columbus, Esme said as she stared after him in awe. Oh, I said, not sure what else to say, as I didn't want to comment on how taken Esme was by Dr. Cullen. I wasn't sure if I liked that, not now that I knew there was something different about the doctor, but since I didn't know what that difference was, I tried to ignore it. How about we concentrate on getting ready to leave, Esme said turning to me, and I knew I had her full attention again. She was definitely going to be hovering over me the rest of the day. Oh, February 4, 2005 Forks, wah. I had been right. Esme had smothered me with affection last night, starting with forcing me to relax on the living room couch and then making a hearty stew for dinner. I tried to tell her that she didn't have to stay with me, that she should go back to work, but she wouldn't hear any of it. Though we didn't really talk, as various movies played on the TV, I had to admit I felt comforted having her around, reminding me that she would always be there to support me, and I found that I was able to relax as the day passed by. However, as soon as I went to bed, my mind couldn't help but worry about what would happen once I got to school. That night I had dreamed of Bella. It wasn't for the first time, but it was the first time it was a nightmare. Bella had looked at me, her pitch black eyes filled with desire and pain in equal measure, before she turned and walked away from me. I tried to run after her, but I felt like my feet were sinking into the ground. I had called for her, but she wouldn't turn around, and I feared I would never see her again. I had woken up breathing hard and terrified. I feared that my dream was a premonition, because every reaction from Bella since the crash had made me feel she was distancing herself from me. I stayed up the rest of the night, thinking about how I felt about what happened, not only yesterday, but since the moment I had met Bella. I had been studying her eyes since the moment I noticed them, but this time I concentrated on their color, and not the emotions behind them. The first time I had saw them, they held the same depth of darkness as they had yesterday, and there was a part of me that was terrified of that look, a primal fear that I couldn't control. However, most of the time Bella's eyes had been a honey yellow. After the first week, I watched as her eyes would darken as the days passed but were back to be the honey yellow at the start of the week. I had been pleased to note that though her eyes slowly got darker, I had never seen the pain in them that had been present the first day, or any of the other times the darkness would suddenly appear at random. I had learned from those random times, that when Bella's eyes were black, I needed to be still and to give her space. I had thought yesterday that all she needed was some space, and once she gathered her composure, she would be herself again. I feared now that wasn't the case. I remembered the other look in her eyes, the heartbreakingly pained look, and worried that she was afraid, but I didn't know if it was for me or of me. I decided that I had to talk to her. I had to make her see that I wasn't afraid of her. Now, as Esme dropped me off at school, since my car had been left in the lot yesterday, I couldn't help looking around. I felt myself panic as I realized that Bella's El Camino wasn't there, but I tried to tell myself that of course it wouldn't be. The back end had been seriously damaged and it was probably at an auto shop at this moment. I tried to remind myself that this didn't mean that Bella was missing from school. I was determined to go to her classroom, so that I could check on her, not caring how ridiculous that would make me look, but that plan was almost immediately deterred. "Edward, oh my God, are you okay?" Jessica came up to me as I got near the front of the school. Angela was just behind her, and she was looking at me with concern. "Yeah, I'm fine." I slowed down as I reached them, but I hoped that I wouldn't have to stop to talk with them for long. "That was the scariest thing I've ever seen," Jessica went on. "Everyone was talking about it yesterday. We didn't know if you were okay or not. Especially when you were taken away in the ambulance." "I'm okay," I repeated impatiently. "I just scraped my arms." "But they put that mask," Jessica started to say, looking confused. "That was probably just precautionary," Angela said reasonably, and when I turned to meet her eyes, I realized that she didn't believe that, but she was allowing me to save face in front of Jessica. "Oh, okay," Jessica sighed, and then she asked, "Did it hurt a lot?" "Jess," Angela warned, as she could tell I didn't like the questioning. "Sorry," Jessica sighed. "I was just worried, but I'm glad you're okay." "Thanks." I smiled at Jessica and then at Angela, hoping she understood that I was grateful that she was helping keep Jessica in check. Again, I tried to make my way to Bella's class, but there seemed to be a lot more people paying attention to me, saying hello, and asking if I was okay. It was so frustrating, since I didn't even know these people. Giving up for loss, I made it to my first period class just before the bell rang. "Are you okay, man?" Eric asked as soon as I sat, and I couldn't help but glare at him with my frustration caused by the others. "I'm sorry, forget I asked." "No," I sighed, pinching the bridge of my nose, because Eric was a friend, and he didn't deserve my irritation. "You're just not the first person to ask that. I think everyone wants to know how I'm doing." "Yeah, well, nothing like this has ever happened here before," Eric shrugged. "I'm just glad you're okay." "Thanks," I sighed. The rest of the morning was just as annoying. I was receiving more stares than I had on my first day, and this time people were approaching me more often. Add on to that my anxious need to see Bella again. I kept trying to see if I could spot her as I walked to my next class, conveniently forgetting that normally I never saw her until lunch. Then it was lunchtime and I couldn't keep my eyes off of the Cullen table, feeling jittery as I waited for Bella to join them. I noticed that they looked more rigid than normal, and not even Emmett seemed to be cheerful. And then Bella was there, and I didn't care that the tension at the table doubled, and Rosalie was openly glaring at Bella again. I felt my chest relax just by seeing her. However, that relief vanished as I noticed that Bella didn't seem like herself. Her shoulders were hunched, and she looked smaller than she normally did. "Are you even paying attention?" Lee snapped his finger in front of my face, and I glared at him before looking back at Bella. "No," I answered. I heard the other guys laughing, probably joking at my expense, until Ben told them to leave me alone. The rest of lunch passed too slowly, and I didn't eat anything. I was just too nervous to do anything. Once the bell rang, I didn't move until I saw Bella get up, and then I made my way to class. Once I got to class, I had every intention to talk to Bella, but seeing her sitting in the seat, her posture so rigid, and her expression blank of any of the emotions I was used to seeing, I couldn't make myself say anything. I sat down, my heart racing as I tried to figure out what to say to her, but my mind was a blank. There was nothing that I could say in this classroom. All of my statements and questions were too personal to say in public. I spent the whole class with a blank mind, and I felt the tension build between Bella and me. And then the bell rang and Bella was moving before I could react. "Bella," I found my voice at last when it was too late. I tried to follow her, but I couldn't catch up to her before she made it to her class. I had half a mind to go inside it, but I realized that it was unlikely I would find the words to say to her while I was in that classroom after what had happened last period. I gloomily walked to the gym, and I got changed, but when Coach saw the scratches on my arms, he told me I could sit this one out. As I sat in the stands, I made plans to get to Bella in the parking lot, before she had a chance to leave. Of course, when I got to the parking lot, and I saw the BMW was gone, I was pretty sure Bella was gone too. I did wait in the lot for a while, but I never saw her, so I reasoned she had to have left already. Despondently, I got in my car, but I had no idea where I was going. Usually, right about now I would drive to Bella's house and we would study. I decided to start the car and drive to Bella's house anyways. Hope started to fill me as I realized that I could talk to her alone. I still had no idea what I would say, but I knew nothing would stop me this time. I felt unnerved when I didn't see Bella's car, but I reminded myself that it was probably in a shop. I ran up to the door, knocking harshly. I waited for what I felt was a long time but probably would just seconds and knocked again. "Bella, please answer," I begged, but there was no answer. I sat down on the porch and waited. I had no way of knowing if she was in the house or somewhere else. I waited for 30 minutes before standing up. "I don't know if you're here or not, but I'm going to go to Port Angeles like we planned." I got in my car and drove to Port Angeles as I had said I would because there was no way I was going home. I knew all I would do at home was mope in my bed. At least now I can mope while I was doing something, even if it ends up being pointless. It took over an hour to get to Port Angeles, as the highway was crowded at this time and I had no desire to go quickly. Just as I feared, that once I got to Port Angeles, I had no idea where to go. We had made no plans, and I didn't know the area. I parked the car in the popular downtown area and got out and started walking around. I sighed, realizing that this was the stupidest idea I had ever come up with. Maybe I wasn't moping, but I wasn't accomplishing anything either. I kept walking, not realizing when I left the crowded area of the town until I looked up and I saw I was near the industrial buildings. I stopped and pinched the bridge of my nose, not knowing what the hell I was going to do now. I turned around to head back to my car and my eyes widened in surprise to see who was behind me. "What are you doing here, Rosalie?" I asked, because I knew she wasn't here by accident. February 4, 2005, Port Angeles, WA. I just kept looking at the blonde girl, whose narrowed yellow eyes were filled with anger. I couldn't understand why Rosalie Hale of all people would be here before me, but I was sure it was no accident. Even though I believed that was true, I couldn't understand how she knew I would be in Port Angeles, not to mention here on this street. "Were you following me?" I asked when she continued to glare at me. "You have to leave Isabella alone," Rosalie said, ignoring my question as her tone commanded obedience from me instead. "What?" I was confused by her words. "Right now, you need to end things with Isabella," Rosalie repeated. "It won't be easy, and it might hurt her, but it's the right thing to do. It's what's best for you." Rosalie was almost pleading me at the end, in her arrogantly superior sort of way. "I'm not going to end anything with Bella," I snapped, as all I could feel was rage at her trying to interfere with us. Was this what Rosalie had been doing at all those lunches? Trying to tell Bella to stay away from me? "She's dangerous to you," Rosalie went on brutally. "You were right to be afraid of her yesterday. Don't chase her. It will ruin your life." I stared past Rosalie as her words hit me like a ton of bricks and my fears were confirmed. Bella thought I was terrified of her, that was why she was distancing herself from me. "I wasn't afraid of her yesterday. Please, we all saw the way you looked," Rosalie scoffed. "You were right, I wasn't afraid of her," I repeated, even though it wasn't the complete truth. I had felt a primal fear when I had seen her eyes, but I refused to let that fear rule me. I realized now that instinctually I had known that while she had black eyes, Bella was dangerous, but I also knew that she would never hurt me. Every single time the blackness tried to take over, Bella would fight it. I'm not an idiot, I felt the danger. But I refused to be afraid of her. "You are an idiot," Rosalie hissed at me. Her eyes narrowed at me further in her frustration and my instincts started to prickle. If Bella was dangerous, that meant so was Rosalie, and I wasn't as sure that the person in front of me wouldn't hurt me. Even though Rosalie had just triggered my fear, I felt the need to look over her shoulder just in time to see a woman's long black hair disappear around a corner. I couldn't make sense why I was so distracted by that image, but I was wary all of a sudden. "What are?" Rosalie started to ask as she turned to look across the street, and I saw her eyebrows furrowed as we both watched two men walking on the street. My heart started pounding once I saw the men turn at the same corner as the woman, and I just knew there was something wrong about this scene. Rosalie let out a hiss, one that made the hair on the back of my neck stick up, and my feeling of terror only grew as I looked at her. Apparently, Bella wasn't the only one that could have black eyes. Somehow seeing Rosalie's eyes go from honey to pitch black was more terrifying than anything I had ever seen. I didn't trust her to have the control that was always present with Bella. Suddenly Rosalie was now running, following the men that we had just seen disappear, and I chased after her. "Don't follow me," Rosalie growled, not slowing her run that was at a faster pace than my own, but not at the superspeed that Bella had moved yesterday. I didn't know why she wasn't moving as fast as she could, but I was grateful as I was able to follow her when she turned the corner and then took the left fork at the alleyway. As I turned into the alley I witnessed a horrifying scene. The woman with the long black hair was cowering, her back against the wall as three guys surrounded her as they laughed. There was a fourth guy, that had probably been laughing too, but now he was being held by the neck against the wall by a monstrous Rosalie, and he started screaming in pain as I watched. "What the?" one of the laughing guys gasped as he turned to look at his screaming friend. The laughter quickly died in the alleyway and two of the men turned to attack Rosalie, who was now dropping the first man, his body falling lifelessly to the ground, and I feared that Rosalie had killed him. She turned her inhuman eyes on the two guys approaching her. She growled again, freezing everyone in the alleyway in terror. "Get her out of here," Rosalie commanded to me, though her eyes focused on the two men that had been approaching her. I turned to look at the woman, who was now running in my direction, the last of the men following her. The woman's eyes were terrified as she noticed me, but I quickly made room for her to run by me and then stepped into the path of the guy. Looking in his eyes, I realized he had not been chasing the woman, but just trying to escape Rosalie, but I had no intention of letting him leave. He continued to run in my direction, and I wasn't sure if he even realized I was there with the terror he was in, but it didn't stop me from getting in his way and causing him to slow down. After the guy paused, I couldn't help looking over the guy's shoulder and saw that the others were all unconscious. I focused back on the guy in front of me as Rosalie grabbed the back of his shirt collar, and then she effortlessly threw him across the alleyway into the wall that was 10 feet away. "I told you to leave," Rosalie growled, her back towards me. "If I leave, you're going to kill these guys," I stated what I knew to be true, though looking at the men now on the alley floor not moving I wasn't sure how I knew that they weren't already dead. "They deserve to die," Rosalie snapped in her fury. "Leave." "No," I said stubbornly, even though I was almost trembling with the fear I had of her. I wasn't even sure why I was doing this. I had no love lost for these men. I knew that they had vile plans for the woman, and I knew they had only been stopped because of what Rosalie did. I had a feeling that my stubbornness had more to do with preventing Rosalie from doing something she couldn't take back, than it was to help these men. "I'm not going anywhere," Rosalie growled again, and it was getting harder for me to stop myself from running. "Rosalie." The voice was firm, but it was still the sweetest sound I've heard in over 24 hours, and then Bella was standing a couple of feet in front of me. I felt myself moving towards her without my permission, but I stopped as I saw her hand raise in warning. "You need to calm down." Rosalie's angered-filled eyes were now on Bella, and I could see that she still longed to hurt the men. "Edward, I need you to go to the end of the alleyway. Alice is there with the girl," Bella said to me, but she did not take her eyes off of Rosalie. I felt my heart shudder at her words, and though logically I knew she meant that it wasn't safe here, I felt as if she was pushing me away. I looked down the alleyway and noticed that Alice was at the other end of it, and she was with the woman that had just escaped. "I'm not leaving," I think I mumbled as I turned back to what was in front of me. "I'm not going to hurt the boy, Isabella," Rosalie snarled. I know that Rose, Bella's soothing tone belayed the tension in her body. "But I can't let you hurt these men either. Are you going to fight to stop me?" Rosalie growled as she crouched as if she was ready to attack at any moment. "If I have to," Bella said. She was now standing defensively in front of me as she was close to being a fighting stance too, but not quite in a crouch. "But you know you can't kill anyone. Especially not here. You think these guys should just get away with it," Rosalie hissed, but I noticed that her stance wavered a little, but her anger hadn't. "They won't get away with it, they'll be arrested," Bella said. Rosalie didn't say anything, but it was clear she didn't think that was a suitable punishment. "Rose, this is not who we are," Bella said, and the words had no effect on Rosalie. "We do not kill humans. They were hurting her," Rosalie said, and then she looked down at the first man she had attacked, "and this one, I can tell it's not his first time. There was silence and I could see that Rosalie's intent to kill the man was building. "Charlie will be here soon," Bella said, and for the first time Rosalie's demeanor was affected as she froze in place. When Rosalie finally looked at Bella, her expression was filled with equal amounts of contempt and pain, before she straightened out of her crouch and backed away, though she still looked just as dangerous. I watched in confusion as Bella's shoulders relaxed and then she slowly turned towards me, turning away from the still very angry-looking Rosalie as if she was no longer a threat. Then my attention was fully on Bella, no longer caring about what had just happened or what else could happen in the alleyway. None of that mattered as I took her in. I watched as Bella's sorrowful honey eyes traveled my body, how they had saddened further as they took in my arms, and though I was wearing a long-sleeved shirt I was sure she knew of the scratches that were there. When her eyes met my own, I made sure to hold her gaze, showing her that I wasn't afraid and tried to portray the depths of the feelings I had for her. Then I started moving towards her, keeping my eyes on her as I silently pleaded her not to move away from me. "Bella," I sighed softly once I reached her as I raised my hands to cup her face. "Edward," Bella sighed as a smile started to curl her lips. "Please, don't avoid me again," I pleaded before I pulled her into a hug, relieved when she moved into me, returning my hug, as her head rested against my chest and I swear I could feel her smile. "I was so worried all day I knew something was wrong, but you wouldn't talk to me. It made me anxious." "That's why you were worried today," Bella said mournfully as she looked up at me. "I thought that I was afraid of you," I finished for her as she nodded. "I'm not going to say I didn't feel fear, because we both know I did, but I'm not afraid of you, Bella." "You really aren't afraid of me," Bella said as she studied my expression, looking relieved too. Then she brought her hand up to caress my face. "There's so much I need to tell you." "Yes," I agreed at the understatement of her words, but that's when I remembered where we were, and frowned at her. "But I don't think this is the place to talk about that." "You're right," Bella agreed as she returned to snuggle into my chest and I enjoyed the feel of her in my embrace. Ahem, someone cleared their throat several minutes later, causing me to startle as I was so absorbed with holding Bella. I looked over her shoulder at the man in a uniform. His brown hair was slightly curly, and he had a mustache. I was nervous as his chocolate brown eyes were narrowed at me and I had a feeling he was sizing me up. Then he said in a gruff voice, "You must be Edward." "Huh," I frowned at him, wondering how he got my name. I suppose Alice could have told him. "Charlie," Bella said. I could hear the amusement in her voice. "Be nice." My eyes widened as I took in the man's features again, realizing that I was looking at Bella's adoptive father. His sudden appearance was really throwing me off. I had not expected to meet him like this, even though I should have. After all, Bella had told Rosalie that Charlie was coming, but that hadn't computed to me that I would be meeting him today. "HMPH, Charlie grunted, not loosening the look he was giving me until he turned his gaze to Bella and raised an eyebrow at her. His mouth then twitched in amusement. "Rose needs you," Bella said seriously, and Charlie's expression sobered up. "We'll have to talk later, Edward." Charlie gave me one more pointed glare and then walked away, and when he reached Rosalie, he placed a hand on her shoulder, and I was surprised to see that she hugged him. "Did that just happen?" I asked and I heard the lovely sound of Bella's laughter. "Yes," Bella giggled, but she became serious almost immediately. "The Port Angeles police officers will be here soon. What should I tell them?" I worried. "The truth," Bella said, and I looked at her like she was crazy. "Just leave out anything that was too extraordinary." I frowned at her but realized that she might have a point. She was right, and the police were here within 5 minutes. Charlie took charge as soon as they got there, going to talk to them for a while, and it was clear he knew them. It took a while. The officers had to secure the men, first by handcuffing them, and once more officers showed up, placed them in the cruisers, and then they came to take our statements. They started with Rosalie, Charlie standing by her for support. I watched as she displayed her normal confidence, but not the haughtiness she had always had at school. After she was finished, she turned to Charlie, showing a vulnerability that I've never seen from her before now. I wasn't sure if this was just for show, but something seemed honest about their interaction. When it came time for my statement, I just told them everything that happened, minus the fact that when Rosalie had thrown the last guy that he had bounced off the wall. That seemed a little too extraordinary. Bella then explained that she hadn't seen anything. That her and Alice were supposed to meet Rose on the street, and when they hadn't seen her, they had come to the alley and found the woman, Robin, who was clearly distraught. Bella had Alice stay with the woman and call the cops, as she went into the alleyway. The cops didn't seem pleased by this, but she continued stating that by the time she got there all the guys were unconscious. It wasn't long after that the officers let Bella and I go, which I was sure they only allowed because Charlie was there, and had convinced them that it was safe for us. Once we got out of the alleyway, I noticed that there were more police officers here, and I could see that Alice was off to the side. When I looked closer, I realized that she was comforting the black-haired woman, and there was a female officer talking with them, probably trying to get her statement. I felt with the way that Alice was glaring at the officer that the questioning wasn't appreciated at the moment. Then the black-haired woman's eyes locked onto me, and I saw her shudder. I felt Bella push me when I paused, and I was glad that she made sure I didn't continue to stare at the woman. She didn't need that right now. I did feel bad that she was afraid of me, but I didn't blame her for being nervous about seeing a man leave the alleyway after what she had been through. Once we got to the street, Bella led me to a black Mercedes, explaining that she was going to drive me to my car. I felt a little nervous. I had a feeling that once we were alone, I would get answers, and I both longed for them and feared what that would mean for us. February 4, 2005, Port Angeles, WA. As soon as I sat in the car, Bella was already sitting in the driver's seat and holding a bag of McDonald's towards me. I just stared at it, not understanding what was happening. Alice said that you need to eat and drink, Bella said, and I noticed that there was a shake in the cup holder. This is the second time in so many days that you have been in a traumatic situation, and you need the food and sugar. You think I'm going into shock. I realized what she meant, but I didn't agree with her. I felt a lot worse yesterday. Of course, yesterday she was ignoring me and today she was here. I had a feeling it was her presence that was keeping me so calm, even with the crazy things I just witnessed. However, I remembered that I barely ate anything at lunch and it was nearly 8 now. I decided it'd probably be best just to do what Bella wanted, though as soon as I opened the bag of food I frowned. How did you know my order? Alice has her ways. Bella's mouth thinned in amusement. I thought you were going to give me answers, I pouted at her. Eat, and I'll talk. Bella compromised and I picked up the burger and unwrapped it. It only took a matter of seconds before half of the burger was gone and I heard Bella chuckle. I guess I am hungry, I said, picking up the shake and taking a sip of it, surprised again that it was my preferred half vanilla, half chocolate. I looked at Bella with hopeful eyes as I said, answers. I don't think starting with how Alice knew your order is the best place, Bella warned. I just need something to distract me for now, I explained, and then started eating again. Soon the burger was gone, and I reached in the bag for the fries. Just a simple topic. It will be a distraction, but it's not simple, Bella tried to argue, and I glared at her. Her mouth thinned in her disapproval, but she did tell me. Alice can see the future. I dropped the fries in my hand, and they scattered onto the floor of the car as I gaped at her. What? Alice can see the future? Bella repeated with a sigh, looking at me with concern, as if she feared that this would be the last straw for my tolerance of the abnormal. I had to admit she might be right. It's a really useful gift, especially with problem management. Like your order, for example. She had seen us going through the drive-thru originally. That's how she knew what you liked, and she decided to have Jasper get it first and he placed it in the car just before we got there. And she didn't see how I would react to the order, I frowned. Oh, I'm sure she saw this, but she must have decided that I didn't need to know. I could hear a touch of annoyance in her voice. Yeah, her gift sounds so helpful, I muttered, but couldn't help the smile that quirked my lips at Bella's reaction. She was talking about the fact that someone saw the future as if it was normal, and I found that I couldn't help but feel myself relax a little. Then something occurred to me that I had to say. She saw what happened in the alley today. Yes, Bella sighed and then turned to look at me. It was only then that I realized that we had been driving before and now we were parked in the more populated part of town. Neither one of us made a move to get out of the car. It was a good thing I was with her at the time. What did she see? I found myself asking even though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. Bella hesitated, worrying her bottom lip. Would Rosalie have killed those guys? I asked. Alice didn't see that. Bella shook her head. You were always with her, and with you there, Rose never would have been able to kill them. She wouldn't want to put you in danger. I had a hard time believing that with the look in Rosalie's eyes as she confronted the men in the alley, that she wouldn't have killed them. However, there was truth to Bella's words too. After all, that was why I had followed Rosalie, because I believed that I could stop her. Alice couldn't see a clear vision of what happened in the alley. There were too many decisions happening in there, Bella continued, but she did see the woman that was attacked would go into hysterics if she was left by herself, and it wouldn't help if either Rose or you would have tried to help her. I frowned. I didn't even think about how the woman would react after she had escaped the alleyway, but it must have still been terrifying for her after she had been hurted. After the way she had reacted to just seeing me a few minutes ago, I'm not surprised to hear she would have been afraid of me if I had tried to approach her while we were alone. And given how monstrous Rosalie was, it was no shock that she wouldn't be a comfort either. Then I thought of something that didn't occur to me before. If I hadn't decided to come to Port Angeles, and if Rosalie wasn't with me, what would have happened to the woman? I shuddered at the thought. Edward, Bella asked in concern, would Alice have seen what happened if? I started to ask, then realized I didn't know how to finish the question, not knowing how Alice's gift worked. Could she see me, or was it Rosalie that she saw? Or did she see everything? Bella shook her head. It's unlikely Alice would have seen anything if you or Rose weren't involved. Her visions are clearer the more familiar Alice is with the person. I nodded, almost glad now that Rosalie had come to confront me. If she hadn't, I feared that not only this woman would have been attacked tonight, but who knows how many others might have been affected in the future. Rosalie had pointed out that one of the guys had done this before, after all. Still, that doesn't mean I appreciated her trying to stick her nose in my business. She told me to leave you alone, I said, then realized that Bella couldn't read my mind. At least I hoped she couldn't, but after what Alice could do, I wondered if Bella might have a gift too. Rosalie, she said I shouldn't chase you. I'm not surprised. Bella let out a deep breath. She's been on my case about you since the end of school on your first day. I realized that might be true earlier, I admitted. I just don't understand why. Bella didn't answer. Instead she turned to face the front of the car, looking through the windshield to the very crowded street. I suppose this isn't the place for this conversation, I sighed, and she turned to smile weakly at me. We should get your car, Bella said, and I nodded in agreement. We do need privacy for this conversation. When we got out of the car, I took my trash with me, picking up the fries that were on the floor. When I turned from the car, Bella was shaking her head at me, giving me an indulgent smile. What? It was my mess. I didn't say anything. Bella's smile was the tight-lipped, amused one now. I tried to ignore her, and failed miserably, as I went to throw away my trash before heading for my car. I raised my eyebrow at Bella when I found her standing by the driver's side door. What do you think you're doing? I'm driving, obviously, Bella answered, and then she held up a set of keys. My keys. I patted my pockets, and of course they weren't there. How? What? You think I couldn't pick your pocket? Bella's eyes twinkled. Honestly, I thought I would notice if her hands were okay. Maybe I shouldn't be thinking about that. What are you thinking? Bella asked with even further amusement. Seeing as my face was now red, I was pretty sure she knew exactly what I was thinking about. I don't need you driving for me, I grumbled in my embarrassment. Okay, Bella said, and I was surprised that she was giving up so easily. I guess I'll see you when you get home, or maybe tomorrow. What? No, I protested, because I wasn't about to let her leave my side anytime soon. Then I'm driving, Bella said firmly. I can drive, I started to argue. I know you can drive, but you can't do that and have the conversation we're going to have, Bella said. You'll be too distracted, and that wouldn't be safe. I suppose I don't distract you at all, I grumbled, but she did have a point. I was so distracted in the last car ride that I hadn't noticed she was driving. And we had a lot to discuss that had a high potential of distracting me. Of course you distract me, Bella said, and I could see the honesty in her words. Suddenly, she stepped towards me and my heart started accelerating at her closeness, especially when she touched my chest as she bit her lip, and then she looked up at me through her eyelashes. But I still have better reflexes. Right, I said, dimly aware of what we were talking about, but mostly just thinking about her hand on my chest and the way her eyes seemed to be piercing through me. I guess you can drive. However, As Bella started opening the door, I felt uneasy as I remembered what my father said when he gave me the car. Don't let any of your friends drive this car. Edward, Bella was in front of me, her eyes full of concern. What's the matter? And nothing, I stuttered, but she wasn't buying that. I sighed as I leaned against the backseat door and pinched the bridge of my nose. Did I ever tell you that this car was the last gift my parents gave me? Bella shook her head as she silently leaned on the side of the door and grabbed my hand. I don't know why I'm letting this bother me, I sighed. It's just as you were walking to the door, I remembered what my father said about the car. He didn't want any of my friends driving it. I had agreed immediately because I didn't want anyone else to drive it either. There wasn't anyone I would have trusted with my car in Chicago. And I'm not saying that I don't trust you with my car, because I do. It's just you don't want to break your promise to your dad, Bella supplied when I couldn't finish. Maybe, I said, because now that she mentioned it, that did seem right. I always kept my promises, especially to my father. I think it's just more the reminder. I can think of my mother now, and though it still hurts, it's cathartic and I'm okay. But I struggle thinking about my father. When I do, it's always like this. Remembering some rule or plan he had for me. I wish I could remember something good. It sounds like you had a complicated relationship with him, Bella said sadly, and right now all you can see is that, because you're still working through your feelings. But the good memories will come when you least expect it. This one wasn't actually a bad memory, I said, as I remembered how my father had talked with me for hours about all the aspects of the car. And there it was, why I had felt so strange after I remembered what my father said. Because that was the last truly pleasant conversation I remember having with him. Actually, it was a good memory. I was smiling, and then I was over-emotional again. Then Bella moved so that she was hugging me, slipping into my embrace and feeling so right as I held her tightly to me. I didn't cry, but I did feel the tension I had leave me. I hated that I hadn't appreciated the talk with my father while I was having it, but now I think I could tell that my father had enjoyed the conversation as well. Maybe Bella was right. Someday soon I could look back on our other conversations and find more good memories than I think there were. Thanks, I said as I pulled away feeling better. I don't know what to do now, Bella sighed. I don't want to make you break your word to your dad, but I still don't think you should drive. Oh, I have the solution to that, I said looking at her, because I realized something. You're not my friend, Bella. I'm not. Bella frowned at me, but I was glad to see she wasn't upset. No, not that I haven't been enjoying spending time with you, getting to know you, I said quickly, then frowned thinking about the last 2 days and knowing that I might not have been getting to know her as well as I thought. I assure you, Edward, that you have gotten to know me, Bella said, once again seeming to read my mind. I'd had to ask her about that and pray that wasn't an ability she had. I work very hard so that I don't lie to you, though I have allowed you to believe a few things that aren't true. I thought of the times we had been alone together, and most of the time we were just us. She was witty and playful and intelligent. Then there were times when she was thoughtful, and I could tell she picked her words carefully. That must have been when she was telling me the truth and misleading me at the same time. Not that I could blame her, though I still didn't know what her secret was. It was clearly a life-altering one, and she couldn't have just come out and told me on day one. What are you thinking, Edward? Bella asked, reaching up to brush some of the hair out of my eyes. I guess I no longer had to ask that question, as it was clear she couldn't read my mind now. I suppose she's just good at reading my expressions. Maybe she was an empath. When Bella raised an eyebrow at me, I couldn't help but smile at her sheepishly. I was just thinking that I noticed those times when you were hesitant, but even then I paused as I raised my hand slowly, still unsure of how careful I had to be around her, even though it seemed that touching was okay now. At least, it has been since I had hugged her in the alleyway. Did that really just happened an hour ago? Finally, I was cupping Bella's face. I could feel the usual coldness of her cheek, but the electricity running through my hands as I touched her had me feeling warm inside. My eyes connected with hers and I was more convinced than ever about what I was about to say, because in her eyes I could see the bond we had reflected in them. You're my Bella. Bella gasped before giving me her breathtaking smile, the one that lit up her whole face, radiating her happiness, and it took everything in me not to lean down and kiss her. Somehow, I knew she wasn't ready for that, and that was okay, because I was just so caught up in her beauty and the warmth, I could feel emanating from her. Then she leaned forward, resting her head on my chest, and I wrapped my arms around her, my hands tangling themselves in her long silky hair. I think I heard and felt a rumbling sound. Was she purring? I am, Bella said, snuggling into my chest and then looking up into my eyes. I'm yours. Since the first time I saw you, she continued, and a touch of sadness filled her eyes, and I was sure this had something to do with her blackened eyes and secret, but I didn't need to hear them right now. I was yours too, from that first moment, I admitted. There was that breathtaking smile again, her pure joy filled my heart. Then her eyes twinkled and my favorite mischievous smile curled her lips. Oh, I know that. I couldn't help the laughter that escaped me at her reply. My Edward, she said, and my laughter died as my heart melted. I could get used to her saying those words. I was staring into her eyes again. She really was making it hard for me to not try and kiss her. Ahem. Someone cleared their throat and I jumped, half expecting for Chief Swan to be glaring at me again, but instead there was some guy trying to get into the passenger door of the car parked next to mine. I felt my ears heat up as I realized that this whole conversation had been happening in a very public parking lot in Port Angeles. Why hadn't we just stayed in the Mercedes? Bella grabbed my hand and led me to the back of the car so we could be out of the way. Arg, I groaned, that was embarrassing. Being seen with me in public is embarrassing. Bella pouted at me, in a mock-hurt tone, and I couldn't help but laugh. No, I admitted, but I've never been one for public displays of affection. I guess I just forgot we weren't alone. Was there anyone watching us? I wouldn't know. My attention was completely absorbed in you, Bella chuckled. Well, that fills me with confidence that you can drive, I grumbled, and she narrowed her eyes at me. I'll force myself to have some focus on the road. I'd never put your safety on the line, Bella huffed in mock irritation. At least I think it was faked, because I had a feeling she did take my safety very seriously. And we probably should be going. Yeah, I agreed. The serious mood we had before was definitely ruined, but as I walked to the passenger side door, I was sure we could get back there once we were alone in the car. Except, I wasn't sure I wanted that. I needed answers, but was the car the best setting to get them? I was in a pensive mood as Bella started driving, and it wasn't until we got to the highway that she tried to break the tension. I suppose I should start. No, I interrupted, and she glanced at me with a raised eyebrow. She kept her eyes on me even as she weaved around a car that was going slowly, or maybe it was going to speed limit because Bella was driving well over it. You're speeding, I gasped as I saw she was going over 90. Of course I was a fan of driving fast, but usually I kept it at 70, okay, maybe 80. Do you want me to slow down? Bella's mouth thinned in disapproval of the question, but she was already driving under 90 now. I guess not, I said. I was just a little shocked. How fast is your El Camino? Oh, I can only get her up to 150 miles per hour on an open road, Bella said with an indulgent smile. Wow, I couldn't help but to be shocked at the speed she said, and she had said, only, as if that wasn't fast enough for her. I didn't know the car could go that fast. After Rose got the engine running to perfection it was able to, though it's still not recommended to go those speeds, but Bella said as she looked at me, all the while weaving through a few more cars, I do have wonderful reflexes. I see, I couldn't help but reply as I was captivated watching her drive. Is that something we can do together? Drive in your car, I mean. Oh, I forgot, is your car okay? And did you say Rosalie? She worked on your car. Yes, Rose is my normal mechanic, she's a wizard with cars, Bella chuckled, and then her smile dimmed. Of course right now she wouldn't do anything to help me out. Which is too bad since most of the damage on the car was body work and alignment issues. But I gave it to my backup mechanic, and he can handle it. Actually, he was quite pleased I came to him. I hope you're not talking about Dowling's. I made a face. It was the only repair shop in town and the price for even an oil change was astronomical. Bella snorted. You think I'd let that scoundrel touch my car? No, I have a friend in La Push that works on cars. He's just a kid, but he's really knowledgeable about American classic cars. Of course, I had to do the work on fixing the body myself. I bet you did, I said, remembering how the dent in the van had changed shapes after the crash. I'm glad your car is getting worked on. Do you know when it will be ready? I'll be getting it on Sunday, Bella said. Do you need a ride there? I offered. No, I could get there on my own, Bella said, and my smile dropped as I thought about what she said. I suppose you can just run there, I sighed. That was my plan, but I would love a ride. Bella turned to smile at me again and I returned it. Maybe I can let you drive my car since you've been so nice. I'd love that, I told her excitedly. I thought you might. Bella laughed musically. Geesh, are we already back? I noticed that Bella was getting off of the highway. It had only been 20 minutes. Already. I was taking my time. Bella rolled her eyes. I noticed that she was driving much closer to the speed limit now, and of course she caught me looking. I try not to speed in town. Charlie doesn't appreciate it very much. I bet he doesn't, I said, and I was about to ask her more about Charlie. There was something about the meeting with him that was still bothering me, but I couldn't explain it. However, before I could ask, she was parking the car in my driveway where I always park, and her phone was ringing. Alice, Bella said as she opened the phone. Okay, I'll tell him. There was a short pause and she sighed. Fine, stay on the line. What? I asked. Alice is saying you need to tell Esme what happened today, Bella explained. I replied. It wasn't like I wanted to hide things from Esme, but I hadn't planned on telling her tonight. Not one day after I was nearly hit by a car. Do I have to tonight? Fine, Bella grumbled, confusing me until she hit a button on the phone and I realized she was probably talking to Alice. Edward, I know you don't want to scare her, but trust me, it will be a lot better if you tell Esme tonight, Alice said. Why? I wondered. What did you see? What did I see? He asks, as if he's always known about my gift, Alice said bubbly. Fine, you don't need to snap at me, Edward, I was going to tell you. I didn't snap at you, I said. You thought about it, which is the same thing for me, but you'll learn, Alice said quickly and then moved on before I could even understand what she was saying. There's a chance the police will call tomorrow. That outcome is the worse if you don't tell her. But, even if you tell her next week, and no police are involved, it's not good, Edward. She'll be hurt, and you'll be grounded. I groaned, and my ears turned red at the idea of being grounded. That had never happened before, and it made me feel like a child. It didn't help that Bella was giggling. And Bella has some ridiculously strict ideas about following rules, Alice went on, and now Bella was rolling her eyes, so she might actually follow those restrictions. So, all in all, Edward, it's best to just tell Esme now. And how will she react when I tell her tonight? I asked nervously. It will be emotional, I won't lie, but you guys will get through it, Alice said sincerely. Then her tone changed completely, and she was definitely teasing. Then you and Bella can have your bedtime confessions. What? I spluttered, and my whole face turned red at just the thought of that. Alice. Bella huffed as she turned off the phone, but not before I could hear Alice's laughter. What was she talking about? I asked because Bella looked annoyed but not surprised by Alice's comment. We still haven't talked, Bella said. I realized that you didn't want to while we were driving, but I don't want to go another day where you don't know my secret. I agree, I said, because I did, but I didn't understand how I could talk to Esme and then keep talking to Bella. I just didn't see how that was possible unless you're going to use your superpowers to break into my house. Bella giggled at my terminology and nodded her head. Yes, that was the plan. I gulped. The idea of Bella in my room. How am I supposed to talk to S if you're in my bedroom? Bella laughed again. I could give you some space and have Alice tell me when you're ready. That's probably a good idea, I said, not that I cared if Bella heard me talking with Esme, but I wouldn't be able to concentrate if I knew that she was in my room. Then I'll see you soon, Bella said, and her hand moved to caress my face and I felt the now familiar cold touch that warmed my body nonetheless. See you, I sighed as I mirrored her movement and caressed her face and was treated to her beautiful smile. February 4, 2005 Forks, WA. When I got to the door, I remembered I didn't have my keys, or at least I shouldn't have, but when I reached for my pocket, I found them there. When did she give me back my keys? Seriously, how could I not notice Bella's hands in my pocket? Edward, Esme said as she opened the door before I could, and she looked very nervous as she hugged me and then pulled back and glared. Where have you been? I expected you to be home at 5:30 like normal. When it passed 6:30, I thought you might be having dinner with your friend, and you just forgot to tell me. By 8, I was really worried, so I called, but there was no answer. Called Bella's house. I asked, feeling off balanced by everything Esme was saying. I hadn't expected her to be upset, seeing as it was a Friday night and it was only a little after 9. We haven't talked about curfews yet, but I assumed it would be 10 or even 11 on Friday, like it had been with our parents. Obviously, Esme narrowed her eyes at me. She was so filled with worry that she was starting to get angry now that she saw I was okay. I now realized why Alice told me I had to tell Esme today. Without the warning, there was a very good chance I would have downplayed what happened, likely saying nothing at all, because I didn't want to make her even more worried. "How do you have her number?" I asked, still trying to gather myself before I got to the truth-telling part. I needed Esme to calm down some, or this was going to be very bad. I walked into the house, thinking that was better than having the conversation on the front yard. I had enough conversations in the streets for one day. I assumed she was Chief Swan's daughter, Esme said. I could see she was blushing a little, but I nodded my head to assure her she was right about that assumption. "Well, the chief's number is listed as in case of emergency." I frowned at her, now realizing this was the real reason she was nervous a moment ago. "Edward, I had no idea where you were." Esme glared at me, full of irritation now. "I was in Port Angeles," I answered. "We were getting to the point and I was really confused." "I told you I was going," I started to remind her, and then my eyes widened as I realized I never did tell Esme about this. I hadn't mentioned anything on Wednesday night at dinner, and then the disaster on Thursday had wiped all of that out of my mind. "I didn't tell you." "No, you didn't." Esme glared at me and I could see she was working hard to rein in her temper. My sister was usually very level-headed and easygoing, but once she was angry, she was a force to be reckoned with. "On Wednesday I asked Bella to go with me to Port Angeles," I started to explain. "You asked Bella on a date?" Esme exclaimed, just managing to rein in her squeal. Sort of," I said, rubbing the back of my head nervously. "I mean, I just asked if she wanted to go to Port Angeles." "Is that asking her out?" "Yes," Esme answered immediately, and then when I didn't continue, she prompted, "So you were with Bella?" "Not at first," I admitted, as I tried to figure out how to explain everything that happened. Damn Alice for making me confess, as once again I wish I could just avoid this conversation. Esme put her hands on her hip, and I could see she wouldn't stand any more stalling. "I told you Bella was there yesterday, with the accident," I said, and Esme nodded her head, her expression changing back to being worried. "Well, I didn't see her all yesterday, and then today everything was so strange it was like she was trying to avoid me." Esme looked considerably less angry as she touched my shoulder. "You really like this girl." "I do," I admitted, even if "really like" was an understatement for how I care about Bella. That wasn't something that Esme needed to know right now. "Does she like you?" Esme was now upset again, narrowing her eyes. "Why was she avoiding you?" "I think she was afraid." I shrugged and then sighed. "I'm really sorry, I wasn't really thinking straight today. I wanted to talk to Bella, so I drove to her house like normal, but I couldn't tell if she was home or not because her car was hit yesterday, so it's in the shop. At the last minute I remembered I asked her to Port Angeles, so I just went there. I didn't even think about telling you." "It's okay, Edward," Esme said, and then she shook her head. "Actually, no, it's not okay, because you can't do that to me again. You have to let me know if you're not coming home. I've been so worried about you, especially after what happened yesterday." I looked at Esme, and I really wished that I didn't have to continue this conversation. She was just so worried right now, and I didn't want her to know what happened. I sat down at the kitchen table and put my head in my hands. "What's the matter?" Esme asked immediately as she sat next to me on high alert. "Once I was at Port Angeles, I didn't know what I was doing," I started, still facing the table and not looking at Esme. If I watched her, I wouldn't be able to say this. "It's not like we had firm plans, and I wasn't going to find her, but I started wandering around. When I looked up, I realized I had wandered too far, and when I turned around to go back to the main street, Rosalie, one of Bella's friends, was standing behind me." "Oh," Esme said, as some of her tension relaxed a little, and then she frowned. "Why was she there?" "I guess she saw me wandering around or something." I shrugged. I still don't know how Rosalie had found me after all. She confronted me about everything that was going on, and then I saw this woman turning a corner across the street. Huh, Esme startled at the change in the conversation as my body tensed. Recounting this to my sister was making me relive that moment like I hadn't yet. I still don't understand how I knew something was wrong when I only had a glimpse of the woman, but I'm glad I had. And then a couple of guys were following the woman, and then Rosalie was chasing after them and I was running after her. The story rushed from my mouth as the images flashed in my eyes. Edward, Esme gasped as her hand was gripping my arm tightly now. You shouldn't have. What else was I supposed to do, I demanded. Rose was running and I couldn't let her go there alone. Not that it mattered, she took out all the guys on her own. And there were 4 of them, They fucking had the woman huddled in a corner laughing at her. It was so disgusting. But Rose already knocked one guy out and everything just sort of happened, and the girl was running and I was making sure the last guy didn't get her or get away. Esme gasped again and then she was hugging me, and I could feel her trembling in my arms. I'm okay, I didn't even touch the guy, I tried to comfort her. I just couldn't let him get away. I don't even know what to say, Esme said tearfully as she held onto me closely. I brought you here to get a new start and now you've almost died twice in 2 days. I didn't almost die, I argued. Well, maybe I had yesterday, but not today. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get in these situations. I just don't know what else I could have done. Esme hugged me again. It was a long time later that she asked, are you okay? I don't know, I admitted, because right now I wasn't. Reliving that moment made me see how evil people could be. I didn't ever want to be close to something like that again. I think I just want to go to bed now, it's been a long couple of days. Not to mention, I knew the sooner I got to my room the sooner I'd be able to see Bella again, and that was the only thing that will make me feel better now. Okay. Esme sighed and then she worried her lip. I have to go to a client's house tomorrow in Squim. Yeah, I remember, I said. She had told me that on Monday after all. Not to mention we had talked about this last night after the accident, and she hadn't wanted to leave me alone. It seems she was even more reluctant now. I'll be fine. Maybe I should reschedule, Esme frowned. I don't like the idea of, I'll be fine, I repeated, just like I told you yesterday. I don't want to interfere with your job, and now it's too late for you to reschedule. Besides, I won't be alone tomorrow. Oh, Esme said, raising an eyebrow at me. You have plans? Sort of, I said. I mean, I didn't ask, but I'm pretty sure I'll be spending the day with Bella. Okay, Esme said, smiling, and then her face turned red as she added, I have plans to go to dinner, so I guess I don't have to break them. Dinner? I asked, and her face turned even redder. Who are you going to dinner with? Esme chuckled and avoided my question. I think I'll buy us some cell phones tomorrow while I'm in Port Angeles. Then you'll have no excuse not to call me the next time you know you'll be home late. That's a good idea, I agreed, still looking a little put out that she hadn't answered me, but I figure I could give her a little privacy. I never had a cell phone before because my father thought it was nothing but a distraction, and the few months under Esme control I had been home right after school, so there was no need. Even the last 3 weeks has it only been 3 weeks less that I've known Bella. I had been home at 5:45 at the latest. Now though it really did seem like a good idea. And you can call me when you're looking for me, instead of calling the police chief. I won't apologize for that. Esme narrowed her eyes at me and then she frowned. Wait, how do you have, sort of, plans with Bella? Did you talk to her today? Yeah, after everything that happened in the alleyway, Bella was there, I said, hating to bring up that again, but I wanted Esme to know that I worked things out with Bella. I guess she and Alice were planning on meeting Rosalie on the street or something. When she wasn't there, they went down the other street to look for her and found the woman. Alice called the cops, and Bella went to see if Rosalie was okay. That was dangerous, Esme frowned. She's friends with Rose, so I'm sure Bella knew that she would have handled everything by the time she got there, I said, shaking my head. I've never seen anything like that. Rose must be a black belt or something. Or maybe Chief Swan had taught her super self-defense, though it was definitely more like super self-offense. HMPH, Esme said, and I could see she was worried all over again. I really shouldn't have brought this up again. And then the worst idea I had all night came to me and I tried not to shudder. I definitely couldn't let Esme know what I was thinking. Because I just thought of Esme being the woman that was corralled tonight. She worked in Port Angeles after all, even though her office wasn't anywhere near where the guys were, and it was highly unlikely for her to be walking on the streets alone since she had her car, but still. What if it had been Esme in trouble? Would Alice have seen that? I really had to stop thinking about this right now. So, you talked to Bella? Esme prompted, and the mention of Bella really helped a lot to clear my head. Yeah, I said, focusing on this conversation. We were able to talk some, clear the air, and I think we're in a good place now. We still have a lot to talk about though, and that's why I'm sure we have plans tomorrow. Oh, and on Sunday. I offered to drive her to get her car as long as that's okay with you. Yes, it's okay, Esme said, her eyes twinkling with amusement. But you are going to have to invite her over to dinner soon. I gulped, but when she raised her eyebrow at me, I nodded. We'll study here on Wednesday and then have dinner. Esme shook her head but smiled at me. Why don't you study here on Monday? I promise I won't bother you. With that smile, I don't believe you, I pointed out, and Esme laughed. Okay, fine. Wednesday will work, Esme said. Good night, I said, getting up and hugging her again. Good night, Edward, Esme said as she continued to hold me for a moment longer than necessary. You can't put me through another night like this again. I was really worried about you, and now hearing that I had reason to. I promise, I won't do this again, I agreed immediately. I really hope this wasn't a promise I broke, but I knew I don't have complete control over what will happen in the future, but I can at least communicate better. I'm getting us cell phones tomorrow, Esme reminded me, and seeming to be on the same wavelength about my lack of communication. I predict that you're going to be less punctual now that you're spending even more time with this girl. Maybe, I agreed with a smile. Okay, go to bed, I'll see you tomorrow, Esme said. Love you too, I said. I was glad this talk was over with, but I was now nervous about the next one I was going to have. I wondered if Bella was in my room yet, or if she'll wait until I get there. I guess I was about to find out. February 4, 2005 Forks, WA. I was a little disappointed that my room was empty when I got into it. I was very nervous, and I was hoped that Bella would appear at any moment. After a minute of staring at the window, I decided to just open it. Maybe I'll feel like less of an idiot if I did that. Once the window was open, I looked outside and frowned. This didn't seem like a good way into the house. There were no trees around, or a ledge. I turned back to my door. Maybe the window wasn't the way she was planning on using. Maybe she was going to break into the front door and sneak past Esme. Or maybe, what are you thinking? Bella asked, causing me to startle as I turned back to my window. She was sitting on the bench that was under it, and she looked perfect. I was wondering how you were going to get into my room, I answered honestly. I was just thinking the window would be difficult. It would have been if you didn't open it, Bella admitted, but it was just a simple leap after that. Simple leap, I mumbled, frowning, because it didn't seem simple to me, but it was hardly the most amazing thing that I've seen her do. I decided to change the subject and smiled at her. Hi. Hi, Bella repeated. Her smile was a mirror of my own. I moved so that I was sitting next to her as I grabbed her hand, and she quickly laced her fingers with mine. I felt even better holding her hand. The familiar buzz it created both excited and relaxed me at the same time. We didn't talk for a few minutes as Bella leaned her head on my shoulder, and I just took comfort from her. Are you okay? Bella broke the silence as her thumb drew patterns on the back of my hand. Right now, I am, I answered. Whenever I'm away from you though, I guess I get lost in my thoughts and I concentrate on all the bad things that happened. I'm sorry, Bella sighed. How was your talk with Esme? Shaky at first, I shrugged, and then smiled at her sheepishly. I forgot to tell her that I was going to Port Angeles, and she was understandably worried about me. My smile left my face as I remembered my fear. When I got to telling her about what happened, it was so hard not to relive everything. And then I thought, what if S was the one walking on the street, the one that was cornered? Edward, Bella sighed. She was holding me now, and letting me hug her in return, until I relaxed a little. Then Bella pulled back and caressed my cheek, saying softly, we never would have let anything happen to your sister. How can you be so certain? I asked. Because she was, I could tell. There was no doubt in her reassurance to me. Alice told me. Bella explained simply. I frowned at her. How would Alice know, unless she had seen a vision of Esme actually being pursued? Alice saw you telling me your fear and wanted me to assure you that she never would have let anything happen to Esme, Bella said. You'll have to talk to Alice for more details if you want, but she told me she has plenty of visions of both Esme and you, enough to keep you both safe. I nodded my head because what was I supposed to say to something like that? After a while I did think of something that was only slightly related to what we were talking about, but a lot less dangerous to think about. I suppose we know why Alice got my McDonald's order now. It was so it could set up the whole psychic talk. Bella giggled, leaning her head onto my chest again. You might be right. She probably saw how important it was for you to know her secret ability. Plus, she hasn't stopped talking about how close friends the two of you are, or I should say will be once you meet. Really? I said, surprised by that, as none of Bella's friends had shown me any interest the last few weeks, minus Rosalie glaring at me every once in a while. Yes, and I'm sure she's going to be really annoying about it, in her charming Alice way, Bella chuckled. I can only imagine. I chuckled too, thinking about the brief phone conversation I had with Alice. After several minutes, the silence that filled the room started to get uncomfortable for the first time since Bella got here. I got the impression that Bella was worried about this conversation just like I was. I had a feeling that this conversation was going to define us in a way that I couldn't comprehend, not that I have been trying to. In truth, I had both accepted what I had seen Bella do as reality, and I tried hard not to understand what that meant. I suppose it's time for me to start confessing, Bella sighed, moving out of my arms so that she could look into my eyes, but she kept a hold of my hands. Do you have to? I gulped, suddenly afraid of getting the answers I wanted for so long. I do, Bella said, her eyes turning sad, before she gave me a determined look. Before the accident I had decided that I needed to tell you. We could never be anything more, anything like what you described earlier, if you don't know the truth about me. I nodded my head, because she was right. I needed to know the truth about her. I wonder how that conversation would have gone if I hadn't seen her superhuman strength and speed in the accident, hadn't saw how dangerous and inhuman Rosalie had been. Looking at Bella now, I wondered if she could ever look as scary as Rosalie had. Somehow, I knew she could, but even that thought didn't scare me. I focused back on Bella and noticed that she was sitting stiffly, frozen in place, and I realized that she was afraid. Somehow, seeing how nervous she was, made me feel better, because I realized it didn't matter to me what she was about to say. I had decided yesterday in the hospital that Bella was more important to me than anything, even though her mere existence will shift my reality completely. It's okay, Bella, you can tell me, I said softly, squeezing her hands in support. I'm just going to say it, Bella said. Her eyes were impossibly sad as she looked at me, as if she knew that even with my assurances that I was still going to handle her news poorly. I'm a vampire. I was stunned as I stared at her. Of all the things that I imagined her saying, this was not something I could have thought of in my wildest dreams. Of course, I had prevented myself from trying to theorize what she was, or how she was capable of doing the feats I had seen her do, because I knew her answer would shatter my reality. But a vampire, a monster, a myth of all those horror movies. How could my Bella be a vampire? It was then that I felt Bella tried to move her hands out of my grasp, but I squeezed my hand tightly against hers, making sure she knew I didn't want to let her go. I had a feeling she could have easily broken my grip on her, but she didn't move as she looked at our hands, and then her head turned back at me, her eyes unreadable. Edward, you're afraid. Bella's voice trembled as she spoke. Yes, I agreed with her, because I couldn't lie to her, but not of you. But I'm a vampire, she repeated as if she was trying to make me afraid of her. I did cringe at the word as I couldn't help but think of yesterday, how I had been bleeding after she had saved me, and how her eyes had darkened. I now knew what her black eyes meant. She had desired my blood. But I squashed the fear that was building in me as I remembered the next look she had given me. The one that had been filled with pain and regret and fear. She had controlled whatever desire she had for my blood, even as I was openly bleeding, so I stubbornly held on to my belief. I'm not afraid of you, I told her again, even as I realized that it wasn't just yesterday that she had longed for my blood. Our first meeting, her blackened eyes and pained expression, all those times her eyes darkened during our study sessions. She had constantly been tempted by my blood. You were tempted more than just yesterday when I was bleeding. Yes, Bella sighed as pain shot through her expression. Your scent is the sweetest thing I've ever experienced. It calls to me constantly. That first day in our biology class, one thought about and I wanted your blood. I couldn't help the shiver that ran down my spine at her confession. Hearing her plainly state her desire was hard to listen to, and it brought back the feeling of confusion and wariness I had felt that first day. But even through that confusion I had also felt our bond. I had been afraid of her, but I had also worried about her. I had asked if she was okay, because it hurt me to see her in pain. And she had told me to call her Bella, instead of Isabella. That had to mean she felt it too, even through her desire for my blood. And that bloodlust is always going to be there, Bella went on. But you fight against it, I told her what I know is true. You're stronger than your desires. I know you are, Bella, I've seen you fight them time and time again. I did, Bella agreed, the honey color of her eyes seemed to liquefy as a smile touched her lips. After yesterday, I feel completely confident that I can resist you. I couldn't help but frown at her words and she laughed. Well, your blood at least. That's better, I grumbled, but I knew I was smiling at her. How odd that I felt completely comfortable with her after she admitted she longed for my blood, but I couldn't help it. I moved closer to her, and she moved into my embrace seamlessly, like we had held each other like this all our lives. I've imagined this moment 1,000 times, Bella said, her head resting on my shoulder as she nestled my neck, and maybe I should be terrified to have a vampire so close to my jugular, especially with my heart pounding as quickly as it was, but the only thing I felt was the electricity that was humming between us. But I never thought you would take the news so well. Huh, I said, because honestly, I couldn't remember what she was talking about. Bella pulled away from my neck so that she could look into my eyes, and I saw her pure joy as she said, I never imagined you would accept what I am so easily. How can I not? I responded softly. From the moment I saw you, I knew you were not an ordinary girl. Your beauty, your grace, your warmth, it radiated off you, pulling me towards you. I paused there and moved my hand so I could caress her face. Yesterday, in the hospital, I decided it didn't matter what you could do, or what you are. All that matters is you as being with you. Edward, Bella sighed and our eyes locked and she whispered, don't move. I listened to what she said as she moved closer to me, but as her eyes darkened, my body tensed in the way it had learned to in situations like this. It's okay, Edward, Bella soothed me, her eyes twinkling in amusement, though it did nothing to change the color of her eyes. Your scent isn't the only lust that causes my eyes to darken. Her words did not make me relax, as my heart started to pound harder than ever against my chest. Then my mind went blank as she started slowly moving towards me again. I could see she was watching my reaction, but I couldn't tell if it was for her benefit or mine. When she was an inch away, she closed her eyes and I did the same as her lips touched mine. My whole body was surging with energy, singing with the feel of her lips and of her body pressed against mine. My hands moved on their own as one went to her waist to pull her even closer to me as the other threaded through her silky hair. All too soon she moved away, but I leaned my forehead against hers, not letting her move farther than that. As our breath mingled, it enhanced the taste of freesia and vanilla on my lips. You moved, Bella reprimanded me, but I could hear the contentment in her voice. Sorry, I sighed, I couldn't seem to control myself. I know the feeling, Bella bit her lip and almost looked shy. My heart swelled as I looked at her, her eyes bright with happiness, and I know I couldn't keep back the words any longer. I should be terrified about the way I felt. I've known Bella for less than 3 weeks. But the intensity of everything I was feeling the last few days, and especially the last few minutes, made everything clear. I had belonged to her from the moment we met, and it was now time to solidify that. I love you, I stated confidently. I love you. Bella's voice was filled with joy before she leaned forward and kissed me again. Oh, it's getting late, Bella said sometime later, after I kissed her until I could no longer breathe, and she had moved to snuggle against me as she sat in my lap. One of us needs to get some sleep. I don't want you to leave, I complained. I'm not going anywhere, Bella informed me, and then bit her bottom lip nervously. That is, as long as you want me to stay. Of course I want you to stay, I replied immediately, even though I don't know if I could sleep if you're here. I'm sure you'll be able to, Bella said, brushing my hair out of my eyes, then smirked, eventually. I chuckled and pecked her on the lips before I stood up. I loved that I was able to kiss her now, and she didn't show any signs of discomfort with what I had just done. I decided to get my sleepwear, thinking that the quicker I got changed the sooner I could get back to bed with Bella. At least that's what I thought she meant when she said she wasn't leaving. I wasn't about to ask her now. I just hoped she didn't mean she was going to continue sitting by my window while I lay in my bed. What did you mean one of us needed sleep? I asked as I opened my drawer and grabbed some sleep pants and a white long-sleeved undershirt. Then I tried to tease her. Are you only able to sleep in a coffin or something? That's a myth, Bella snorted. In reality, vampires don't sleep at all. Really? I gasped, turning to look at her surprised. As far as I knew, every living thing had to sleep. It was a biological need. How is that possible? I can't answer that. All I know is that I never get tired and I can't sleep, Bella sighed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get freaked out, I frowned, sitting on the edge of my bed. It's okay, Edward, I understand, Bella said, coming to sit next to me. There is a lot about being a vampire that is unnerving. We are actually even stranger than the myths about us. So, what are some of the other myths? I asked. I take it you won't burst into flames if you walk into sunlight. No, Bella giggled, though we are affected by direct sunlight, it doesn't harm us. Direct sunlight, I repeated, is that why you live here, in one of the cloudiest towns in the world, to stay away from direct sunlight? That's one of the reasons, Bella agreed. But the more important one for me, is I was born in Olympia a long time ago, and this is my home. I stared at her, wondering what she meant about a long time ago. Instead of asking that question, I asked a more reasonable one. How old are you? 19, Bella answered, her eyes sparkling with amusement as if she knew what my real question was. At least in one way, but in another I'm a lot older than that. I wasn't sure I really wanted to know how much older she was than me. It was already intimidating to realize that she was 19, as I had been thinking she was 17 like I was. So, vampires are immortal, or is that another myth? No, that one is basically true, Bella confirmed. We are frozen at the age that we were changed. And we can't die naturally, though we can be killed. It's not easy to kill you though, right? I worried, and she smiled at me indulgently. No, only another vampire, werewolf or shapeshifter could kill us, Bella explained. I fell backwards onto my bed and pinched the bridge of my nose. Werewolves and shapeshifters are real too. Sorry, Bella tried to hide her amusement at my reaction, but I could feel her laughter. Just tell me I won't have to deal with any of them personally, I grumbled. Bella said, and I could see she was looking at me guiltily. That will be hard to do since we'll be picking up my car from some shapeshifters on Sunday. But I promise it's unlikely you'll meet a real werewolf. What do you mean, real werewolf? I had to ask, even though I didn't want an answer. Oh, it's just that since the Quileutes have always transformed into wolves, they believe they're werewolves, even after I told them that they weren't. Bella shrugged as if talking about this was an everyday occurrence for her. Then again, she just told me she was born in the area and mentioned the Native American tribe that lived in La Push. Maybe she had known and talked to them on a regular basis. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring this up, you already have a lot to deal with. Yeah, I said, but just like everything, watching her talk about something made it seem so normal, and I didn't have time to worry about how completely unnerving what she said was. I sat back up and said, I probably should get changed. Okay, Bella said morosely. I'm okay, I said and kissed her cheek. I really am. You have a way of making abnormal things seem normal. And I want to know all about your life. I just feel like I'm overwhelming you, Bella sighed. Maybe, but I still want to know everything about you, I shrugged. Because I love you, Bella. I feel the same way, Edward, I want to know everything about you. Bella was smiling again. I doubted that I could come close to being as interesting as she was, but I could see in her eyes that she believed what she said. Because I love you too, Edward. Oh, I got ready for bed in record time, changing in the downstairs bathroom, and getting back to my room in 5 minutes. When I got back, Bella had turned down my bed, but I noticed that several extra blankets had been added before she had done so. I felt a little awkward as I got into bed. I had expected Bella to join me, but instead she tucked me in, and my ears were burning by the time she was finished. Thankfully, once she was finished tucking me in, she didn't run to the windowsill but instead climbed into the bed and snuggled into me. That's when I realized why she had added so many blankets, because as I wrapped my arms around her it was like I was holding onto a beautiful ice sculpture, one that molded into my embrace, causing the temperature in the room to drop. "I'm sorry," Bella said as she felt me shiver, but I held on to her as she tried to move away. "Don't be, I've never been more comfortable," I told her, and she looked at me in disbelief. "I mean it, this feels right." "It does," Bella hummed her agreement as she snuggled closer to me. "Of course, I was right about being too keyed up to be able to sleep," I pointed out. "Is there anything I could do to calm you down?" Bella asked. I could feel her hand drawing patterns on my chest, even through the 5 layers of blankets and sheets. "That's not helping," I informed her as she laughed and replaced her hand with her head. "I don't think that's any better." That was a complete lie though, because I loved this new position as I was able to hold her closer and my hand played with the end of her hair. She didn't say anything more, and I wondered if she thought I would sleep if she stayed silent. And maybe I would have eventually if there wasn't still one lingering thought about what happened tonight that she never answered. "You never explained how Rosalie knew I was in Port Angeles," I voiced. "Was she following me?" "Sort of," Bella sighed. I could feel the tension in her body and I feared this was a bad topic, but it was something I had been worrying about. "She was at my house when you came by and she heard you saying you're going to Port Angeles and decided to follow you. If she was there, why hadn't she just confronted me at your house?" I frowned, but I reminded myself that it was a good thing that we had gone to Port Angeles, for the woman's sake if nothing else. "I think she liked the idea that I wouldn't be around to run interference," Bella sighed. "I could see that," I agreed with a chuckle. Rosalie did seem like she would like to use all of her intimidating nature on me without having Bella around to temper her anger. "What did she mean when she said that being with you will ruin my life?" "That's what she said to you." Bella's eyes narrowed and her mouth was thin in her annoyance, and I realized I hadn't told her this part before. Last time I just told her about Rosalie warning me to stay away. "Yes," I confirmed. "I figured it had something to do with you being dangerous." "No, that's not the reason." Bella sighed and then she shifted so she was looking into my eyes. "She meant that if you are with me, you can't have a normal human life." I didn't say anything as her meaning filtered into my mind. Honestly, I hadn't thought about how my life might be affected by being with Bella, but I knew she was right. She was going to change everything about my future, and a normal human life was probably the furthest thing that will happen now, but somehow, I couldn't see that as a bad thing. Bella was more important than any of that. "That is why she wanted me to stay away from you," Bella went on to say. "She was appalled that I was being so selfish by staying close to you, letting our bond to grow, and now it's too late because it's fully formed." "Our bond?" I questioned, surprised that she used the word that I have been thinking. "Yes, the connection we felt as soon as our eyes met," Bella said, her words mirroring my thoughts. "Rosalie thought that if I left right away, that you could have lived a normal life without me. However, I wasn't convinced that was possible. Even though it was only our first meeting, I could tell you felt our connection too, that it was already too late to leave you unscathed." "I did feel it," I confirmed. "I was worried about you, and once you left, I couldn't stop thinking about you." "I couldn't stop thinking about you either," Bella said, "but if I thought your life would have been better without me, I would have left. I thought that on the first day, and I thought it again yesterday after the accident. I hated being such a danger to you. And I felt so lost when I thought you were afraid of me." "I'm sorry," I groaned. I never wanted her to feel that way. "It wasn't your fault." Bella shook her head. "I let my fears overrule my better judgment. Because I knew logically that you should have been terrified of me, and I was a danger to you. I hated myself in that moment." I didn't say anything this time, I just held her closely to me. She already knew how I felt, but it couldn't change how she reacted in that moment. I just had to support her now, so she could let that time go. "After school today, I went to the woods to wallow," Bella said. "After what happened between us at school, and I know that was my fault, but it felt so horrible sitting next to you but feeling like I couldn't reach you. I could feel your tension, and as the time passed, I could feel your fear. In my mind, I was convinced it was fear of me. I'm sorry I didn't realize you were anxious because of the way I was reacting. It took Alice talking me around in the woods to get me to see that I was pushing my fears onto you," Bella continued. "After I calmed down, she also made me see that the van accident wasn't all bad. I had learned that I could be around you even while you were bleeding, so I didn't have to fear my self-control as much. And the secret was mostly out, which meant that if you didn't want to run away from me yet, you would probably be more willing to listen to me when I told you the truth." "It seems like Alice is pretty smart," I commented. "Yeah, it helps that she probably already seen me telling you everything," Bella smirked. "You're not going to think about leaving me again, are you?" I had to ask. "No, Edward, I could never leave you now," Bella said. Her words were filled with so many emotions. "You are my mate, I will love you for the rest of my life." Her words floored me, but the look in her eyes was even more intense. They smoldered with the depths of her emotions. I couldn't control my reaction to that look. I leaned down and kissed her, holding her to me as I felt her love flow through me. "I love you that way too," I said after we broke apart so I could breathe, and I rested my head against her forehead again, looking intently into her eyes. "You are my life now." February 5, 2005 Forks, WA. I opened my eyes, and I couldn't believe how good I felt. I had never been happier than last night, when I fell asleep with Bella in my arms. The chill and warmth of her embrace was something I couldn't wait to get used to. And right now, as I started to wake up and I felt her snuggle into me, I couldn't help but realize that I was even happier than last night. I had a feeling that my definition of happiness was going to continuously change. "What are you smiling about?" Bella asked, and I looked down to see she was staring back at me. "I can get used to waking up like this," I squeezed her to me. Bella hummed in agreement. "Me too." "Really?" I questioned. "I can't see how watching me sleep could be enjoyable." "You'd be surprised." Bella smiled, and then rested her head against my chest, "and listening to your heartbeat is very soothing." "This is soothing," I agreed, "and I wouldn't mind staying here all day, but there was still so much we had to talk about." "What's the plan for today?" "Other than being with you, I don't have any plans," Bella said, "though I assume you're going to need to eat soon." "Only me?" I questioned. "You don't eat?" "Not food," Bella answered, and then chose to explain further. "Vampires can chew and swallow food if we have to pretend to eat something, but our bodies can't process it, so we have to expel it." "You always say the sweetest things," I teased her. "Sorry," Bella chuckled, but it died quickly as the tension started to build between us. "We haven't talked about the blood issue yet," I sighed, "other than her longing for my blood, that is." "I was just thinking that too," Bella said as she started moving out of my grasp. I didn't want to let her go, but she only moved so she was sitting against the headboard and I joined her. She didn't start talking right away as she worried her bottom lip as she thought. "I know you don't harm humans," I supplied, trying to make this easier. When she raised an eyebrow at me, I added, "You said as much to Rosalie in the alleyway." "I believe I said we don't kill humans," Bella said, and I shivered a little at the way she said that. "That doesn't mean accidents don't happen." "Have you?" I started to ask, my heart pounding at the thought, but she shook her head. "I've never killed a human," Bella said, and I felt myself relax, until I realized what she was alluding to. "But the others have," I said as a question. "Carlisle is the only other one that hasn't," Bella confirmed. I frowned as I thought about what she said. I was unnerved to learn that people I went to school with had killed people in the past. And they were friends of Bella's, and from what she said last night, they will be friends of mine. "Are you okay?" Bella asked. I shrugged, not sure if I was. Instead of focusing on my mixed feelings about the vampires I met, I thought about the other things she said, about how Carlisle had never killed anyone either, and somehow that made sense to me. Bella fit in at school more than the others could. There was just an ease about her that the Cullens and Hales lack, and she seemed more comfortable among the students. I had noticed something similar when I had met Dr. Cullen. Even knowing that he was something other than a normal human, I felt comfortable with him being around. "Is that why Carlisle and you feel safer?" I voiced my musing because I knew Bella was watching me and trying to see how I reacted to this news. "More or less," Bella said. "On one level, vampires are very appealing. Our looks, our scent, our charisma, it draws humans in like a lure." "I can attest to that," I murmured, and Bella smirked as she rolled her eyes. But instinctually, humans know that we are dangerous, Bella continued. Carlyle and I have spent the most time immersing ourselves in humanity. He studied for decades, it might even have been a century, to be a doctor. Not only a doctor, but a surgeon. That's not something that I think I could do, even though I have more natural self-control than him. Natural self-control? I asked. Bella shrugged. I don't know how else to explain it. I never experienced the bloodlust like other vampires. I always had more control over my instincts. In fact, the first time I found myself lose control was when I met you. If I hadn't spent so many years fighting the cold one within me, I wouldn't have been able to resist you. You always say the sweetest things. I repeated what I said earlier. It's the truth, Bella sighed, but then smirked and said in a deeper voice, you're the most tempting person I've ever met. I couldn't help but smile goofily at her words, as I felt like she was talking about more than one temptation now. I shook my head and tried to think of how to go back to the conversation. So how does it work then? Do you still drink from humans but not kill them? No, Bella shook her head. It's a myth that a vampire can drink from a human and have no effect on them. If a vampire bites a human, there is only two results: death or being changed into a vampire. I nodded, because that made sense. So what do you drink? Animal blood, Bella answered simply. Emmett dubbed us vegetarians because of our diet choice. We are seen as being peculiar by other vampires. So, I take it there aren't many vampires that drink animal blood. I frowned. We only know of 6 others, Bella said. We considered them our extended family. Of course, I'm sort of extended family too. What do you mean? I frowned. I'm more of a nomad than the rest of them, Bella explained, and I looked at her blankly. It means I travel on my own a lot, and I don't stay in one place for too long. Of course I'm not like most nomads, since I come here to Forks and La Push a lot. And I also stay with Carlyle's coven for a few years, at least once a decade. Coven? I frowned. I had heard of the term, but it seemed wrong to describe them. She had called herself and the other group of vegetarian vampires as extended family, and family seemed like a better word for them. Generally, a group of 2 or more vampires are called a coven, Bella said. But we do tend to think of ourselves as family. But you go off on your own a lot. I frowned. When I was younger, not long after I was changed, I got used to being on my own a lot, Bella answered. I liked the freedom of being able to travel the country and enjoy new experiences. Carlyle, on the other hand, became a doctor, as you know, and liked to stay in one place for 4 to 6 years. Back then, the only place that I could stay a long period of time was here, on the Olympic Peninsula. And that's only because I had family here. Shapeshifting friends, I supplied. Exactly, Bella smiled at me. You have no idea how nice it is to have people that know exactly who you are and accept you. Especially when you're a vampire that has to hide who you really are from almost everyone you meet. You keep talking like that and I might have to like these shapeshifters, I tried to tease. I was still having problems accepting the other supernatural beings she mentioned, but it was clear these people were important to her. You should. They're my family, Edward. Not by blood, but they're still my family, Bella said earnestly. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be sitting here with you today. They saved me, in every way imaginable. I didn't know how to respond to that. I longed for more information, but I had a feeling that was a long conversation. I did have a question I wanted answered though. If they're your family, why do you ever leave here? There's a few reasons, Bella sighed. The main reason is because after a few years it becomes obvious that I'm not aging. Even in La Push, with the Quileutes, there are only so many people that know who I am, and it would be dangerous if the others learned what I am. Besides, the presence of vampires in the area causes the shapeshifting gene to be activated, and I don't want to be the reason for more boys turning into wolves than there has to be. Of course, I'm not sure if my presence affects them the same way other vampires do, since they know I'm not a threat to them or their people, Bella went on to explain. But there have been at least 3 wolves in the pack for as long as I've known them. Is that true now? Are there only 3 wolves? I asked, amazed again that after talking about shapeshifters with Bella for a few minutes everything seemed to have normalized. It is actually, but I suspect that there will be at least 2 more in a year or so, Bella said, and when I raised an eyebrow, she continued. Jacob Black, He's the mechanic I told you about. He could phase anytime now. The blacks have been the leader of the tribes since well before I met them, and they have all been wolves. He's 15 now, and the boys usually change around the age 15 to 20. And then there's Quill and Seth, who both have strong lineage to the wolves. And I'm probably overwhelming you with all this information. Bella smiled at me sheepishly. And it's getting late, you must be hungry. You're not overwhelming me, I said. It wasn't exactly true, but it wasn't a lie either. Of course, now that she mentioned it, I was kind of hungry. I got out of bed, thinking it was best to get ready for the day. And it's good to know, since I'll be meeting them tomorrow when we pick up your car. I'm not sure you're going to meet any of the actual wolves, at least, none of the current ones, Bella said thoughtfully. Now, what would you like for breakfast? I'll probably just have cereal. I shrugged and Bella made a face and shook her head. I'm going to make you something, Bella stated. But you don't eat. I felt uncomfortable that she would make me something when she didn't need to eat. Edward, I enjoy cooking. Please let me, Bella said, and I couldn't say no to her. Oh, it was decided that Bella would go to her house, since I needed to shower and get ready, and she thought it would be best to change her clothes as well. Besides, she said she felt more comfortable using her own kitchen, which I just went along with. It really didn't matter where I was, as long as Bella was nearby. It only took me 20 minutes to get ready, and that felt like too long to be apart. I didn't know what I was going to do on Monday when we were back in school. At least I had 2 days before I had to worry about that. I was nervous again as I walked to her front door. Being away from her maid last night seemed like a dream because honestly, how could everything change so drastically in such a short period of time? Yesterday morning I was worried that Bella was going to pull away from me, and now here I was on her doorstep, getting ready to eat whatever breakfast she had prepared, after I had woken up with her in my arms. If this was a dream, I never wanted to wake up. Then Bella opened the door. Her radiant smile chased away all my fears, because my dreams never could do her this much justice. Not to mention the feel of her lips on my cheek as she greeted me. No, I could never have dreamed this. Bella went all out on breakfast, making eggs, bacon, sausage, hash browns, toast and pancakes, as well as freshly squeezed orange juice and coffee. I felt a little self-conscious as I ate, after I first tried to tell Bella this was too much, for which she just hushed me and gestured for me to eat. Then there was the fact I was the only one eating that made me feel awkward, but she started a conversation, and everything seemed to melt away once we were talking. After breakfast, and I had eaten 90% of the food Bella made me, she insisted that we do our homework, rightly guessing that I hadn't done anything the last 2 days. I tried to argue that I could do it later, but when she reminded me that we would be spending all our time together and if we got it over with now, we could enjoy the rest of the weekend in peace, I quickly agreed. Luckily, we didn't have any papers to write, and I was able to finish everything in a little more than an hour. Finally, I said, pushing away my calculus book, having finished my last assignment. I looked over to Bella, who was just looking at me with an amused smile. I frowned at her when I noticed she didn't have any books in front of her. I had seen her take out her notebook, but after that I just got to working and tried my hardest not to look at her, so I wouldn't be distracted and could finish quicker. Where's your work? It only took me 2 minutes to finish. Bella's mouth thinned with amusement as I gaped at her. Super speed and the fact that I remember everything makes studying very easy. Cheater. I pouted and she laughed at me. Wait, so what have you done all the other times we studied together? I remember peeking at her several times over the last few weeks, and she always seemed to be reading or writing answers. Was it just an act? Oh, I was studying. Bella's eyes sparkled. Did you know that your brows furrow when you work on a hard problem and then your left eyebrow lifts slightly when you figure out the right answer? My ears heated up at her words. I wasn't aware. And when you're reading something you're disinterested in, your speed increases to nearly twice the pace, Bella went on with her observations. I did know that one, I said. I had learned speed reading a few years ago when I first started working at my father's firm. I had to learn how to gather data quickly. And when you enjoy reading something, the left side of your mouth quirks upwards, Bella smirked. It's rather adorable. I know she's just trying to tease me, and it worked. My ears were red again. I enjoy that shade of red on you, Bella giggled as she leaned towards me, and then suddenly she was straddling my lap, her hair curtaining around us as she caressed my face, as her eyes darkened in the same way they had last night, and instead of being afraid I was thrilled as she leaned closer to me. Then her lips were on mine, as mine molded into hers, and one of her hands was on the back of my neck playing with my hair, and my hands moved to her waist. I was just about to try to deepen the kiss when Bella suddenly disappeared. "Huh," I said, startled from both the sudden assault and the disappearance. "Charlie," Bella whispered as the front door opened. I never thought of myself as a blusher before, but I knew my face was red again as the chief made his way into the room, and when his eyes landed on me, they narrowed and he was giving me that stern look again. "What are you kids up to?" Charlie's glare intensified. "Kids," Bella snorted, but I was fidgeting under his look. "You're home early. Weren't the fish biting today?" Charlie switched his focus onto Bella, who must have gave him some kind of look because he suddenly looked friendlier and more relaxed. I looked at her questioningly, but she ignored me. "Nah, things were pretty quiet today, and I didn't really feel into it after last night." I shifted uncomfortably at the mention of the events of the previous night. "How did it go after we left?" Bella asked. "You don't know?" Charlie questioned, and Bella shook her head. "One of the guys, Alonzo Calderas Wallace, was a serial rapist and murderer and is wanted in both Texas and Oklahoma. The last I heard they were both fighting over which one was going to extradite him. The other 3 guys signed a plea deal for 2 years. Really?" I said out loud before I could stop myself. Though I was under the belief that those men would have done the horrible crime, I knew legally it would have been hard to prove since we had interrupted them before anything too bad happened. I may have arranged it so Rosalie could have another little chat with the men, and she might have convinced them it was in their best interest to take the deal. Charlie smirked. Now it made perfect sense to me. I would take any deal if I were those guys just to make sure I never saw Rosalie again. "And she was okay with the terms of the plea deal?" Bella said doubtfully. "Of course not. I don't think any terms would have been enough for her, but it was the harshest punishment we could offer with the evidence we had, and she didn't want to cause me any trouble," Charlie explained. "You know she's really miffed with you for using me as a bargaining chip." "Yes, I am aware," Bella sighed, but I didn't see what else I could have said to make her calm down. "I know," Charlie sighed too, "I just don't like seeing you two fighting." "I don't like it either, but I'm not about to let her get her way this time," Bella said, frustrated. "You sure this kid here is worth it?" Charlie tried to glare at me, but it was ruined by his smirk. "Yes," Bella said firmly. "All right," Charlie shrugged, "I've got to get going. The real reason I'm home so early is that Billy told me that Sue was having problems with her kitchen sink and I was going to stop by and help her out." "Oh," Bella said, her lips thinned in amusement, and Charlie glared at her. His face was a darker shade of red than it was before. "Will you be home for dinner?" "Not sure, but Sue usually makes something when I help out," Charlie shrugged, looking even more uncomfortable than a moment ago. "I've got to go get ready." "Okay," Bella said as he fled the room, and she held her giggle until he was gone. I was just about to ask her what had just happened, but Bella distracted me when she stood up and held her hand out to me. "Come on." "Where are we going?" I asked as I took the hand. "I want to show you my room," Bella said, and I found myself standing and following her, all thoughts of Charlie having left my mind. That was until we got upstairs and I heard him moving around. My ears heated up again, and I got really nervous. "Are you sure this is okay?" "Yeah, don't worry." Bella was unfazed, and I just followed her as she walked into her room. It wasn't very big, but it was nice. There was a rocking chair, a dresser, a desk with a laptop on it, and a bed. For some reason, I couldn't take my eyes off of the bed, and that wasn't helped when Bella sat on it and patted the space next to her for me to join her, which of course I did. "You don't have to be nervous," Bella said as she realized I was still tense, and she moved so we were in a similar position as we had been this morning in my bed, with our backs against the headboard. "It's just me." "Yeah," I said, because she was right. I didn't need to be nervous around her, because when I wasn't thinking, being around her was the easiest thing in the world. But when I was thinking, all these nagging fears seemed to hit me. Right now, that fear was Charlie. I was sure he was going to burst into the room at any moment and demand that I get out of his daughter's bed. "Oh," I gasped as my thought made me realize that there was something distinctly weird about Bella's relationship with Charlie, as they didn't interact as I would expect a father and daughter would. And as I tried to place my finger on why something seemed so off about Charlie in regard to the others, I finally realized what made him different, or more like made him like everyone else in this town. Charlie's human. Of course, Charlie's human. Bella laughed at the face I was making. I was wondering when you were going to notice. But he knows what you are, I went on, and she nodded. And he's your dad or guardian? Charlie's not my dad, Bella said. She was still amused, but as she bit her lip, I realized she was anxious about what she was going to say next. He's my great-great-great-great-grandson. I felt numb as her words sunk in, and warring thoughts fought for dominance in my mind. First came shock that the girl sitting next to me was a grandmother. No, there were a lot of greats before grandmother. I couldn't help but wonder how old she was, and that thought made me feel like I was a child compared to her. Second came a wave of jealousy that I tried my hardest not to show. If she had a grandchild, that meant she had to have a child, which meant she was likely married at some point, which meant she probably loved some other guy. Those were rough thoughts, but the next were even worse. I wondered how many men, human or vampire, that she had known and loved throughout what I now realized was a very long life. I tried to hide those thoughts from her, turning to face forward and closing my eyes, but it was hard, because my mind kept telling me that even if she had one guy per year or decade or century, or just one guy, it was too much. However, I didn't want to be the insecure jerk that could only think of myself and the pain the thought of her with others was giving me. I knew she was offering me a piece of herself by telling me that Charlie was her descendant. I could see that she was wary that I would take this news poorly, and I was trying my hardest not to, but I was failing miserably. Edward, Bella said softly, and I was surprised to find that I was now laying in the bed, my head on a pillow, and I was facing Bella. She stroked my cheek and said softly, "It's not what you think." "It's okay, Bella." I tried to assure her that I didn't care if she had loved someone in the past, all that mattered now was the present in us, but my voice wavered. "I understand you had a life before me, Edward." She said my name softly, her tone loving, but I could detect a sorrow that seemed to fill her eyes as she looked into mine. "I have never willingly been with a man." I stared at her in shock. Again her words took time to penetrate my mind, but I pulled her closer as soon as I realized what she was saying, holding her tightly in my embrace. My thoughts of a minute ago crumbled around me, making me feel like the biggest asshole on the planet for being jealous. Suddenly, I wish my previous thoughts were true, because the idea of her happily married to some guy was a lot better than knowing that someone had. "It's okay, Edward, I'm okay," Bella said soothingly, and I shook my head. "I was jealous," I groaned bitterly. "I know, I could see it in your eyes, before you closed them," Bella said. I think she was trying to ease the tension, but it had no effect on me. She sighed and tried a different tactic. "I can understand your jealousy. I felt it any time I saw you talking with Jessica, or when Lauren tried to tell me how much you like her." I couldn't help the face that I made when Bella mentioned Lauren. I hadn't spoken to her since the first day, and I hoped it stayed that way. "But that's not so bad, because I know you don't have feelings for them. It's the girls you were with in Chicago that really have me worried. Especially when I think about how kids today are more willing to be intimate, and you're so attractive. I know you probably had your pick of girls." "Bella," I said softly, because I could see she was honestly worried that I was promiscuous, and had a line of girls that I left back in Chicago. I might have kissed a few girls. I could see the fiery hate in Bella's eyes, and it mirrored the irrational jealousy I had felt a moment ago. I went on trying to assure her that they didn't mean anything to me, but it never felt right. It was like I could feel they were using me or something. Besides, dating in high school was never in my father's plans. "I think this is the first time I like one of your dad's plans," Bella said, her tone still filled with her jealousy, and I felt like I could almost smile, but I shook my head. "This isn't the same thing," I informed her. "What I thought was wrong. You went through something horrible and I was jealous." "Edward," Bella sighed, "you didn't know that. You shouldn't feel guilty for your honest reaction. And you tried to hide your feelings from me." I didn't argue with her, but we both knew that her words didn't not assuage my guilt. "Tell me what happened. Are you sure you want to know?" she asked, and I shook my head. "No, but I need to know," I told her sadly. "I need to know the bad and the good and everything in between about you." "It started when I was 14, Bella said. 14, I gasped, and Bella nodded, and I felt her wrap her arms around me to give me comfort. I took that comfort before I willed myself to be strong. She was the one reliving a traumatizing time, so I needed to be the one comforting and supporting her. I repositioned as so I was the one holding her as she told me about her past. February 5, 2005 Forks, WA. It was trying to listen to Bella tell me about her past, telling me that her father wanted to use her as a stepping stone to gain better standing, hoping to marry her off to some rich and influential family. She had only been 14, though she told me that was more common in the 1850s. It was still hard to believe she was born in 1842, meaning she was 162 years old right now. Like I thought, knowing how long she lived did make me feel like an insignificant child in comparison, but I buried that feeling as I listened to her. We can work on my issues later, when she wasn't baring her soul to me. However, I couldn't hide my fury when she told me how her father had treated her as a commodity for himself all her life. Then after she had been brutalized, thankfully she didn't remember much of that time, other than that it happened. He had only cared about keeping up her image of purity. And worst of all, how he had kicked her out when he learned she was pregnant. I could not understand how anyone could kick out their 14-year-old pregnant daughter to live on their own. I remembered when Bella had told me the cover story on our first study session, how she had said what her father was guilty of was greed. I had assumed out loud that he had embezzled money, but it seemed like he had committed a much more horrendous crime, though not one punishable by the law. Well, not back then. Now he could be imprisoned for child endangerment. I had tried to hide my rage over her father's behavior, but of course Bella noticed, but she just told me that she learned long ago that he didn't matter to her. That she had always known that her father didn't love her, so this betrayal was harsh but not something she hadn't expected. It also made her determined to be a better parent than her father ever was. I couldn't help but compare the relationship I had with my father to the one she had with her own and see how lucky I truly was. Yes, my father was hard on me, but I always knew he loved me. I always knew he would do anything for me to keep me out of trouble. Even thinking about the difficult relationship he had with Esme, I knew it wasn't the same as this. Yes, my father had disowned her, but it hadn't been done out of malice, as Esme informed me over this last summer. She told me that she had been just as much at fault with the separation and our father had been trying to protect her, but she was too stubborn to believe him that Charles Evanson had been using her. And our father was too stubborn to back down from the ultimatum that he gave her when she had made her choice. I loved that Bella had let me process all of this, even as she was revealing her past. She had informed me that she had not been very impressed by my dad at first, fearing that he might be as uncaring as her own. However, she realized that wasn't the case after listening to more of my stories about him. That's when she informed me that she had always called him my dad, instead of using my father as I always did, because of what those words meant to her. To her, father was a biological term, but dad was the man that cared and loved you. Hearing her terminology touched me, but I didn't know why. After I got over my rage, I listened to how she told me that after her father kicked her out, she decided to move back to Olympia hoping for a new start. Instead, her voyage party had been attacked by a vampire before she got there, and all of her traveling companions had been killed. However, she had been saved by the Quileute wolves, who I now considered as heroes and will always be grateful to them. She had been right that they had saved her in every way possible, because after saving her life, they had offered her a home and supported her throughout her pregnancy and after when she gave birth when she was 15. Then she described how she had been changed into a vampire 4 years later, when she was 19. I had a feeling that she breezed through the information about her transformation and, when I told her so, she just told me now wasn't the time for that conversation. I had to agree, we were already talking about her family now, we could have another drama-filled conversation about becoming a vampire later. It was heartbreaking hearing how devastated Bella was that she only got 4 years to be a real mother to her son, Thomas William Swan. Then she told me that after she had been transformed, the first year she was only able to see her son from across the river and the next few years after that was only able to be close to him for a few hours a day. When I wondered why she couldn't be closer to her son, she explained how uncontrollable a newborn vampire was, or at least how they're supposed to be. She told me that it was only after meeting other newborns that she learned how controlled she had always been. She had assumed the reason was that she always had something to protect that was more important than blood to her. Then she described it was soon after the Civil War had ended that she had started her semi-nomadic lifestyle, as the Quileute Reservation was no longer on high alert. Apparently human wars often increased the vampire population in the area, as it hid the death toll of their human victims. Even though Washington Territory wasn't really part of that war, the Quileute lands was still endangered. Then she told me how difficult it had been, especially those first few years, to be away from her family and home, but she persevered knowing it was for the best. Then she told me about her favorite time in her life as a vampire before she met me. She assured was when she and Thomas, after he turned 18, had moved to Olympia for 6 years, even though she had to pose as his sister. In that time, she was able to be there as her son met and married his wife, as well as the birth of her grandson. I was happy that she got that, because listening to the rest of her life, it sounded like the time she spent with her family was too few and far between, though she somehow made it a point to be there for all the important moments. Things got even more difficult in the 20th century as it became more difficult not to be noticed, especially in the Quileute Reservation as legends became myths to most of their people, and Bella couldn't be seen there as often as she had in the past. All of that changed in 1944, when her great-great-grandson had died in World War II, like I had feared the first time I had seen the Swan family gallery, and she came to live in Forks, so she could help raise Charlie's father, Jeffrey. She explained that it had felt like Jeffrey was a second son, and that closeness translated to her relationship with Charlie. Saying that at first, Charlie had felt like a grandson to her, though after the last year of living with him, he felt more like a brother and that he reminded her the most of her Thomas. I think I noticed that, I said. It seemed after the long emotional draining conversation it was nice that things had ended on a happier note. When you were talking to Charlie earlier, it didn't feel like you were a father and daughter or a grandmother and grandson. It actually reminded me more of the relationship I have with S. That means a lot, seeing as I know how you feel about Esme, Bella said, and as I looked at her, I could see she was pensive. It must have been so hard for her to talk about this. I had felt her pain every time she mentioned the death of one of her boys, as she called them. I had heard it was hard on parents to outlive their children, and she had outlived her great-great-great-grandson now, since Jeffrey had died a few years ago when he was only 57. This made me realize that I hadn't fully understood what Bella had meant last night when she told me that being with her would mean I wouldn't have a normal life. I had only thought about how my knowledge of the world was different, and how I now belonged in the supernatural world, but this conversation had made me realize it was more in-depth than that. She didn't ask me to change, and I didn't even know if she wanted me to, but I realized that I didn't want to put her through the pain that my own death would cause her. Which meant I was going to become a vampire at some point in time. But I couldn't bring that up now. I knew I wasn't ready for that conversation, especially if she was against me becoming one. Besides, I needed time to get my mind wrapped around the idea. "What are you thinking?" Bella asked, her eyes filled with sorrow. "I'm thinking about a normal life," I replied, and I felt Bella freeze in my arms, and I cursed answering her too honestly. "I meant what we talked about last night, not that I want a normal life," I rambled on so that she understood what I was trying to say, but it still sounded pretty bad. "I'm sorry, Bella, I didn't mean to upset you. I can't give you a normal life, Edward," Bella said, and the look in her eyes was killing me. "I've just been telling you about my family, my descendants, but that's not something I can give you." I frowned at her, because my mind had been on becoming a vampire and now, she was talking about family for some reason. "Vampires can't have children," Bella clarified sorrowfully. I felt a pang in my heart at her words, and I wrapped my arms around her to pull her closer to me. I have never once thought about having kids, though like most people I thought I would get married and have a family someday. It had never been on my mind. Even these last few weeks being with Bella, most of my thoughts of the future were focused more about the short term, like spending all my time with her, taking her out and getting to know her better like we were now. Still, hearing her say we could never have children hurt more than I thought possible. After all, I had just listened to her for the last 3 hours talking and showing me how great of a mother she was, even when she was a vampire and shouldn't have been able to be in her child's descendant's life. And damn it, if I wasn't thinking about how cute our children could have been. "Edward," Bella said softly, "I don't want to take the chance of you being a dad away from you." "Bella," I shook my head, I knew what she was going to say now, and it wasn't anywhere close to what I was thinking. The only thought I had of having a family was theoretical. You know, like the American dream of becoming rich and having a family with 2.5 kids. But there's no point of me being a dad if you're not the mom. Because you're my life now, Bella. If you're not in it, everything else would be meaningless. Bella didn't look comforted by my words as she started to stroke my face. I just hate that I'm taking that potential away from you. You're not taking anything away from me, I tried to argue, and when she shook her head I added, besides, I can just be the grandfather to Charlie's kid when he has one. That actually got a genuine smile out of her, but she was still shaking her head. It's not the same. I know, I said, but it's more than 99.9% of what other vampires get, so I won't complain. Bella shifted her head up to look into my eyes, and I wondered if she could tell I was thinking about becoming a vampire after that comment. If she did, she didn't ask me, she just rested her head on my chest and agreed with me. Oh, we spent the rest of the day lying in bed in a somber mood, until it was 5 and Bella declared that she was going to make dinner. I knew that she needed some time alone, or maybe she knew I needed a few moments. We've had so many heavy conversations in the last 2 days, and it was a lot to deal with. It was information that I needed to know, and though it was daunting, I think having it all at once was going to help me process everything. I just hope that the rest of the day will be more relaxing. I made my way downstairs and to the kitchen, and I stopped to watch as Bella cooked for a few seconds before she disappeared. Or at least I couldn't see as she moved around, and then she was standing in the same spot as before, but now one of the pans was sizzling and a mouth-watering smell was coming from it. I looked at the counter and noticed there was dough on it, and then I looked back at the stove and realized she was working on a meat sauce. Are you making spaghetti? I questioned. Bella giggled. I figured you'd want to know what real spaghetti tastes like. Though it's going to be pappardelle, not spaghetti. Pappardelle? I questioned. It's a type of pasta, one that I can cut by hand instead of using a pasta machine, which I don't have, Bella explained. Do you need any help? I offered. No, I could do it quicker without help. Bella smiled at me, but you can stir the sauce every few minutes if you want. I said, standing by the stove and stirred the pan as she directed. I like doing things with you. I like it too, she said, leaning into me. Oh my God, I moaned as I took the first bite of the food. I couldn't believe how much better this was than the pasta I had before. This is so good. Thanks. Bella's eyes twinkled with enjoyment. Are you Italian? I asked after I finished eating another bite. This tastes like something an Italian grandmother would make, Isabella. Actually, my grandmother was Italian, Bella smiled. Is she the one that taught you how to cook? I asked. No, unfortunately I never met her, Bella sighed, but my grandpa Thomas always talked fondly of her. And though I cooked from time to time before, I didn't start enjoying it until the 40s. There's just something so satisfying about pleasing my boys with food. Am I one of your boys now? I questioned. No, there's something disturbing about that. Bella made a face, her nose scrunching up in the cutest way. I laughed as I continued to eat, and it was when I was halfway through my plate that I realized I never got self-conscious about being the only one eating, meaning I was already used to it. I was just wondering how you could cook this good without being able to taste the food. That's easy, I cook by smell, Bella said, making the same face as before. Does it smell bad to you? I wondered as I couldn't help but inhale and my mouth started salivating because of the wonderful aroma. Bad is not a strong enough description of how it smells, Bella said. I'm just grateful that I'm so used to it by now that the only time the odor bothers me is when I'm cooking the meat. Why's that? I asked. I'm not sure you want to hear this while you're eating, Bella said, and I just glared at her to continue. Bella's mouth thinned and then she started again, because it's not pleasant to be assaulted with the scent of decaying meat, and the vegetables aren't much better. Of course, ground meat is particularly bad because it brings out more of the blood scent and it is rotten. You always say the sweetest things, I grumbled, my new tagline as I dropped my fork on the plate. I warned you, Bella reminded me, her eyes twinkling with amusement. And one of these days I'm going to take your warning, I sighed, but you didn't have to add the last part about the blood. But you weren't disturbed enough without it, Bella laughed, and I shook my head. I knew she had been deliberately messing with me. You're mean, I pouted, before I picked up my fork. Yeah, Her words were not appealing when she described the food I was eating from her point of view, but that didn't make it smell any less delicious. I started chuckling. What's so funny? Bella asked. When I was alone in your room, I had hoped we could have a more relaxing time. I just didn't think that the scent of decaying blood would be the topic of that conversation, I explained. Bella's eyes danced in amusement. It has been an interesting conversation. We kept up the conversation as I ate, but soon afterwards, we decided it would be best if we went back to my house. I didn't know when Esme was planning on being home, but I didn't want to stay out late again and have her worried about me. Besides, Bella was coming with me, so it didn't matter where we were. Esme didn't get home until almost 9, and before she got in the door, Bella made her way up to my room. I had told her it was okay for her to be there. I figured that since I wasn't in trouble this time she could listen to our conversation. Do you realize how late it is, young lady? I said as soon as Esme walked in the house. I've been so worried about you. Don't push it, mister. Esme rolled her eyes at me but smiled. I take it you had a good date? I asked, because she did look pretty happy right now. Here's the phone I got you, Esme said, handing me my new flip cell phone and avoiding my question. I had the guy at the store program my number in there. Thanks, I said, looking at the phone for a few seconds before I returned my focus onto Esme. She really did seem to be happy right now. Serious S, how was your night? It was good, Edward, overwhelming but good, Esme said, and it was as if she was talking about my day. How were things with you and Bella? The same, I chuckled at the understatement of that. Are you going to tell me who you're seeing? Not yet, Esme smirked. Call it payback for keeping your study partner a secret. Whatever, I rolled my eyes. I think I'm going to go to bed. So early on a Saturday night? Esme asked. Yeah, it's been a long day, and I've got to take Bella to get her car early in the morning, I said, which wasn't completely a lie. 9 o'clock was early for a Sunday. Okay, Esme said, looking as if she didn't believe me. After going to the bathroom, I went to my room, and it was just like the night before. Bella had turned down my bed and was waiting for me. I didn't really feel tired yet, but I wanted nothing more than to get in bed with her. February 6, 2005 Forks, WA. This morning, I woke up with Bella in my arms just the same as yesterday, and I was sure hoping it would be the same as every day in the future. Her head was resting on my chest, which I liked. I knew she didn't sleep, but this gave the illusion that she was, and I was pretty sure she found the position relaxing. When I looked over to the clock, I realized that it was about an hour before I had to get up, but I wasn't tired any longer. That was probably because I had crashed early last night. Apparently, having Bella in my arms was very relaxing, and as soon as we had stopped talking for a few minutes I had fallen asleep. Once I couldn't stay in bed any longer, I made my way downstairs. Bella decided it was best to go to her house, and I hoped to meet her as soon as possible, but Esme was making breakfast, and I knew I had to eat here. I was a little annoyed at first, because it was hard to be away from Bella, but it was nice to have a normal meal with my sister. We hadn't had one in over 2 days, which seems like a long time now. Still, I made a quick getaway with Esme teasing me about being in such a hurry to see my girlfriend. I wasn't nervous at all as I parked the car in front of Bella's house, but that might have been because as soon as I stopped it, she was getting in, looking like the goddess she was, wearing a pretty blue blouse and tight jeans. Are you going to drive, or am I going to have to push your car to la push? Bella teased as I openly stared at her for several minutes, and of course my ears betrayed my embarrassment after that comment. I don't think that would be good for the low profile that you said you needed, I grumbled as I started the car, but she knew I wasn't really upset by the teasing. As soon as I pulled out of the driveway, I grabbed Bella's hand, feeling infinitely better. You look beautiful. You look rather handsome yourself, Bella said. I like that shade of green on you. I know, I said. That's why I had pulled on the hunter green thermal long sleeve shirt. I noticed she liked it whenever I wore anything green. Just like you know I love you in blue. I do know that, Bella agreed, and I had to endure a shopping trip with Alice so she could fill my closet with every shade of blue imaginable. She even picked out this outfit for today. You let Alice pick out what you wear? I questioned. No, not literally, Bella shook her head. But she did lay out all my outfits on the bed, and when I picked this one out, the post-it note fell out of it saying, I knew you'd pick this one, it's perfect. It was the only one with a note. The more I hear about Alice, the more annoying she sounds, I pointed out. She can be a little much, but she was just trying to distract me today, Bella said. I get a little anxious when you're not nearby. I feel the same way, I admitted, feeling better knowing I wasn't the only one that was anxious. I wondered if there was a reason for that, but I had a feeling I knew the answer to that. The bond between us was palpable now, which made it so much better being near her and so much harder to be separated. We drove the rest of the way in silence, just enjoying the ride. As we got to the town, Bella started giving me directions until we were at a small red house that resembled a barn. We parked in the front, but Bella led us around the back where a garage was hidden, and I could see the back of her El Camino. Wow, I said as I walked around the car in the garage. I couldn't see any of the damage that was done to it, and the paint work looked incredible. I didn't know you could get work like this done in a home garage. Normally I would agree with you. A male voice came from behind us. I turned around to see a man that was probably 20 or so, that was about my height at 6'2", with russet skin, brown eyes, and his dark hair was cropped short. But when you wake up to professional sprayers and paint on your porch, it makes it a lot easier. Though I think the car lift was a little too much. Still, thanks Bella, I'll really be able to make my rabbit look sharp once I'm done fixing her. Don't thank me, Alice is the one that had it ordered before school had ended on Thursday, Bella answered as she appeared by my side and I wrapped my arm around her. It looks perfect, Jake. Yeah, I'm glad you're happy, Jake said, looking pleased by her comment. Wait, you're Jacob the 15-year-old, I asked incredulously. Well, that's not the title that I usually go by, Jake snorted, but that would be me. You must be Edward, he added, holding out his hand. But, I just looked at him confused after I took his hand and shook it. After all, this guy was younger than me, but he was massive. He wasn't just tall, he was nothing but muscle, and his face lacked any of the roundness a kid his age should have. 2 months ago, he was 5'10" and skinny as a rail, Bella said. Hey, Jake pouted at her and then shrugged. I guess that's true. I'm going through a monster growth spurt. I expect I'll grow another 4 inches in no time. Sure, Bella said, her eyes sparkling as Jake laughed. I don't know why, but I didn't really like how comfortable these two seemed to be, as it seemed like they were sharing some kind of inside joke right now. At least I was hoping he was joking, because the kid had just admitted he'd grown 4 inches. He had to be done growing right. I wonder if that was some kind of weird wolf thing. Somehow, I think it was. Still, I hadn't liked hearing him call her Bella. No one at school had ever called her that. However, once I reminded myself that the Quileutes were family to Bella, I realized it was only right they would call her by her preferred name. You've done an excellent job on the body, Jake, Bella said, oblivious to my internal struggle. How is it running? Nothing was wrong with the engine, and I was able to get the alignment all fixed up thanks to the lift, Jake said. Before you go though, Gramps wanted to talk to you. I see, Bella said, her mouth thinning as she looked towards the house. Is he here or? Yeah, he's inside, Jake shifted uncomfortably and added, so is Dad. Okay, I'll go talk with them, Bella said stiffly before she turned to me. Do you mind staying out here with Jacob? Yeah, I'll be okay, I answered, because I could tell she really didn't want me to go with her. I could also tell that she was wary of going inside to talk. Don't worry about her, she knows how to handle them, Jake tried to assure me. Sure, I responded because I had no idea what she had to handle. So, how are you liking Washington so far? Jake asked to get the conversation flowing again. It's got to be different than Chicago. Yeah, way different, I agreed, but I don't miss the city at all. I bet, Jake said as I had been looking at the house where Bella was now. I'm sure he knew what I was thinking about. Maybe living in this small town would have been more difficult if my mind wasn't always on Bella. She's turned my whole world upside down, I couldn't help but smile. Does that mean you know? Jake asked, hesitantly, and also vaguely. If you mean I know that she can stop a 2-ton van like it's nothing, I said and looked at Jake as he laughed loudly at my explanation, and I couldn't help joining him. I had been nervous about meeting the wolves, but really, he was just like any other guy. Then I added, since I figured it was best to let him know I was aware of what he was, or that you might turn into a wolf at any moment, then yeah, I know. Good, You do know, Jacob chuckled. I didn't want to say too much if she hadn't told you her secrets yet. I saw some of her secrets firsthand, I said. You don't know how terrifying it is to see your girl get hit by a van, even if it doesn't leave a scratch on her afterwards. Jake shook his head, and he grimaced. I can't imagine. So, are you really going to grow 4 more inches? Is that some kind of wolf thing? I decided to ask because I was curious, and I didn't want to talk about the accident, or the Port Angeles incident. Probably, Jake shrugged. Jared and Paul are only an inch or so taller than me, but Sam is that tall, and since I'm going to be alpha someday, I'll have to be taller than him. That's like the natural order of things, or something. So, you have alphas like real wolves, I frowned. Yeah, we've got to have an alpha. If there's no chain of command, things would be chaotic, Jake said. Not that I actually know, mind you, since I haven't phased yet, but I've heard about it all my life. Are you scared of changing? I asked. A little. The guys said it hurts, especially the first time, Jake shrugged. At least I've always known about what's going to happen. Paul and Jared hadn't been told our legends were real before they started rapidly growing. They hadn't had a wolf in their family for 4 generations, so they only got a few weeks' warning. Is that common? I wondered. Nah, most of the time it's a direct descendant of the current wolf pack that phases, but I guess since Dad stopped phasing so early and then Henry and Quill died a few years after, it left a hole in the pack, Jacob explained. At the time, only Joshua Yulee was left as a wolf. It was hard on him to be a lone wolf. But at least Sam had his dad there when he first phased, and he didn't stop phasing until Jared joined the pack. Why did your dad stop phasing? I asked, because honestly, I didn't know what to do with the rest of the stuff he was talking about. My dad didn't imprint on my mom, Jake answered, and then when I looked with at him confusion he explained further. Imprinting is kind of like love at first sight, but more so. Anyways, all my family before that have imprinted. But when Dad realized he didn't imprint on Mom, he didn't care. He was already in love with her and knew she was the one, so he immediately tried to stop phasing so he could be with her. Okay, I wasn't sure what else to say to all this talk, and still not sure why his dad had to stop phasing. It's sort of an unspoken rule that the wolves aren't supposed to date anyone unless they imprint, especially before they're 20, Jake supplied with a shrug. Not all wolves imprint, so that's why the rule isn't strict, but it's different for the blacks. We're the alphas and the leader of the tribe, and before Dad we have always imprinted, so it's even more important that we follow the rules. That's also why Gramps wanted Dad to stay a wolf until he found his imprint, but Dad knew what he wanted, and what he had to do so he could be with my mom. If he was that sure, why did he have to wait until he stopped phasing? I frowned. Because the instant a wolf met their imprint, it wouldn't matter how much they loved the woman they were with before, they would have no choice but to belong to their imprint, Jake answered. Oh, was all I could say to that, starting to wonder if this imprinting thing was similar to what happened between Bella and myself. I'd have to ask her about that later. Yeah, it's kind of sappy, isn't it? Jake chuckled. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring up all that crap with you. I'm the one that asked, I shrugged. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the idea that you could transform into a wolf, or at least you will be able to soon. I mean, just a few days ago, that didn't exist. It was like 1 second the world was normal and the next my girl was saving my life, and then I was bleeding and the words just started flowing from my mouth, though I hadn't meant to say the last part. Jake's eyes widened and then he was leaning against the garage looking pale. Are you okay? I asked, alarmed at the change in him as I realized I had said too much. I hoped I didn't just get Bella in trouble. Yeah, that brought back a memory, Jake said, still looking pale as he shook his head. I wasn't sure if I should ask for more. Jake looked uncomfortable, but I couldn't tell if he didn't want to talk about it. Look, I'm not going to force you, but you can talk to me if you want. This might be a touchy subject for you, Jake grimaced. Maybe, I shrugged, but I'm still here. 5 years ago, Mom and I were in a car accident, Jake said. I was fine, but my mom would have died if it wasn't for Bella. I couldn't help but gasp as I felt my blood drain and I was lightheaded. I couldn't help but to think of my own parents, and I felt a bitter sense of jealousy since my parents couldn't have been saved like his mom was, but I pushed against that feeling. Bella was suddenly holding my hands, and I peered into her sorrow-filled eyes and I could feel my resentment vanished as I rested my forehead against hers and I was able to breathe again. "You're okay," Bella whispered so only I could hear, and her arms wrapped around me. As I pulled her closer to me, "I've got you." "Sorry," Jake sighed. I knew this was a bad idea. I shook my head as I didn't blame Jake for what he said, besides it was clear the guy had been going through his own form of trauma. "It's not your fault. Edward has a tendency not to listen to warnings," Bella said, and I could tell she was trying to make me feel better and I was able to smile at her sheepishly. "Are you feeling any better?" I shrugged and pulled her into my embrace. The longer I held her, the better I felt. I could feel Bella's eyes on me as she continued to silently support me, and then after a few minutes said, "Sarah and Billy invited us to their Super Bowl party this afternoon." I was caught off guard by her comment for more than one reason. Mostly because it was a drastic change in subject, but I guess she realized I didn't want to continue talking about what just happened, not with Jake standing next to us. I looked over at Jake and saw that he appreciated the subject change as much as I had, and he seemed to be less pale than he had been before. After processing that, I was also shocked to realize that it was the Super Bowl today. "Are you interested in coming back here after our drive?" Bella asked when I focused back on her. I said, because I really had no interest in the game. I liked football well enough, but since the Bears didn't make the playoffs this year, my interest waned. Anyways, I've always been more of a baseball fan, which was hard since my Cubs weren't that great, only making the playoffs twice in my lifetime, 3 times if you count the one when I was 2 before I even knew what baseball was. "Mom's making chili and cornbread, it's really good," Jake supplied, looking like he was back to his normal and cheerful self. I felt a pang in my heart though, as I couldn't help but think of my own mother after what was just said. However, I refused to be jealous of the fact that Jacob's mom was okay after being in an accident when mine wasn't. That was just wrong. "Of course, the teams in the game suck," Jake supplied when I didn't answer. I was just thinking the same thing, I forced myself to chuckle. A part of me wouldn't have minded if we stayed here, but another part wanted to spend the time with just Bella. I turned to her and asked, "Do you want to watch the game?" Bella looked at me, seeming to be trying to read my expression, and I wasn't sure what she saw because she shrugged. "I'm not into watching sports on TV, but I do like being around here. I guess we can come back after our drive," I decided. After all, there was like 4 to 5 hours before the game started, so we can have some quality time alone and then we could hang out with her friends. Bella's smile told me I made the right decision. "Cool, I'll see you then," Jacob said, nodding his head towards us before he jogged back to his house. "Yeah, see you," I answered, and once he was gone I turned to Bella, looking at her closely. I'm not sure what it was, but there seemed to be something off about her since she came back from the house. "Are you okay? Let's go," Bella sighed, looking at the house thoughtfully. "I'll tell you about it once we're alone." Should I not have accepted the invitation for today? I worried. "I'm so happy you want to come back here, and that you seem more comfortable about the wolves," Bella said, and I realized she probably heard everything I said to Jake while we talked. I nodded my head, since I realized that her mood had nothing to do with me, and that she'll probably talk to me once we were alone. "Do you want to drive now?" Bella asked as we started walking towards the garage. I couldn't help but smile at her, as I had been looking forward to driving her car for a while, even before she had offered on Friday night. "I'm ready," I said, and we held hands until we got to the back of the car where I paused, frowning. "Am I supposed to walk you to your door?" "Supposed to?" Bella frowned at me with a raised eyebrow, as if she was questioning my words. "I mean, is that something you expect?" I asked, not really sure where this came from. "You know, the whole chivalry thing. I mean, I know about the holding open the door for girls, and I know you like it when I walk with you to your class, but am I supposed to open car doors for you?" Bella's eyes twinkled in amusement as I rambled. "I don't expect that from you, it's not something that I've ever been used to." I frowned at her, not liking that answer. I knew that she had grown up in a different era, one that chivalry was an art form, and it didn't make me feel better that she had never been treated the way she should have. Well, I was going to change that. I was going to treat her the way she deserved. I walked to the door and opened it for her. "Thank you," Bella said softly as she kissed my cheek before getting in the car. I don't know why I felt so good to have her kiss me on the cheek, but I felt warmth in my chest as I hustled over to the driver's side door. "So, where are we heading?" I asked once I started the car. "I figured we can get back to the 101, it will go inland for a while, but eventually it will get back to the coast," Bella said. "You can drive as long as you feel like it." "Sounds good," I said as I shifted the car into gear. "You know, I'm surprised you haven't asked if I knew how to drive a manual car. I had confidence that you would have told me before now if you didn't know how to drive stick," Bella said. "I must admit I was surprised that you know how. Most kids these days don't learn, since automatic cars are so much more common nowadays." "Okay, Grandma," I smirked as I teased her and Bella stuck her tongue out at me. "My dad made sure I learned. He didn't care if manual transmission would be all but obsolete in 10 years, his son was going to know how to drive every car." "Did he teach you himself?" Bella asked. "He did," I smiled as I remembered that weekend. He rented an old Mustang convertible a few weeks before I turned 16 and took me to an empty parking lot. The car was kind of a junker though, the steering was horrible and the clutch stuck. He said if I could master that car, I would have no trouble in the future. "That sounds like quite the experience," Bella observed. "It was," I agreed as I shifted the car and really let it go, watching as the speed reached over 60 on the winding road, feeling the thrill as I picked up the speed. I felt Bella move closer to me on the bench seat and I put my arm around her shoulder as I continued to drive. I felt it was odd that thinking about my father teaching me how to drive was still a good memory for me, but even as I thought that I couldn't help but think about the accident, especially as I recalled what Jacob had said. I was startled when the radio was suddenly on, playing some old 70s song. Bella must have turned it on, though I hadn't seen her move, and she was now resting her head on my shoulder. I knew she realized my mind was wandering through darker memories and she was wordlessly trying to distract me. I squeezed her shoulder, letting her know I appreciated her effort, and soon an easy conversation started. February 6, 2005 Forks, WA. We got back to the area a little after 12 and since we had a few more hours before we needed to head back to the Blacks, we decided to go to First Beach. The sky had cleared some over the last few hours, and though the water was gray the atmosphere was peaceful. That might be because there was no one at the beach today. I followed as Bella led us to a large piece of driftwood that was near the shoreline. She laid down the blanket she brought from her car and motioned for me to sit. I realized it was the perfect spot. I could rest my back against the driftwood and it was quite comfortable. "Have you ever seen a driftwood fire?" Bella asked as she moved along the beach picking up smaller pieces of wood and making a pile. "No," I answered as she continued to work, a smile on her face as she started the fire. I was staring at her, so it took her raising her eyebrows as she nodded her head towards the fire for me to see what she wanted me to. "It's blue. It's because of the salt," Bella giggled as she sat down next to me. I wrapped my arm around her as she snuggled into me. "I thought you'd be impressed by that, though it took you long enough to look at it." "Sorry, I had something more impressive to look at," I said, looking into her eyes, and I loved it when she bit her lower lip. Bella couldn't blush. Apparently vampires didn't have normal blood circulation, so I took this nervous habit of hers as her way to show her shyness. I leaned forward and kissed her, though I kept it brief. After the kiss, she snuggled into me again and I took in the peaceful scenery, with the driftwood fire and the gray ocean. "Are you okay?" I asked sometime later, and we had been sitting peacefully for a while, as she was looking out at the ocean lost in thought. During our drive we had a nice conversation that started with music. I was pleased to hear that she appreciated a variety of genres, and I was looking forward to sharing more time discussing that with her. After we finished talking about music, we seamlessly flowed through other topics freely, but everything was kept light. However, I had known something was on her mind since we left Jake's house, just like my parents' accident had been on mine. I knew that the car wasn't the right setting for those conversations, but now that I was no longer driving, I figured it was time to talk. "Yes, I'm okay. I was just thinking about the conversation I had with Will and Billy," Bella sighed, turning to face me with a sad but determined look that reminded me of how she was during lunch at school when Rosalie would glare at her. "They were trying to tell me what to do, or more like what not to do. The wolves don't think we should be together," I reasoned, frowning in confusion, because with the way Jake had treated me, offering an open friendship, that didn't seem right. It had felt like he was accepting of our relationship. They're actually happy that I've found you, Bella said, her face brightening up as she said that, and I couldn't help but smile at her. They know what it means to me that I've found my mate, because well, you heard what Jacob told you about imprinting, not that he did a good job of describing it. So, you did hear that conversation, I sighed as she nodded, and I wondered how good her hearing was, but I didn't think now was the right time to ask. Then I thought about what she said and what Jake told me earlier, and I wondered out loud, am I your imprint? No, vampires don't imprint, Bella laughed. Oh, I said, blushing a little at getting it wrong, I just thought. I already told you that I felt the connection at first sight, Bella smiled softly as she caressed my face. But it's a different process for the wolves than it is for vampires. For the wolves, the moment they set eyes on their imprint, their whole world shifts, and the girl becomes the most important thing to them. For vampires, we feel the connection instantly, but we also need the time to accept that connection. I told you that vampires are frozen at the age we change. I wasn't just talking about physically. Bella's brows furrowed as she worried her lips thoughtfully. Our personality and development are frozen from the moment of our transformation, and there is not much that can change us. But finding our mate, falling in love with them, that causes a profound change in us. I knew the moment I met you that you were my mate, Bella said, looking at me. The intense look in her eyes was boring into my soul. Even as I struggled with your scent, I knew it. Then when I held your hand for the first time, I could feel our bond, and it was just so easy to let myself love you, Edward. I know the feeling, I beamed at her, my body was humming where it touched hers. So, we're mates. I heard you use that term before, but I wasn't sure what it meant. Yes, Bella said, mate is the term vampires use for the person they belong with. And it has a similar meaning as imprint does for the wolves. I knew it had too. Yes, the process is different, but the result is the same, Bella agreed. Then what's the problem with the wolves? I wondered. They have a similar opinion as Rosalie does when it comes to you, only they're worse, Bella sighed. So, they're happy for you, but upset for me. I frowned, trying to understand. Sort of, but it's more complicated than that, Edward, Bella sighed, looking thoughtful. The Quileutes don't age while they're wolves, and theoretically they could live forever, not that any wolf has ever wanted to. But there is a legend of one that lived for hundreds of years. He even married 2 women during that time and had children before he eventually found his imprint. That's the closest the wolves have to our situation, but the difference is that once the wolf found his imprint, he was able to stop phasing and become a mortal man again. Obviously, I can't do that. I didn't know what to say, especially with the thought of her becoming a normal human again. There was no point in wishing for that, since it could never happen. I also didn't know if I was ready to have the conversation about becoming a vampire. I felt like this was the perfect time to bring it up, but I wanted more time to think about it before it became real. I could feel Bella's eyes on me, but she didn't ask what I was thinking. Again, I was wondering if she could read my mind, because it felt like she could right now, but she was giving me the space I needed to think. They do understand, though, that the connection between us isn't one-sided. Bella started talking again. After all, the girls that have been imprinted on feel the love just as strongly as the wolves do. That's why the wolves are able to share everything they are with their imprint. Are you saying that the wolves will treat me like I'm your imprint? I reasoned. Basically, that's why Jacob talked so openly with you, Bella explained. As my mate, you're just as much a part of the community as I am. I smiled at her, as I could see how pleased she was by that comment. I was glad that her family had already accepted me, even if they had some issues with our relationship. So, it really is okay that I said we'd go today. Yes, I love being here, Bella said, a truly happy smile on her face, as if all of the trouble she was feeling melted away. I can be myself without having to worry, and usually everyone jokes around having a good time. I couldn't help myself in that moment. Bella was looking so happy and carefree, that I had to lean towards her as soon as she was finished speaking and kiss her. Her response was immediate. She pressed herself against me as one of her hands went to the back of my neck, threading her fingers through my hair, as the other rested on my hip. As my hand moved to her hips to pull her closer to me, Bella pulled away from the kiss, resting her head on my shoulder and snuggled into me. I kissed her on the top of her head and played with the end of her hair as I held her, and we looked out into the ocean. Oh, Just before 2 o'clock Bella said it was probably best if we get moving or I wouldn't get any of the chili at the Blacks, so we headed to the car. Of course, once we got to the kitchen, I had doubted her words as there were 4 large pots of chili on the stovetop and a table full of cornbread. Bella just smirked at my doubts, and I got my food and then we made our way back to the garage where the party was happening. Of course, when I went back for seconds an hour later, I discovered that Bella had been right. There was nothing left in the pots and only crumbs on the table. "I'm sorry about that, I hope you had enough the first time," a woman's voice said from behind me, and I turned to see that it was Mrs. Black. "I did have enough, it was just so good I was hoping for a little more, Mrs. Black," I confessed, smiling at her sheepishly. "Please, call me Sarah," Mrs. Black said pointedly before she continued on with amusement, "and someone should have warned you that in this house, there is never a little more." "Bella did warn me, but I didn't believe her," I said, looking at the stovetop again. "I was pretty sure there was enough food in here to feed an army." "Oh, there was enough for that, but my boys eat more than any army," Sarah laughed fondly, and upon seeing my thoughtful expression she became more serious. "It's their metabolism. All teenagers have a fast metabolism, but you can only imagine how much worse it is when they turn into giant wolves." "That does make sense," I agreed as I remembered how much more I had eaten when I went through my growth spurt, growing an inch over a few months' time. Compared to Jake's growth spurt, that was nothing. Then I realized something else she said and frowned. "Did you say giant wolves?" "Yes, were you picturing normal-sized wolves?" Sarah smiled with amusement as I nodded my head, but she didn't offer to describe how big the wolves were. "Yeah, I guess I was," I admitted as I thought about the Quileutes that I had met outside in the garage, and it was easy to recognize the ones that were currently wolves, the ones were going to be wolves, and even the ones that had been wolves in the past. They were all at least my height, if not taller, and were solidly built. I supposed it wasn't hard to believe that those large men didn't transform into normal-size wolves, but I was now wondering how big the wolf would be. Shaking that thought out of my head, I looked around the kitchen again and asked, "Do you need any help?" "That's kind of you to offer, but no. I'll get Billy and Jake to clean up after the party," Sarah smiled. "You should go back and enjoy the game." "Yeah," I agreed without enthusiasm. It wasn't like the game was that bad to watch, I just really didn't care who won. Since there was nothing else to do, I thanked Sarah again for the delicious food and then started to head back to the garage. "Edward," Will Black said. He was standing on the porch and I had a feeling it wasn't a coincidence that he was here. "I was hoping I'd get the chance to talk to you." "Oh," I said warily. After what Bella said earlier, I was a little nervous to be alone with this guy. Was he about to try to talk me out of having a relationship with Bella? "I just felt like I don't know much about you, and I was hoping to change that." Will chuckled. His tone and demeanor was easygoing, but I still didn't fully believe him. "Tell me about yourself. You're in 11th grade, aren't you? Do you have any plans for the future, yet?" I started, feeling uncomfortable talking to him since he was basically a stranger, but I figured it was better just to answer. "Yes, I'm in 11th grade, and I'm not sure what I want to do. For a long time, I thought I would follow my father and become a lawyer, but that was his dream, not mine. I'm hoping that by the end of this year I'll figure something out, and then I could put my focus on that subject. Once that's settled, I'll decide what college will be the best fit for me." I frowned as I parroted the words I have repeated over the last few months to anyone who asked this question, but I realized there were new factors I had to consider now. I realized that wherever the college I'd want to go to would have to be somewhere that Bella was able to go as well. I still didn't know what sunlight did to her, but I had a feeling any place where the sun was out all the time wasn't a good choice for us to live. That was okay, because most of the schools I was thinking of were in the northern part of the country. Of course, now that I thought about it, I wasn't sure if I would even need to go to college, or any kind of school if I was going to be a vampire. Maybe I no longer had to agonize over what I wanted to be anymore, because I won't be anything. "It's good to hear you're thinking about your future," Will said, breaking me from my thoughts, and his brown eyes were looking into mine pointedly. "You need to think about what's best for you." "I will," I said tersely, and then walked away from him. I might be a little confused about what I was going to do, but I wasn't confused about who I was going to be with. When I got back to the garage my eyes immediately traveled to Bella and she was looking at me, her expression a little forlorn, and I was sure she just heard my conversation. However, as I moved to join her, she turned her attention back to Charlie and the woman, Sue Clearwater, who I was introduced to earlier, he was sitting next to. Bella and Sue started to laugh as Charlie's face turned red, but he seemed to recover by the time I sat down next to Bella. "No more chili," Bella smirked in amusement as she looked at my empty hands. "Nope," I agreed, rolling my eyes at her. "How's the game going?" Bella shrugged. "Not bad, but it's been sort of a defensive game as it's tied at 0, but Philly is going to score any moment now," Charlie answered with more details, and then made a face at Bella. "You have perfect memory, but all you could do is shrug. You know I don't care about watching sports on TV, so I don't bother paying attention." Bella smiled at Charlie. "I'd rather hear more about how you're going to remodel Sue's kitchen." "I'm not remodeling it," Charlie grumbled, his cheeks turning red. "I just figured it would be better to get a new disposal system since it seems to need to be fixed every other week." This time I noticed it was Sue's cheeks that were red as she murmured, "I told you, you don't have to do that, Charlie. I'll just have to teach Seth to use it properly." "Yeah, Seth," Bella said under her breath, though judging by Sue's narrowed eyes, she heard it too. "You deserve the best, and it's no trouble," Charlie said, and it seemed he either hadn't heard Bella's comment, or he just disregarded it. "I like helping out," he added, smiling at Sue. "I like it too," Sue said shyly. "Come on," Bella said at that moment, grabbing my hand and dragging me away from the two of them, who didn't seem to notice us leaving. "The guys are planning on playing a pickup game soon, do you want to join in?" "Sure," I answered, looking over my shoulder, and when we were far enough away, I asked, "What was that about?" "Oh, that was just Charlie and Sue," Bella shrugged. The volume of her voice was so soft I was sure I was the only one that could hear it. "They've liked each other for a long time now, but it's complicated. I just wish Charlie would realize soon that the number of problems with Sue's house was getting ridiculous." "How's it complicated?" I wondered. Bella explained briefly about how Charlie had always been sweet on Sue, but since he was a few years younger, it had stayed only a crush as she dated and then married Harry Clearwater. They had been married for 12 years and had 2 beautiful kids, before a fateful day 7 years ago where Harry was lost at sea along with 4 other Quileute fishermen. After that, Charlie had made it a point to help out all the families involved, but especially Sue and Joyatira, Quill Ivy's widow and another close friend of Charlie's. Over the years they had formed a deep bond, but Sue hadn't been ready for anything more than friendship, and Charlie was okay with just being there for her. Now, it seems Sue might be ready, but not ready at the same time, Bella finished shrugging. "I'm sure once she's really ready, Charlie's world will turn upside down. The smart man's bet is it will happen before spring, but those two are moving slower than molasses," Jake said. "Please, I've been making the smart man's bet for almost a year now, and they're still dancing around each other," Quill said. He was one of Jake's best friends and another of the potential wolves, though he hadn't gone through a growth spurt yet. "You've actually bet on something like that?" I wondered. "Nah, but they are one of the major topics of gossip in town," Embry said, another of Jake's friends, who was nearly as tall as Jake was. Apparently, he had only been let in on the wolf secret last week because even though no one knew how he came about possessing the wolf gene, since his mother was from another tribe, all the signs that he was a wolf were there, and he would likely transform soon. I had a feeling there was more to the subject, but no one wanted to talk about it, so I didn't ask. "I guess gossip is this town's only form of entertainment, just like in Forks," I joked. "I wouldn't say only," Jake chuckled. "We're about to show you another form now, if the guys are ready to go." It was only a matter of minutes before we were leaving, heading for the forest, and we spent about 10 minutes walking through the rugged terrain. Then suddenly there was a break in the trees, and we were standing in a sizable clearing. It seemed like Sam, Jared and Paul had already gotten there and were throwing the football around. Of course, when I say throw it around, I mean Sam threw the ball over 100 yards, and Jared had easily caught it. "Wow," I gasped amazed. I knew the wolves were supernatural, and seeing how big the guys were, it wasn't hard to believe that they were strong, but that throw was beyond anything a human could do. "That's nothing, they're just warming up," Bella said. "And I suppose you can outmatch that," I said, and she shrugged her agreement. "Here, Bells, show him how you can throw," Jake said, tossing her the ball. "Fine," Paul, fetch, Bella said. I'm not a dog, Swan, Paul growled, but he smirked before he started running. It only took a few seconds before he was running past where Jared was still standing, and Bella threw the ball, and I watched as it sailed through the air, going almost twice as far as Sam's throw, and Paul was just able to catch it. Show off, Sam grumbled playfully, and Bella laughed at him. It was only a few minutes later that we made the teams, and it was a good thing that the girls wanted to play too, so there were more people. I was glad that I was on Bella's team, and the rest of our team was made up of Jared, Seth and Leah Clearwater, and Kim, Jared's imprint. We were facing Sam, Paul, Jacob, Quill, Embry, and Emily, Sam's imprint. We were playing touch football, the Wolves and Bella were marking each other, and the rest of us playing against each other. Since we were on offense first, Bella was the quarterback, seeing as she would easily outpace even the Wolves if she was running. Okay Edward, you've been bragging about your speed since I met you, it's time to show me how fast you are, Bella said, her eyes twinkling with her amusement. I shook my head at her. I hadn't bragged, though I might have told her a few times about winning state in cross-country and 3,200 meters race last year. Okay, so maybe I had bragged. When I got the handoff, I was glad I was able to avoid Jake as he rushed at me, because I was able to quickly move down the open field, blowing past the rest of the defense and making it into the marked end zone. As I caught my breath, I realized that I had missed this, actually being able to run full out. It had been over a month since I had been able to really stretch my legs out. You were incredible, Bella beamed as she hugged me in celebration of my touchdown, and when she pulled back, she was biting her lip as her eyes smoldered, and I was sure she wanted to kiss me just as much as I wanted to kiss her, but the guys had already started to tease us, so I let her go. Damn, Edward, you've got some speed, Jake clapped me on the back. But I'll catch you next time. Sure, you will, I laughed, but it turned out that he was right more times than not. Since Jake never rushed me again, so I was only able to make short gains whenever I got the ball. He was full of trash talk after that, but I gave him just as much. I had to say that this was the most fun I had with people around my age since I played pickup ball in the park near my house when I was still in grade school. Of course, Bella distributed the ball out evenly, getting all the team involved, and it was clear that everyone was having a good time. On the last play of the day, Bella decided it should end the same way it began, though this time I was going to be a receiver. I knew I could get away from Jake, but I was a little worried about catching the football. I've never been good at it, but I was an outfielder in baseball, so I hoped it would be enough. I was able to get separation after the first 15 yards, and it only got bigger as I ran the rest of the way down the field, and when I turned to receive the ball, it seemed to float into my hands for the easiest catch of my life. Our team cheered our victory good-naturedly as we made our way back to the house, where we were able to watch the end of the game. All in all, it was a pretty good day, and I was glad that I had come to this party, as I had fun hanging out with the Quileutes. That's why I happily agreed to go to the bonfire that was being held on Friday, where I was promised to hear about some of the wolf legends. By the way they were grinning at Bella, and how she rolled her eyes at them, I had a feeling that some of those legends would include her. February 7, 2005, Forks, WA. Monday morning, I woke up the same way I had the last 2 days, with Bella in my arms, but unfortunately that only lasted 2 minutes before she had run off to her house so she could get ready for school. As I got ready myself, I felt both anxious to get to see Bella again, and nervous about what today would bring. After all, it's the first time since Friday that I was going to go hours without seeing Bella, not to mention I wasn't sure how I was supposed to act around her at school. I had never felt self-conscious while we were in La Push, as the Quileutes treated me like they've known me my whole life. Not to mention, Bella had been able to be herself while she was there, but she couldn't do that at school. Not that she will have a problem with that, she was used to being around normal humans and knows how to act. I was the one that didn't have a clue what I was supposed to do today. I tried to push those thoughts to the back of my mind as I went through my morning routine, feeling the anxiety that coursed through me whenever I was away from Bella. I wondered if I'd always feel this way when I wasn't near Bella, or if it would settle down after today when I wouldn't have to worry about what to expect. All I know is that everything felt better once I got to school and met Bella at the back of her car. "Morning," I said, and I grabbed her hand as I joined her. "Morning," she repeated, smiling at me. I was wondering how you felt about public displays of attention at school. I asked, mostly because I would have liked to kiss her, but I wasn't sure if that was proper. How about we keep it to hand-holding for now, and revisit that issue later? Bella's eyes were twinkling in amusement. Especially since the gossip mill is already going to be crazy once they learn we're together. Good point. I chuckled and we stood there for a few seconds. I felt the familiar buzz of our connected hand, and how that buzz seemed to smooth out all the remaining nerves I had been feeling. Is this normal? Is what normal? Bella asked as I leaned towards her, unable to keep myself away. This need I have to be as close to you as possible, I asked, and she shifted slightly so she leaned more into me until she was in the perfect spot. Bella hummed her agreement. Yes, as new mates we crave to be close to one another, and the longer we're together the more we'll want to be. So, I'm going to be this anxious every morning when you leave. I sighed. No, I don't think so, Bella said, to my relief. I think it's like this right now since there are so many things we don't have answers to. And I'm still not sure if you have fully accepted everything that's happened yet. I started to say as I pouted at her. I know you have in here, Bella said, as her hand rested over my heart, and then she moved it up to brush the hair out of my eyes as she rested her fingers on my temple, but I'm not sure you have in here. Maybe, I sighed, knowing there was a certain truth to her words, as everything still felt all muddled, especially whenever I'm not near her. It's okay, Edward. We have plenty of time to figure it all out. Bella smiled and then leaned up so she could kiss me on the cheek. I thought you said no kissing at school, I couldn't stop myself from saying, though her words and action had made me feel better. Sorry, won't happen again. Bella's eyes sparkled and then she laughed when I pouted at her. Come on, it's time to go to class. She pulled me along and we walked to her class hand in hand. I hadn't realized that we'd gathered more attention than usual until after Bella went into her room and I turned to go to mine. It seemed that every eye was on me, though luckily, the other students looked away once I started walking. When I got to my classroom I took my seat, and said hi to Eric, who was looking at me oddly. Had a good weekend, Eric said, and it was clearly a statement, and I felt my ears warm by the look he was giving me. They might have gotten even worse as he looked around the room and I realized everyone was still staring at me. What did you do? Do you mean this weekend, or what did I do to cause them to stare? I asked. I meant this weekend, but if you have an answer for this, Eric said and waved his hand towards the others, which thankfully caused most of them to look away. I'm all ears. They're worse than they had been on Friday. I just hung out all weekend. I shrugged and he raised an eyebrow at me, not believing that at all, and I smirked, but asked, what did you do? I didn't do much, though I did go over to Austin's to watch the game on Sunday like we planned, Eric said, giving me a pointed look. I frowned. Yeah, Austin had invited us all over to watch the Super Bowl on Friday at lunch. I guess you didn't even hear the invitation, Eric chuckled. Lee owes Ben $10. I didn't hear, I confirmed. I didn't even know it was the Super Bowl until Sunday. I take it you made up with Isabella. Eric smirked at me, as I raised an eyebrow at him questioningly. He added, judging by the glow you've got going on. Shut up. I groaned as I felt my ears burn even more, but I couldn't keep the smile off my face as I muttered, we more than made up. Oh, Eric started to question, but Mr. Mason called the class to attention. Eric shot me a look, and I shrugged before he turned back to the front. After class was over, I darted from the room, and I could hear Eric shout at me and then laugh at my retreating form. A part of me wanted to go to Bella's classroom so I could walk her to her next class, just so I could see her for a few minutes, but I knew I didn't have time for that. I knew that if I did it today, I would do it every day, and I couldn't excuse being constantly tardy to my own class on a daily basis. Like normal, my classes seemed to drag as I impatiently waited for lunch. Fourth period seemed particularly slow as Jessica had asked me about my weekend and I was barely able to say, it was fine, before she started talking about hers in great detail. After the class was over, I walked alongside Jessica nervously as we left the class. I was going to have to tell her I wasn't planning on walking to the cafeteria. That thought left my mind, however, as I noticed Bella leaning against the wall. Her face brightened into a smile once she saw me. Hey, what are you doing here? I asked as I walked to her and grabbed her hand. I thought it would be nice to walk with you to lunch, Bella shrugged. I was thinking the same thing. I was planning on heading to the gym, I explained and then added, I had thought it would take you a while since you always come in so late during lunch. I usually take my time after gym since I'm never in a rush to get to the cafeteria, Bella explained, and having learned that she hated the scent of food, I didn't blame her for not wanting to be there. I have a feeling that I'm going to change that from now on. I like the sound of that. I smiled at her and we moved away from the wall still holding hands. Oh my God, are you guys like together? Jessica exclaimed and I felt my face burn. I had forgotten that she was there the moment I saw Bella, but it was clear she had been watching us. I started to say. Why didn't you say something? Jessica asked. How did this happen? I repeated. You have to tell me. Jessica demanded. And you guys have to eat with us. Sure, we can do that. Bella accepted the invitation before I could answer. What? I questioned her and she shrugged. I figured you'd be more comfortable with that than eating at my table, Bella explained, and I had to admit she was right, but there had to be a third option. I was about to mention my normal table, but Jessica was already talking before I could. Tell me about it. I think I would pass out if I had to sit next to Emmett, Jessica said as they started walking down the hall, and Bella kept a hold of my hand, so I had no choice but to be dragged along with them. Emmett is just a giant teddy bear once you get to know him, Bella chuckled, though he does think it's funny to intimidate everyone. I'll take your word for it, Jessica shrugged. Mostly because I know Rosalie's intimidation isn't an act. True, Bella snorted and the two of them laughed. I was gaping as I watched Bella and Jessica talk as if they were good friends. Don't be so surprised, Edward, Bella said as we got to the line for lunch. Yeah, Isabella often joins us for lunch when it's a sunny day and the Cullens and Hales get to ditch school, Jessica explained. It's so not fair the doc takes them out of class. I wish my parents thought the same way. Tell me about it, though of course there is no way the chief would allow me to ditch, Bella sighed, sounding like any other teenager trying to get out of school. As if you could handle going to the wilderness, you look as if you'd freeze to death even on sunny days in town, Jessica teased as Bella rolled her eyes. It's not my fault I grew up in Phoenix and never got used to the cold, Bella grumbled. I had no idea what was going on, and because I was so caught up in listening to the conversation going on in front of me, I paid no attention to what I was getting for lunch, just reaching out and grabbing one of the items that turned out to be some sort of meat product I couldn't identify. I grimaced at my tray before I sat down at the table next to Angela, and to my pleasure, Ben was sitting on the other side of her. Bella sat next to me. Her tray had a slice of pizza and an apple, and she immediately picked up her plastic knife and sliced the apple into pieces. So, are you going to explain your last comment to me, Edward? Eric said, putting his tray down and taking the last remaining seat. I might have found that annoying if I didn't see Mike scowling and then sitting at another table. I'd much rather Eric sit here even if I did have to talk about relationships, but that was mostly because with Jessica here there was no avoiding that conversation. Oh, and why you ran away from class? I ran because I thought it was funny, I admitted. I figured, Eric chuckled. What was your last comment to Eric? Ben asked with a knowing smirk. Oh, just that he more than made up with Isabella, Eric supplied with a chuckle as I glared at him. I didn't realize we were fighting, Bella said to me with a frown, though her eyes were twinkling with her amusement. I think it was more like Edward was on edge because you wouldn't even look at him, Ben quipped, and I was tempted to throw one of Bella's apple slices at him. Oh my God, have you been dating all this time? Jessica gasped. No, this is a new development, Bella chuckled, as she slid her tray towards me and took mine. Do you mind? Not at all, I said as there was no way I was going to attempt to eat the food I had foolishly chosen, and her pizza had been calling to me. As I took a bite of the pizza, Jessica asked about 10 questions, without pausing to hear the answers to any of them. Jessica breathed, Angela said as the other girl did look close to hyperventilating, and maybe let them answer some of your questions, she added, and it was clear she was just as curious and amused as the others. Fine, just tell me how this happened, Jessica demanded. Well, Bella said, pushing around some of the mysterious meat on her tray, and I realized that half of it had disappeared, though I wasn't sure when she had made it vanished or what she did with it. I guess it started on Wednesday after we finished our homework and Edward asked if I'd like to go to Port Angeles on Friday. She paused there and looked at me. I'm still not sure if he was asking me out or not. Yeah, I don't know either, I commented as my ears burned, causing Eric and Ben to laugh at my expense. I don't know why you find that so funny. Angela came to my defense as she frowned at Ben, at least he asked her. Ben was now the one looking uncomfortable as Eric continued to laugh, and I tried to hide my own amusement. Then the crash on Thursday happened, and I got so scared. Bella picked up the story, and I think she was attempting to diffuse the tension between Ben and Angela. Bella's lips trembled a little before she continued. Edward had risked his life to save me and got hurt because of it. I felt so guilty and worried, so I might have tried to avoid him on Friday. Might have, I grumbled, and she smiled at me sheepishly. Yes, Bella answered, biting her lip. Did he go to your house on Friday to pick you up for your date or non-date? Jessica asked, getting Bella's attention again to get the story back on track. He did, but I wasn't home, Bella supplied, and Jessica gasped as if she thought Bella not being home was scandalous or something. I know, but I kind of thought he wouldn't show up and I didn't want to wait around my house if he didn't. Jessica looked mollified by that news, and she nodded her head in understanding as Bella continued. So, Alice took me to Port Angeles because she had plans to meet Rosalie there and thought we could use some girl time together. But we hardly got there before we found Edward, who apparently was looking all over town for me. Bella, I groaned as Eric and Ben's laughter was joined by Angela and Jessica's. What? Bella turned to me with an innocent smile. Is that not true? It's true, but you're making me sound like a sap, I complained. Bella's look at me said quite clearly that I was one, which caused the rest of the table to laugh more, before she took pity on me. I think it was sweet, and it really helped me get over my issues. She grabbed my hand then, and as usual her touch smoothed everything away. Besides, we got to spend the rest of the weekend together, so in my book it was a good thing you found me. When you put it like that, I started to say, and for a moment I forgot that we were sitting at a table full of people. That's so romantic, Jessica practically squealed, ruining the moment. I wish someone would do that for me. Arg, and I was going to ask Edward to the girls' choice dance. Excuse me, Bella said coldly, her eyes narrowed and she almost looked dangerous. I squeezed and then rubbed circles on the back of her hand to try to make her calm down. She did take a breath and looked slightly modified as Jessica continued. It was just a thought, Jessica said, seeming a little nervous now, and she continued to gush. He's just so nice, and I just thought he might want to go to the dance with someone he was friends with. She paused there, seeming pleased that Bella was no longer glaring at her. Besides, he's the hottest guy in town. Jessica. Bella groaned and snorted at the same time. I take offense to that, Ben said dryly, causing the three girls to giggle, and I just shook my head. He then turned his attention on me. So I guess we know what you did with your weekend instead of going to Austin's house for the game. Did you even watch it? Yeah, I took Bella to La Push to get her car on Sunday, and one of her friends invited us to watch the game, I explained. Of course I got to test drive her car first. You got to drive the El Camino. Eric gasped, and the rest of lunch was filled with Eric and Ben asking me questions about the car as Bella and the girls chatted. Though I was happy when the bell rang so we could go to class, I realized that lunch hadn't been so bad. Yes, it was filled with embarrassing questions and revelations, but at least I was able to sit next to Bella, and it was nice that everything seemed so normal. Though there were tons of things I wanted to question Bella about, and it was hard not to show my awe with how natural she had acted during the meal, I decided to wait until we were alone. After all, I didn't want anyone to overhear what I had to say. After biology let out, I walked with Bella to her class before I headed to the gym. Gym was not fun today. We were playing basketball, and Mike hassled me the whole time, shoving into me as he marked me, or even pushing me as he tried to get by me. What the hell is your problem? I growled when he got a particularly good elbow into my chest. What's the matter? Can't handle a little competition, Masson? Mike snared, his smirk making it clear he wasn't talking about basketball. I narrowed my eyes at him, before I called for the ball. Though I wasn't the best shooter, I had enough dribbling skills and speed to quickly dribble around him, and I made the easy layup. I turned back to Mike and smirked at him. I don't see any competition here, Newton. Mike looked like he was about to charge me, but luckily Coach Clapp called the end of class then. I had a feeling Mike wasn't going to let the matter drop, so I wasn't surprised to find him waiting for me at the locker room exit. "Don't think that this is over," Mike glowered. "I'll have what is mine soon enough." I saw red at the words, and if Austin, who must have realized trouble was brewing after watching the game, didn't put a hand on my shoulder, I would have likely punched Mike in his smug face. I never felt a rage like this before, but just the idea of Mike thinking he had any claim on my girl had me on edge, and I just knew he was having some kind of sick fantasy about her picking him over me. But as I thought of Bella, reason started to filter back into my brain. I knew Bella wouldn't want me to cause a scene just because this jerk was delusional. Besides, I was confident that I was the only one she wanted. I turned and walked away from Mike, not bothering to say anything further because there was no need to allow him to think what he said mattered to me. I started to feel a little uneasy as I continued to walk away. I was still confident that I had nothing to worry about with Mike, but after lunch today I realized there was still a lot I had to learn about how Bella acted at school. It had never occurred to me before today that she ever sat with normal students and had a comfortable rapport with them. Or that she might even be friends, or at least friendly, with Jessica and Angela. I had to admit, it was even possible that she was nice to Mike before now, as it was clear he had tried to sit at our table today. If he had done so before today, I had no doubt he would try to. "Man, are you okay?" Austin asked, breaking me from my thoughts. "Yeah," I said, though it sounded like a question. "Don't let Mike get to you, he's just being an asshole," Austin said. "I don't care what Mike said or thinks," I grumbled, and Austin raised an eyebrow at me in disbelief but didn't argue as he said goodbye. "Oh, what was up with lunch today?" I asked as I entered Bella's house and joined her at the kitchen table. I felt better being in her presence, but I was still a little anxious. I decided to pull out my books, because I knew we were going to study soon, but I needed some answers before I could concentrate on that. I meant what I said to Austin. I didn't care what Mike said or thought, but I was bothered by my lack of knowledge about Bella. "I feel like I had gotten to know you pretty well in the last 2 weeks, you know, before all your secrets were revealed, but I never knew you were close to anyone at school." "I wouldn't say I am particularly close to anyone here, though I do consider Angela to be a friend," Bella explained as she placed her hands in mine, causing the rest of the tension to leave me. "Perhaps Jessica too," she added with a shrug, "and the others. Well, it's a small town, and there are mostly good people that live here, so it's easy to be on a friendly basis with everyone." "Is Mike Newton one of those mostly good people?" I couldn't help but mutter bitterly, and she raised an eyebrow at me. "What did he say to you?" Bella raised an eyebrow at me as her lips thinned in disapproval. I hoped it was at him, but maybe she didn't like the way I was acting. "He was just being a jerk in gym." I shrugged, but I could tell that wasn't enough for her, so I added, "and he might have indicated that you belong to him." "Did you hurt him?" Bella asked. Her eyes were concerned as she actually turned my hands around as if she was looking to see if my knuckles were bruised. "No." It came out as a question because I was confused by her reaction. "Really?" Bella asked, looking stunned by that, confusing me more. I wanted to, but Austin stopped me, and then I realized you probably wouldn't want me to punch a guy that was delusional, I admitted. "What's going on?" "Edward, you saw me at lunch when Jessica mentioned asking you to the dance," was her answer, and I remembered the furious look that had flashed in her eyes at that moment. It wasn't far from the look she had right now, just stating that Jessica wanted to ask me out. "You looked like you wanted to tear her apart," I supplied. "But you know I wouldn't have accepted." "Of course I know that, but that doesn't matter," Bella said, and as she moved towards me, she grabbed my shirt and pulled me closer to her. Her intense eyes smoldered as they bored into me as she straddled my lap. "You're mine, Edward." Then she was kissing me until I was breathless. "Oh, is that part of being mates?" It was several minutes later, and unfortunately Bella was now sitting in her own seat, opening one of our stupid textbooks, and I was able to think straight again. I decided to clarify what I was asking, so I added, "Being possessive over one another, and wanting to hurt anyone that likes you?" "Yes," Bella answered simply. "Vampires are very possessive, and I'm not surprised that you are too. Even though you know you don't have anything to worry about." "I do know that," I assured her softly, "but after talking with Mike, it made what happened today at lunch seem like a bigger deal somehow. It just surprised me, you know. I guess I had just assumed that your only friends were the Cullens and Hales because they were the only ones that you ever talked to. Now I hear on rainy days you hang out with the others. How does that work anyways?" I thought you said you can't go out in the sunlight. I can't go out into direct sunlight, Bella corrected. In Forks, there's a few things I can do that makes it possible to go out on the rare sunny days, which mostly involves long-sleeved shirts and lots of makeup. Though, I have to make sure I use the glittery makeup so that if I accidentally get caught in the sun it's not as noticeable. That sounds dangerous, I frowned at her. Why don't you just ditch like the others? I thought I made that obvious at lunch. The chief would never let his daughter ditch, Bella explained, again imitating a put-out teenager, and I chuckled, but she must have seen I was still concerned. You really don't have to worry, Edward. Alice would see if it was a truly sunny day and I won't go to school that day. But you'll find that most sunny days in Forks are still overcast, and I know how to navigate the school to minimize my exposure. If it's that easy, why don't the others do it? I wondered. Because the less time they spend at school, the happier they are, Bella chuckled. They have already graduated from high school 3 times after all. Seriously, I gasped. There was no way in hell I was going to repeat high school over and over again. How many times have you graduated? I've never been to high school. Even as a human I didn't go to school, Bella said. I have been to college, both with the Cullens and a couple times on my own. The Cullens can stay in an area longer if the younger members go to school, but usually they tried to go to someplace that has a college. However, that wasn't feasible in this area with the lifestyle they have. I'm not sure if I could suffer the torture of high school just to be in a better climate, I tried to joke, because honestly, I was bored with the classes I was taking now. I couldn't imagine how much worse it would be to repeat it over and over again. You don't understand how much of a difference it makes to live an almost normal life, Bella said. I guess I don't, I said, and I couldn't put my finger on it, but there was something off about her tone. We should start studying, Bella suggested, picking up her textbook again. I need to start cooking in an hour and that's about the normal time it takes you to finish. Okay, I agree, because even though Bella was back to teasing me, and wasn't upset anymore, I had a feeling that I had done something that had bothered her. I wonder if she had taken my joke to mean that I didn't want to live in his area in the future, but I dismissed that thought. She knew I understood this was her home. As I was finishing my math homework, I had a feeling I figured out what had happened. This morning, she mentioned that I hadn't fully accepted everything that happened. Now that I thought about it, I didn't really agree with her, not after yesterday and seeing Bella and the Wolves playing football. But there was definitely one issue that I was avoiding. It was the vampire issue. However, it wasn't that I had any issues with her being a vampire, and I found myself getting more comfortable with her the more she told me about vampires. No, the issue came up whenever she started talking about the Cullens, and even though I tried not to react, she could see how uncomfortable I was ever since she mentioned that they had killed people. I was going to have to try and work on this issue, because even though I know Bella doesn't want to force me to talk about this subject, I didn't want to upset her again. Ended.